Chapter 1. Memory Fragments of the Saint. It's dark, the sun hasn't risen yet, and New York is already enveloped in hustle and bustle. 6,801. A hoarse and tired voice passed over the sky. In a forest park in New York City, a young man with black hair and yellow skin faced a huge amounts of trunks are constantly pumping, constantly working hard. This is a boy of 17 or 18 years old, with a resolute look on his face. His hands are wrapped in bandages, and every punch he throws makes a dent in the hard tree trunk. Bang! Bang! A dull voice sounded. He was sweating profusely, and his fists were shaking slightly from the pain, but he always waved his fists unswervingly and never stopped. His eyes revealed only firm belief. He wants to accomplish his goal. Liu Wenhao, an orphan, existed as a loser in his previous life. He had looks but not looks, and talent but not talent. He was an otaku who lived one day at a time. On the Huxiao Valentine's Day, I couldn't see a lot of affectionate dogs on the street. I could only watch the Hollywood blockbuster Avengers on my computer at home. I looked at the mature and delicate woman on the screen and knelt down to lick the screen. After watching it, he fell on the bed and slept peacefully, but he didn't expect that another legend of his would begin. Liu Wenhao woke up again and found that he was Spartan. He had traveled through time, and unfortunately, he had traveled to the world of Marvel. That's right, it was Marvel. Although he liked watching blockbusters, he didn't want to live in a world where Deadman was always there. The world, helpless to accept the fact, he accepted this matter. As the old saying goes, life is like that. You can't resist and can only enjoy it, right? The existence of a top student is also an orphan. Although he is an orphan, his own conditions are still very poor. Not bad. He is 18 years old, 1.8 meters tall, and has a handsome face. He is completely different from his previous life. As for why Liu Wenhao traveled to this body, it was also an accident. The owner of the current body is experimenting again. During the constant electric current test, he was accidentally electrocuted and died on the spot. Liu Wenhao took advantage of him. As a time traveler, Liu Wenhao didn't believe that he didn't have a gold finger. Sure enough, when he woke up the next day, there was a memory in his mind. This memory belonged to the Saint Seiya. One of the gods, Athena, is the goddess of war and wisdom, but the goddess Athena never starts a war for personal preferences. She participates in wars to protect appointments, like the battle with the cruel Ares, the battle with the giants, and the battle with Poseidon for the earth. The tragic and desperate battle between the gods lasted for a long time that humans could not imagine. On this battlefield, there was a group of teenagers who swore to protect Athena to the death. These teenagers have real courage and strength. They are the goddess Athena. Saint Seiya. In order to protect the goddess Athena, who does not like weapons, the teenagers use their own bodies as weapons to fight. Their punches can cut through the sky, and their kicks can break the earth. This group of teenagers with the power to destroy the world are in Greece. There is no name in mythology, only one title, Saint of Athena. Although Liu Wenhao didn't know why he had the memory of a saint when he traveled through time, it did not prevent him from becoming a saint. In the memory of this saint, his fists made the sky tremble. Such power made Liu Wenhao obsessed with him. In order to become a saint, he came to the forest park before dawn every day to throw punches. This was his standard training to become an elementary-level saint. As a teenager, his body has not yet matured, so his growth very big. I don't know if it's the benefit of time travel. After time travel, his body is much stronger than that of an adult. He has unlimited potential to develop. His compact muscles and slender figure make Liu Wenhao very famous in the school. Exists like a school sweetheart, and receives love letters and phone numbers every day. Definitely Liu Wenhao also wants to date a beautiful young man, but his goal is not the young girl in school, but the goddess from his previous life. Saints are also divided into levels, bronze, silver, and gold, and the memory in Liu Wenhao's mind is that of bronze saint and Draco saint. Although they are bronze, they are also very suitable for Liu Wenhao. As a person from the Celestial Dynasty, Draco is undoubtedly very suitable for him. The waterfall at the Wulafeng Mountain in Lushan Mountain, Jiangxi Province, is famous for its dragon god legend. It has been said since ancient times that it was formed by the Milky Way stardust pouring down from the 9 layers of the sky. The holy cloth of Draco is sleeping deep at the bottom of the waterfall. The holy robe, transformed into a dragon, has been tempered by the current of the Milky Way day and night during this long period of time. Therefore, the Draco holy cloth, which is known as the strongest, has a brilliance and hardness that far exceeds that of diamonds. Possessing the strongest shield of Draco among all the holy clothes, it has strong defensive power. The prerequisite for becoming a saint is to understand the small universe and find a star map that suits you. If you want to understand the small universe, you must develop the power of your physical body to the maximum. Although Liu Wenhao is only 16 or 17 years old after time travel, for a saint it's still too big. If it weren't for the extreme development of his body after time travel and the inexplicable infinite potential, Liu Wenhao would never be able to become a saint. In the world of Marvel, the ability to have no self-protection is equivalent to death. There may be an alien invasion anytime, anywhere, a fat green man fighting an army, etc. So Liu Wenhao, after traveling through time, knows that he is very likely to stand in front of the world. At the peak, he must seize this opportunity. Although he was very lazy as an otaku in his previous life, one thing is that with a goal to strive for, Liu Wen will work hard towards this goal without any trace of it. His laxity is also a great advantage of him. For a month, he danced to the sound of a chicken and punched every day. He would not rest until he drained every ounce of energy out of his body. And with unlimited potential, he did not worry about any damage caused by excessive exercise. As soon as the little universe understood, that body with the hidden wounds inside are wiped away. This is also the craziness of training among saints when they are young, overexploiting their own potential. Once they understand the small universe, nothing will happen. Saints who understand the small universe and those who do not understand the small universe are basically the same as heaven and earth. The microcosm is the cosmic energy hidden in the human body. A true saint can detonate the microcosm in the body and exert great power to shatter the stars and tear the earth apart. The microcosm is very mysterious. It is the power of the soul, which can be improved through the improvement of mental power, vitality, willpower, and concentration. The stronger the will to fight, the harder the microcosm burns and the stronger the energy in the body. Liu Wenhao is still punching, and he can feel that his body has reached its limit. So far, he has only punched 7,000 punches. His will was blurring, and his body was so tired that he wanted to collapse, but he still punched, as if this action had become his instinct. Breaking the limits has never been a problem. He is breaking the limits of his body every day and moving towards his goal. On the first day, he could only throw 500 punches and was as tired as a dead dog. But as time went by, he gradually became more and more tired. He has been able to throw thousands of punches, and as time goes by, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that there is a power in his body, which is grand, noble, and holy. As long as I can swing 10,000 powerful fists, the small universe can be opened. I can already feel it. Although I don't know why, I can feel that with a complete swing of 10,000 punches, I can understand the small universe. I, Liu Wenhao, was a useless person in my previous life, a useless person who just ate and waited to die. Now I have a chance to become stronger. I can't give up. I want to be a master. Liu Wenhao roared in his heart, repeating it over and over again in his heart. This thought was swirling around, and the firm belief in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger, but he didn't know that a trace of emerald green light slowly appeared in his eyes. As he punched out one punch after another, this emerald green light, the light is getting brighter and brighter. 8,100 punches, 8,101 punches, 9,101 punches, 9,290 punches. Liu Wenhao's body was numb and he lost consciousness. Even though he was waving his fist mechanically, his fist wind still made a roaring sound and cut through the air. The infinite potential does not mean that he has infinite physical strength, even if he does not open the small universe. His physical strength at the moment is comparable to Spider-Man and Peter Parker, but it is not enough and can be stronger. This time he will definitely break through 10,000 punches. Small universe, my small universe. The roar resounded in his heart. Liu Wenhao's punch speed is getting slower and slower, but the punch wind is still fierce. Liu Wenhao can't hear anything or see anything at this moment. His sense of touch, taste, and smell have also disappeared. His 5 senses have been cut off, and his body is just left. Instinctively, it hit the tree trunk like a marionette. Deep Forest Park was extremely silent at the moment, with only the sound of Liu Wenhao's fist hitting the tree trunk echoing. Immediately, almost successful, Liu Wenhao, who was about to lose consciousness, punched instinctively. The whole forest remembered the sound of chirping birds, which seemed to be cheering him on. Although he could no longer hear it, it didn't matter. His instincts supported him. He pumped his fist, and at the moment a warmth seemed to surge through his body. In the end, there are only 10 punches left, and these last 10 punches may determine his future destiny. 9,991. There was blood constantly flowing from the fists. 9,992. The finger bones began to make a sound that was about to break. 9,998. There was no strength left in the whole body, and the long-lost consciousness caused the eyes to slowly lose focus, and the emerald green light in the eyes became increasingly dim. 9,999. There was no trace of power in the mechanical punch, but at the moment there was no sound in the forest park. Liu Wenhao's unfocused eyes slowly flickered with a trace of fire, and an emerald green light slowly filled his eyes. More and more prosperous. This is 10,000. My little universe. Explode. There are 100,000 words of saved manuscripts, but because I don't have much time at night, I will update them once a day for the time being. Save more, and it will burst out. Please read and collect more. This chapter will be how many days to save. Chapter 2. 10,000. My little universe. Explode. A shocking roar broke through the sky, and a violent and sacred power surged into the sky. At the moment, Liu Wenhao, who should have lost consciousness long ago, stared at his fist with his emerald green eyes and suddenly punched the sky. With unparalleled faith and strength, his small universe finally exploded. Then he lost all his strength and sat on the ground, but his eyes were fixed on the punch he had thrown. A punch of unparalleled power tore the sky apart, tearing apart the clouds just above the morning sky. The pure power exploded in the sky, as if a bolt of lightning pierced the sky, making those who had just woken up in the morning jump. In a triangular building base full of science fiction colors, a good-looking, mature short-haired female agent was walking in the corridor, holding a folder in both hands, and hurriedly came to an office. After knocking on the door and entering, she saw a bald black man. The one-eyed dragon was flipping through some information. "Bill, if you are here to remind me to take medicine, then there is no need," the black one-eyed man said humorously without raising his head. "Sir, there is an abnormality in the sky over the Bronx, New York." A powerful energy pierced the sky. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, after calculations, this burst of energy was enough to destroy half the city. Hoarse and sexy the voice came from the small mouth, and at the same time a file was put down in front of the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon was shocked when he heard it, put down the file in his hand, looked at the right hand in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Have you found out the source of the energy? We found the location where the energy exploded, but we don't know who created it. After calculations, it seems that this power was created by one person, and he seems to be young." The mature woman said with a cold expression, "But when I said that this energy was created by one person, I still couldn't help but be amazed. Oh, such a strong power was achieved by a young person? Is he an alien or a mutated one? Have you found any information about this person?" The one-eyed dragon pinched his eyebrows. "There have been too many things recently. Now, such a pervert has appeared again, which really makes him a little annoyed. Mad. Is this guy a bit too perverted? He actually had the power to destroy half a city. He definitely didn't know that this was just stimulating the small universe. If he understood his star map and secret moves after consolidating it, then it wouldn't be a matter of half a city." Some trees in the deep forest of the forest park were shattered by the aftermath of the power explosion, but we found some fist marks on the wreckage. We found this person on the park monitor. The source of this power should be from him. Duh. Hill took out another document, which contained a photo of a person wearing an ordinary white shirt and jeans with a handsome, masculine face. It was Liu Wenhao. "You mean this Liu is very powerful? So where does his power come from?" Putting down the information, One-Eyed Dragon took a sip of the coffee on the table, cleared his thoughts, and asked expressionlessly, "I don't know, but after verification, Liu's family is very innocent. He has only shown an excellent and intelligent mind since he was a child, but he has never shown any power. After inference, this young man's power seems to have gone through hell-like training. Coupled with unknown methods and breaking through the limits of the body, such a power was revealed. Today should be the power this young man exerted when he broke through." Hill already had an idea, so he opened his mouth and started to see. When reading this information, I couldn't help but open my mouth and be surprised for a long time. You must know that even the captain has the power beyond ordinary people after going through the super serum. But this boy can possess this world-destroying power after unknown training. The power is really surprising. Can we learn from this boy's training methods? As a SHIELD director, he has not changed his color due to anything for many years. He thought of this possibility and became excited. If it can be done, then he can have a group of powerful people. If this method gets into the hands of some evil people, then the world will not be peaceful. No, this method of exercise is almost fatal. After our calculations, this young man's method of exercise is very simple, but not simple. What is simple is that he first goes through hell-style exercise, breaks through the physical limit of strength, and then a mysterious force comes out, the source of power, but it is impossible to break through the limit through hell-style exercise. No one can have a strong body. Once this happens, the body will be full of hidden wounds. Before reaching the limit, the body will collapse. In addition, we will have that mysterious power. It's even more impossible to have it. Hill ruthlessly broke the idea of Cyclops. She had this idea at first, but the reality is ruthless. Not to mention the limits of the body are not so easy to break, and the power of the small universe is not something they can possess. Yes, you must know that after scanning it with an instrument, that power has a mysterious, old and sacred power. You know that it is not something ordinary people can possess, and neither can they. Okay, that is to say, this power can only be possessed by this boy. Let Agent Nominov contact this boy. If the people from Hydra find this boy, it is very likely that this boy with powerful power will be able to possess it. This guy has gone astray. After pondering for a while, the one-eyed dragon gave the order directly. At the moment, it is no small matter. Once this boy joins Hydra or commits a crime, no one can stop him. So he called in his most capable subordinates without hesitation. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Romanoff comes out. Yes, sir. He saluted, then turned and walked away, preparing to contact Natasha Romanoff. At the moment, Liu Wenhao has returned home. After the explosion, although his body has been nourished by the small universe, he is still a little weak. In addition, he also knows that the relevant departments will definitely investigate, so he feels that he should go home first and lie in bed quietly. Realize the power of the microcosm infiltrating the body. After the breakthrough, the microcosm will constantly nourish the body, eliminating all the hidden wounds in the body, and will continue to increase the strength of the body. It can be said that the stronger the microcosm is, the stronger the power of his body will be. Now his small universe has just broken through, and is still at the peak of the fifth sense and the early stage of the sixth sense, which means it is at the critical point. He must break through again. Otherwise, once this feeling disappears, he will disappear from the sixth sense. If it goes on, just like those fighters among the saints who do not have a sixth sense of the universe, but are countless times stronger than ordinary people, they will not be able to explode the universe or use moves. Sixth sense among the abilities that humans have, the so-called five senses are vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. In addition, there is something called the sixth sense, which has the ability to manipulate elements, predict the future, psychokinesis, flying, illusion, and reading. People with super abilities such as heart, mind control, intuition, etc. all have extremely powerful sixth senses. Although he has a small universe, he does not have a star map. That is, he has not understood the constellation that is compatible with him. However, he has the memory of Draco and already knows that his star map is Draco. In addition, he has to go to the heaven. This kind of although the critical point lasts for a long time, it is impossible for an unqualified person to break through the sixth sense in his life. His current state is a sub-sixth sense. With Draco and the sixth sense, he must return to Lushan Mountain in the Celestial Dynasty. If you want to reverse the flow of the Lushan waterfall and hit the Lushan Shenglongba, you can truly break through the sixth sense and understand the Draco star chart. Thinking of this, Liu Wenhao was not in the hesitation, so he immediately picked up the phone and asked for a leave from his tutor. He asked for a long leave, which would last about 3 months. Although he didn't know what this top student was going to do, he didn't think anything of it and left it. Regarding Liu Wenhao, after all, even a top student can be a little cautious. Even outside of exams, Liu Wenhao would go whenever he wanted to and not go even if he didn't want to. He even had a record of not going for a month in a row. Then he booked a flight ticket back to Daxiao on the computer and left tomorrow. For Liu Wenhao, nothing matters now. The most important thing is how to break through the sixth sense. Although his qualifications are very good, he is still a bit old for his age. Well, the sooner you can break through the sixth sense, the better. But before returning to Daxia, you'd better have a good meal. Chapter 3. The next day, Liu Wenhao didn't bring much clothes, so he got on the plane. On the way to Tianqiao, sitting on the plane, Liu Wenhao was also thinking about his future, but he didn't realize at the moment how he was attracting those people. Women, you must know that he is now an extremely handsome boy, with a handsome face and soft lines yet masculine. As a saint, he has a perfect figure. He is perfect. Look at those beautiful flight sisters on the plane. Liu Wenhao, who was deep in thought, was also full of love. From time to time, he would come up and ask if he wanted to serve, which made other men on the plane curl their lips. "Madan, we are not human, we are too bullying." After a while, the plane took off, and the sound of huge amounts was deafening. Looking out the window, the buildings seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. Liu Wenhao suddenly felt the change in his fate. In the past, he was just a loser. He had never been on a plane, let alone a ship. Now he has a powerful body, a powerful force. It can make people get lost and even lead them to the point of no return. Although he is not a saint and is even a very selfish person, he will not hurt any innocent people. Having the ability to help others is a thank you to God for giving him the power. Just when Liu Wenhao was pretending to lament his fate, his eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. In his powerful perception, he discovered that there was an unusual aura on the plane. At first, he didn't think much about it and just pondered. But when my thoughts returned, I found that something was abnormal on the plane. The ordinary aura was peaceful, but soldiers or mercenaries had an evil aura. But on the plane, there were suddenly several unusual evil auras. This is a bloody hijacking incident. You won't let him happen to it. Damn, brother, don't cause trouble. I don't want to cause trouble now. Before Liu Wenhao could continue his perception, an unexpected voice interrupted him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, several robbers wearing cartoon masks jumped out. Holding a pistol and a grenade in his hand, he shouted, "Don't move. We have taken over the plane. If you don't want to die, just sit still and don't move." There was a sudden panic in the plane, with screams and calls for help. One of the robbers ran into the cockpit and pointed a pistol at the captain's head. "Don't move. Now follow my instructions and fly the plane to Somalia." In the cabin, everyone was threatened by the group of robbers and did not dare to speak. Liu Wenhao looked at the sudden changes in front of him coldly. Although the atmosphere at the scene made him a little nervous, after all, he had a strong strength and it was the first time he had encountered such a thing, but because he relied on himself, there wasn't too much panic. One of the men in the group of robbers felt Liu Wenhao's calmness. Although he was wearing a mask, his eyes were fixed on Liu Wenhao, and his eyes were sharp and murderous. Liu Wenhao met the man's eyes and felt the murderous aura coming from his eyes. But he doesn't care very much. He's a scumbag with a combat power of 5. Even if he blows up the plane, nothing will happen to him. He's not a holy mother, but he can't ignore death. But if he can't catch all these kidnappers, then what's wrong with these kidnappers on the plane? The passenger is doomed, so he continues to wait. After a while, the broadcast in the cabin rang again. "Ladies and gentlemen, I now solemnly announce that the plane is completely under our control. However, please do not panic, let alone have any resistance. As long as everyone obediently puts all if your belongings are handed over to the length of any of our members, then we can ensure your temporary safety." The robbers took away all his cash and bank cards. Liu Wenhao felt extremely unhappy. Mada, the labor and management will have to rely on this money for food in the next 3 months. He has become a foodie because of his cultivation. He has nothing to eat without money. Thinking of this, my fifth sense immediately wanted to scan the surroundings. I took a look around and found that there were 6 people in this group of robbers, one of whom was in the cockpit, 2 in first class and business class, and 3 in economy class. Suddenly, a robber in a Garfield mask was patrolling and saw the black-haired beauty sitting in the back row of Liu Wenhao. And he suddenly had an idea. "Hey, I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful beauty on this plane, and she was also a yellow-skinned beauty." As he said that, he stretched out his dirty hands to the black-haired girl. Liu Wenhao was stunned again. "It's so bloody. It's so bloody." Seeing the hand getting closer and closer to her chest, Lin Ling was in despair. She didn't expect that she was happily returning home to get together with her parents, but this happened. Her pretty face looked at the robber in panic. "Don't come over here. Don't touch me. I'll give you money." A woman who resists will especially excite men, especially a beautiful woman. "Haha, stop talking nonsense. I want the money and the people." The Garfield robber looked at the frightened girl in front of him with lust. "Go away." With a low voice, a figure flashed to the girl's side and punched her fiercely. Puff! The Garfield robber didn't expect anyone to resist and was directly killed by a powerful punch. The powerful force even made a clear punch mark embedded in his chest. Jaligulu, Wu Lu started scolding. Another black cat robber watched his companion being beaten to death with a punch. He excitedly shouted some bird language that Liu Wenhao didn't know. At the same time, he pointed the pistol in his hand at Liu Wenhao and fired suddenly. Waste! Liu Wenhao looked at the extremely slow bullets from his perspective, chuckled, and then disappeared instantly. The gangster was stunned for a moment. For him, something strange happened. After the gunfire, there was silence, and no one screamed in pain. Die! At some point, Liu Wenhao had already moved behind the robber. The moment the robber turned around, he raised his leg and slammed his knee into the robber's back. The black cat robber didn't react at all and was kicked away by the powerful force and vomited blood. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. There were a total of 3 robbers in the cabin, and 2 were dead. The other robber in a tiger head mask stared wide-eyed at the miserable state of his companion and was about to point his gun at Liu Wenhao in excitement. But before he had time to look back, Liu Wenhao disappeared again. He suddenly grabbed the robber's hair and pushed it down. At the same time, he raised his knees. Although he lost his strength, the robber died on the spot. The terrifying force directly knocked the robber down. The inside of his head exploded directly. Don't say anything. There are still robbers on the plane. After explaining it in English, he ignored the shocked passengers in the cabin. After dealing with the gangsters in the economy class, Liu Wen quickly escaped to the first-class cabin. Before the other two gangsters could react, he was directly punched to death. After dealing with the four gangsters, Liu Wenhao came to the control cabin door and had already perceived the scene inside. The remaining gangster was seen pointing a gun at the captain and threatening his plane's route. Liu Wenhao didn't think much, shouted low, and punched the iron door of the cab. The overbearing force directly punched through the iron door. His strong arms passed through the iron door and punched the gangster, killing the gangster on the spot. The white middle-aged captain was relieved when he saw the gangster dead. When he looked back, he took a breath. He only saw an iron arm directly penetrated the cockpit door. This is person? The captain immediately prayed to God in his heart. Madam, this baby was scared to death. And when the flight attendant calmed the passengers, huge amounts of cheers erupted from the panicked crowd, and everyone applauded. Wow, can that handsome guy come over and take a photo? He's so handsome. Hey, buddy, I'll be your fan from now on. Is this a movie, or is it real? One person can defeat several armed men. And is it possible for a person to do it at such a speed? Some screamed loudly, while others were still in disbelief. It is indeed the first time for these ordinary people to hijack a plane, let alone such a powerful person appearing in the movie, and he is still a boy. Lin Ling, who was rescued, was extremely grateful to Liu Wenhao. For a traditional Huxia girl, being insulted by a robber is simply more uncomfortable than death. Although Daxia is now much more open-minded, this kind of thing is the same for girls from any country. After saving himself from despair, Liu Wenhao was simply Prince Charming, the prince on the phone, so handsome and so powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Ling, who was originally sobbing, felt ripples in her heart. The matter was over, and the plane returned to the normal route. Liu Wenhao returned to his seat and closed his eyes to sleep under everyone's admiring and disbelieving eyes. He couldn't pretend to be asleep. He didn't see the women on the plane and the beautiful flight attendants. It's as if he wants to eat him. Although he is still a young man and likes the feeling of being a hero, it is better to keep a low profile when he returns to the country soon. After all, his power is not enough to fight against the country. Who is the loser in the military? How to fix it? After getting off the plane, the passengers thanked Liu Wenhao one after another and left their phone numbers. The beautiful flight attendants, with their beautiful eyes even more dim, stuffed notes one after another. They knew it was a phone number at a glance. After leaving the airport, the crowd was crowded. It was crowded. There were police and reporters. After leaving the airport, Liu Wenhao took advantage of his speed and ran directly out of the airport. Just kidding. If he slowed down to either interview or take notes, how much time would be wasted? How could Liu Wenhao have so much time? It's just that I don't know, but a look behind him was staring at Liu Wenhao with gratitude and admiration. I randomly found a hotel to stay at, booked a flight ticket to Zhejiang, Jiangxi Online, and headed to Lushan as quickly as possible. Chapter 4. Lushan Mountain is nestled against Poyang Lake in the east and the Yangtze River in the north. It forms a scene with rivers and lakes, rivers surrounding lakes, mountains and waters, mist shadows and waves. Therefore, the ancients said, Yi and Quanglu Mountains are among the vast rivers and lakes. The rivers, lakes and mountains are integrated into one, majestic and dangerous, with both hardness and softness, forming a magnificent landscape rarely seen in the world. World reputation. Legend has it that as early as the early Zhou dynasty, a Mr. Kuang Yu and Mr. Fong Fu rode a white donkey into the mountains to refine elixirs. Both of them became immortals, leaving only an empty hut on the mountain. People call this mountain where people go to Lutsuan, Mount Lushan. The surname of Mr. Chengxian is Kuang, so it is also called Quanglu Mountain. Liu Wenhao came to the range of Wulafeng, suddenly accelerated and ran towards Wulafeng in a figure that ordinary people could not see, and followed the beautiful scenery. As I ran, I heard the sound of water getting louder. I walked around the bushes and suddenly saw a small waterfall in front of me. The sound of water roared, and I saw a white horse hanging on a large rock several feet high, flying beads and splashing jade. Pai Lian flew into a lake as if falling from the sky. In an instant, Liu Wenhao couldn't help but his eyes widened, and he stayed there as if he had been struck by lightning. Waterfalls are not surprising. Lushan Waterfall Group is famous. The eternal masterpiece of the world-famous poet Li Bai. The sun shines on the incense burner, and the purple smoke rises. Looking at the waterfall hanging in front of the river in the distance, the water flows down 3,000 feet. It is suspected that the Milky Way has fallen from the sky. Is this Lushan waterfall? Liu Wenhao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such a huge waterfall could actually make me flow backwards with a punch. If he hadn't known that there was a person like Saint Purple Dragon, he really wouldn't believe it. Even with his current strength, he couldn't make the waterfall flow backwards. He knows that at the peak of his fifth sense, the power of one punch is 50,000 tons. It can be said that he can flatten a building with one punch. There are a lot of tourists coming and going in Lushan Mountain, so the time Liu Wenhao can practice again is at night. Lushan Mountain is not open to tourists at night. During the day, he is preparing to practice in the way of a saint as usual, rest, and fight with tourists. Time difference. In the dark night, under the huge waterfall in Lushan Mountain, a figure loomed. Although Liu Wenhao's body is very strong and can easily crush boulders weighing 10,000 kilograms, he cannot bear the force of water weighing 10,000 kilograms. It only takes one explosive point to smash a huge boulder, but letting the whole body continue to be washed by huge amounts of waterfalls, constantly tormenting Liu Wenhao's body under huge amounts of pressure every minute and every second. And it continues every minute. It caused damage to his body, equivalent to hundreds of enemies constantly beating him every minute and every second. It can be said that why the physical fitness of the saints is so strong is because they are beaten every minute and every second during their training. Half an hour later, Liu Wenhao, who was already pressed down by tens of thousands of kilograms of water, could not even straighten his waist. The pressure made his internal organs painful. He used his hands to support his body lying on the rock. With a pop, he was pushed to the ground again. Can't stand up straight either. You must hold on, hold on. His firm belief made him grit his teeth and try to stand up again. More than 10 times in a row, he was exhausted again and again, but could not stand up again. But this was not the end yet. The violent water was constantly crashing down, and huge amounts of force made him dizzy, and his internal organs were about to burst. Liu Wenhao's teeth were all broken, and his consciousness began to be a little blurry, but his faith did not allow him to fall down. A thought came constantly in his heart. The bitterness now is for the sweetness of the future. The future is mine, and the world will tremble for me. Don't underestimate it. Me. If he can't become a saint, he will only die if he can't survive. In Tianlong's memory, there are hundreds of talented junior high school boys who are constantly working hard to become saints, but only a few can survive successfully. In this crisis-ridden world, without the power to protect himself, he is likely to die. In order to survive, you must overcome this waterfall. If you can't do it in one go, do it twice. If you can't do it in one day, do it in 2 days. In short, you must get over this hurdle alive. This is the only belief in Liu Wenhao's heart at the moment. Shaking his head with difficulty, trying to wake up from his blurry consciousness, Liu Wenhao started fighting again. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, until the 59th time once, he struggled to sit up. At this time, he had exhausted all his strength and his face was red from holding it in. However, he did not dare to relax, because if he relaxed, he would be crushed to the ground again, just like holding up a mountain, suffering. With time passed little by little, and he had persisted under the waterfall for 3 hours. During these 3 hours, he was injured all the time. Finally, with a pop sound, Liu Wenhao rushed under the waterfall at the moment of exhaustion. In the deep pool, the 3 hours of persistence was not only physical persistence, but also faith persistence. During these 3 hours, he gave up countless times and took a break, but he knew that such practice would not have much effect at all. Firm faith let him try the challenge again and again unyieldingly, climb up again, and be rushed down again and again. At the moment, his hands are full of cracks, and his body is covered with injuries. He is exhausted, but he did not stop. He knew that this was the moment of breakthrough. If he could overcome this moment, he would be victorious. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Stand up, I want to stand up. Liu Wenhao clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward again. The erosion of time made his body constantly strengthened. Although the long-term exercise exhausted his physical strength, he was once about to be suppressed. He was tenacious. Stood up. Boom. But the moment he stood up, he vomited blood and was rushed into the deep pool again. Constant failure also made him constantly look for his own shortcomings, and also constantly strengthened his will. Saints are not only powerful in strength, but also strong in will. In the quiet Lushan Mountain, waterfalls wash away all the time, but there is one more determined figure than before. Just like that, 1 day a month. 3 months. This day? What was different from the first day was that Liu Wenhao was sitting cross-legged under the waterfall as tough as a rock. In fact, he had already adapted to the wash of tens of thousands of pounds of water as early as a month ago, and his body he is incredibly strong. It can be said that even if he is hit by a nuclear bomb, he will not die or even be injured. Starting from the 3rd month, he has understood the 6th sense star map. At the moment, he had entered a state of inner vision. The so-called inner vision is actually a kind of feeling. When human beings break through their limits, they can often enter a mysterious realm and can clearly feel every atom and billions of atoms in themselves. Together, they form a prototype of the universe. Like the real universe, the small universe composed of human body atoms is also constantly moving, and the rule that governs its movement is human will. The so-called burning microcosm is to use will to change the atoms in the body from the original uniform motion to the additive motion. The additive motion of the atoms will inevitably produce kinetic energy. The simultaneous motion of hundreds of millions of atoms will produce huge energy. This energy bursts out from the body, will enable human beings to have 10 times or even 100 times the power and speed of the original. This is the secret of the power of the saints. The so-called small universe explosion is to push these atoms to the limit in an instant and generate huge kinetic energy through constant collision with each other. When these kinetic energy burst out, they will produce unimaginable power. However, once the control is not good, the atoms will increase. The head will be sputtered after the collision, and the gun as the carrier will be instantly destroyed. Therefore, small universe explosions are very dangerous. Usually they all end up in the same place, and the success rate is very low. In the dark night, Liu Wenhao looked up at the huge amounts of waterfalls and couldn't help but think of the poems of the poet Li Bai. The water flowed down 3,000 feet, and it was suspected that the Milky Way fell into the sky. A belief kept emerging in his blank thoughts. Just like this huge waterfall pouring down from the right sky is sent back to the sky. His naked body began to move involuntarily. He closed his eyes and suddenly threw out a punch and a kick. Each punch and kick had no power, not even as powerful as an ordinary person, but when combined, he found that with a mysterious charm, Liu Wenhao slowly began to produce an emerald green light behind his movements. This light slowly formed a shape. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with his eyes closed, and his eyes formed an emerald green light. Green dragon. Lu Shan rises to dominate the dragon. Finally, his small universe exploded, and he punched out. The roar shook the dark night sky, and the emerald green light behind him also formed a dragon. This punch carried unparalleled belief and months of pain. The will to repair and harmonize suddenly burst out. Chapter 5. Lu Shan rises to dominate the dragon. Finally, his small universe exploded, and he punched out. The roar shook the dark night sky, and the emerald green light behind him suddenly formed a dragon. This punch carried unparalleled belief and carried with him months of experience. Penance and will suddenly burst out. Ouch! 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 With the overbearing power, the punch caused the water that was tilting down to flow backwards, forming a huge amount of water dragon flying into the sky. I succeeded. Ha! My little universe finally broke through my power. The water dragon flying in the sky suddenly exploded, leaning down like huge amounts of rainstorm. Liu Wenhao didn't care about the bullet-like rainstorm. He stared at his fists in a daze, and laughed heroically with tears streaming down his face. No one can understand his mood at the moment. The past few months have been like hell. Death threatens him all the time. If he succeeds, he will live. If he fails, he will die. Finally, he succeeded. He became a saint. At this moment, the heroic laughter spread all over the sky. Not even the sound of a huge waterfall can stop it. However, what he didn't know was that the huge amounts of sound shocked the nearby residents. When he came out of his home, he actually saw huge amounts of water dragons soaring in the sky. They all looked at this miraculous thing in amazement. They took out their mobile phones to record the scene and posted it online. The next day, a video became popular throughout the entire dynasty. The title of the video was Huge Amounts of Water Dragons Flying in the Sky, Man-Made or a Miracle. There is a line of text below the video. Last night, I helped my good brother propose to his girlfriend, and I was recording it with a video recorder. Before I was halfway through recording, I suddenly heard a huge amount of voice, shouting one sentence. Lu Shan rises, and the dragon dominates. Then I heard a loud noise, and a huge amount of water dragon flew out from the dark sky, from Lushan Mountain. It was still glowing with emerald green light, And what shocked me the most was that the water dragon was really special. It's lifelike, almost alive. Watch the video if you don't believe it. At first, many people thought it was hype or a prank, but they couldn't help but click on it. When they clicked on it, they saw a huge amount of grass with many candles placed in the shape of a heart at night, and then a handsome young man. I was kneeling on the ground to propose to a shy girl, and a group of people around me were cheering. Before I could ask for my hand, I suddenly heard a voice. Although it was not loud, it was deafening. It only contained a few words, but I could hear it very clearly. Lushan Xinglongba. The person taking the photo turned his head subconsciously and turned the machine in his hand to the source of the sound and found that it was pitch black before he could say anything. But then I heard a huge amount of roar, the sound of dragon roar, ow. Then a huge amount of water dragon flew out of the dark night sky in the picture and soared over Mount Lu with emerald green light. It has horns like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, and claws. It looks like an eagle, has palms like a tiger, ears like an ox, a beard beside the mouth, a pearl under the chin, and reverse scales under the throat, all of which appear lifelike. The water dragon soared for a full minute, and then it seemed to have exhausted its power and exploded. The water dragon poured down like a torrential rain, and then the screen disappeared. Holy shit, this was really made by someone? Are you kidding me? Let's make a movie. Netizens' first reaction was that they didn't believe it. It must be a movie and hype, but the special effects are so incredible. Emma, if you can become a disciple, you are simply invincible. You can feel how powerful the dragon is from the picture. If it hits someone, it won't be a mess. A young man who wants to become a disciple. Is it because some master was practicing and then made a breakthrough and ended up like this? The Emperor of Truth could no longer hold back his Qilin arm, and the ancient power in his body was ready to move. So handsome, oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh, the voice sounds like he is young, and he is very magnetic. Is he a big handsome guy, a strong and handsome guy, who can be my Prince Charming at a glance? Let's have a fight. Encountering someone by chance makes me excited just thinking about it. It was obvious that he was a nymphomaniac. In just one day, the video hit the headlines and even alarmed the country. The supreme leader directly ordered the news to be blocked. In just 1 hour after issuing the order, all the videos on the internet disappeared. Although the videos were blocked, the impact was huge. Big. Everyone who watched the video started discussing it. The instigator, Liu Wenhao, had booked a flight early to return to the United States. 3 months were about to pass. If he didn't go back, the school teacher would probably cause trouble for him. I had a good sleep on the plane. It can be said that I have been wandering between life and death for the past 3 months. I have tightened my nerves and have no time to sleep, so now I sleep the most. As soon as awakening came, he found that he had returned to New York. When he returned home, he was very emotional. Ma Dan, if he didn't help himself, he would have died in Lushan. Now not only is he not dead, but he also has strong strength. At this moment, he with 300,000 tons of power and the speed of sound, his combat power doubled after the explosion of the small universe. If Superman had not appeared, he would have been at the top of the world now. He would not be afraid even if the Hulk fought against him. But if the Hulk is cheating and can't be killed with one blow, then he can fight him. Thinking about it now is still a bit exciting, but Liu Wenhao still takes a look at his strength level. Now his strength is in the early stages of the sixth sense of the small universe. What makes him most proud is that he has initially mastered the secret moves of Draco. Lushan Xinglongba. Concentrate all your strength on your right fist to create a flying dragon that soars straight into the sky. The only drawback when using this fist is that the heart will be exposed within a 10,000th of a second, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it. Machine. Lushan Dragon Flying. An attack that uses its body to collide with the enemy in a straight line, and its power is not weaker than Lushan Xinglongba. Lushan Xinglongba. The ultimate secret of Tianlong, the move of dying together, has absolute power. Even if it is said to be invincible in this world, it is not an exaggeration. In other words, Xinglongba can destroy all powerful enemies in the world, but it also destroys itself. A double-edged sword. If this move is used, the user will definitely die. Lushan 100 Dragons. The greatest secret of the Draco constellation, accumulating the microcosm and sending out countless divine dragons flying in the 9 heavens from both hands to destroy everything. 100 dragons is an imaginary number, which does not mean that there are only 100 divine dragons, which can be equally matched with the Stardust spinning skill. He has mastered all the moves except Lushan Xinglongba and Lushan Beilongba. It's not that he can't practice the latter 2 moves. The problem is that he can't do them at all. The level of the universe is too low. even if he just appeared. The purple dragons are stronger than him, and they at least have the holy cloth of Draco. What does he have? Duh. Chapter 6. Liu Wenhao originally only had a bug-level thing like the microverse, but he lacked the extremely important Saint Cloth. For the Saints, the Holy Cloth is their foundation, and it is as important as the microverse. But this is Marvel's there is no such thing as the goddess Athena in this world. Who allowed a freak like Liu Wenhao to appear here? But Liu Wenhao is not worried about anything, because Midtown High School is a public school. Although the conditions and facilities of public high schools cannot be compared with those of private high schools, they are better in other aspects, such as the library and teaching quality. In addition, this high school is quite famous. As for why, it is because this is Spider-Man Pete Parker. The school is definitely impossible for most people in this world to know. At the school gate, young and energetic students walked into the campus in groups, talking and laughing. They talked about the same hobbies, interests, and interesting things they saw yesterday. A boy who was 1.78 meters tall walked slowly into the school. He saw that the man was extremely handsome, with a face as clear as a sculpture and an angular face that was extremely handsome. He looks like wild and unrestrained on the outside, but the casual reveal in his eyes can't be underestimated. He has short black hair and a pair of piercing eyes under his sword-shaped eyebrows. They are full of perseverance and will make people fall into him if they are not careful. The tall nose and moderately thick red lips were showing a dazzling smile at the moment, looking handsome yet masculine. The girls who were chatting and laughing on campus all looked at the boy who walked in with admiration in their eyes. The person who came was none other than Liu Wenhao. Strangely enough, no one who can become a saint would be ugly. Think of 12 gold. The saints are even more handsome. Each one is more handsome than the other. When I was reading comics in my previous life, I just wanted to say, why don't you golden saints go to heaven? Every one of them is so handsome that even his female classmates like it very much. Look, Liu Wenhao was already handsome and unparalleled in his previous life. After training to become a saint, he gained a masculine and resolute temperament. Moreover, he was a top student in school, and now he is even more impressive. Saints are not only strong in physical aspects. Countless times, in terms of soul, it is even stronger, equivalent to the soul of a cultivator. His mental calculation is faster than a computer. Otherwise, why would the saints say this? Don't use the same move twice in front of the saints. From this, it can be seen that naturally he can learn everything in one go. He can also draw inferences from one example, and his grades in every subject rank first in the school. In terms of sports, competing with Saint Seiya in sports is no joke. There are a few people in this world who can compete with Liu Wenhao in sports. Moreover, Liu Wenhao originally had the beautiful modesty and gentleness of the Huxia people, so his popularity is also quite good. Different from other yellow people, he is as carved as a mixed race, and with both civil and military skills, he is simply like a fairy tale. The prince, that girl doesn't fall under his pomegranate skirt, no under his thighs. Although Liu Wenhao likes beauties very much, he is not picky about food. There are many beauties in the school, but he does not like them. However, his hot figure makes him feel a little crooked. He comes to the classroom seriously, and the teacher is also teaching. I also looked at Liu Wenhao. As for accusing him of being late, just kidding, a top student is a top student and has privileges. Liu Wenhao originally liked to study, and he missed school, so he was immersed in textbooks. Soon, the whole morning was spent wandering in the ocean of culture. When Liu Wenhao closed the book, the sweet bell ringing for the end of class also rang at the same time. Upon hearing the bell, the teacher in front of the stage packed up his things and left the classroom unhurriedly. Hey, Liu, do you want to go have lunch together? Liu Wenhao was packing up his textbooks in a hurry, and when he was about to have a meal, he heard someone calling him at the door. Seeing the person coming, Liu Wenhao searched his memory slightly and knew who it was, which also startled him a little bit. It was the legendary Spider-Man Peter Parker, but now he is still thin and weak because he was a humble person in his previous life. He always looks polite to everyone, so he and Pete can be considered good friends. Okay, I'm going to eat a lot today. I haven't had a good meal for a long time. Knowing the origin of this boy, he is also very enthusiastic. If he were an ordinary person, he would be perfunctory. You know who he is now. It can be said that he is a person with great power. He is destined not to have much interaction with ordinary people. Only those he recognizes can become his friends. It's just that Peter Parker didn't know what Liu Wenhao was thinking. Seeing that Liu Wenhao really regarded him as a friend, Parker was also very happy. In this school, he was the target of bullying and had few friends, and Liu Wenhao was one of them. 1. Because Liu Wenhao will not discriminate against him or bully him, but will communicate with him seriously, So our future famous Spider-Man will also truly regard Liu Wenhao as his good friend. Wow, you look very energetic today. Not bad. I told you a long time ago that you need to exercise more, otherwise your body will collapse. Walking to Parker's side, looking at the guy in front of him, he obviously knows something. Oh, I slept very well yesterday, so. Parker looked at the handsome boy speechlessly, but he wouldn't be angry because he knew Liu Wenhao was his friend and he would talk to him without any barriers. Just kidding. Liu Wenhao smiled. Small, why don't you know about the baby? It's just that I don't want to talk about it. If you are an ordinary person, you will naturally not find anything. But who is Liu Wenhao? He could clearly feel that the thin boy in front of him contained huge amounts of energy. For ordinary people, compared with him, he was nothing like a scumbag. It was just a matter of one punch, but it was still amazing. Now, you must know that the muscle tissue of Parker's whole body seems to have been reorganized. Every muscle contains amazing explosive power, and not only the muscles, but also the cells and nerves in his body are different from when they met a few days ago. At a glance, it was clear that Parker had completed the biggest metamorphosis in his life, but Liu Wenhao was also happy for him. After all, he was his friend. Without saying much, the two of them went to the cafeteria together. Parker looked very energetic today and kept talking about yesterday's events along the way. For example, when he went to participate in a scientific visit to Columbia University yesterday, he gave his long-cherished "We took photos of the objects and some things about the contents of the visit." As they walked along, Peter Parker talked more and more excitedly, while Liu Wenhao smiled warmly. If those guys in the previous life knew that Lao Li had become friends with Spider-Man, don't envy him to death. In this way, the two of them walked into the cafeteria with different moods. Touch. In addition, there is another called Things About the Sixth Sense, people with super abilities such as manipulation of elements, predicting the future, psychokinesis, flying, illusions, mind reading, mind control, intuition, all have extremely powerful sixth senses. That's all. Awesome. You can see how awesome the level above is. In addition, I still need to ask you to reward and add to your collection. Duh. Chapter 7. Mada. No matter what, let's eat a big meal first. Liu Wenhao, who is a foodie, did not eat well during this period of practice. He can only be said to be full and tasteless. Soon, the two of them started to choose food with plates in hand. In addition to noodles, the food here includes potato chips, burgers, and salads. In other words, they are either sweet or salty, not sour or spicy, but he is not picky about food. In his previous life, he was not very picky about food. Although he likes to eat Huxia food, Western food is just delicious to him. Picky foodies are not good foodies. After watching for a long time, he saw that the Parkers around him had already chosen to wait for him. Liu Wenhao quickly got more. A plate full of food is ready for a meal, huh? Liu, can you eat it? Doesn't it feel like a bit much? Parker on the side looked at Liu Wenhao's full plate of food and asked in horror, wow, can this be eaten by a human? That's enough food for 6 or 7 people. Okay, I can eat this little food. After all, I'm growing up. How else could I grow so tall and strong? Liu Wenhao looked like you were making a fuss, shrugged, and the two of them chose one. After sitting down, lunchtime begins. Okay, maybe I made a fuss. Parker smiled dryly, wiped the non-existent cold sweat, and then motioned Liu Wenhao to eat quickly. I heard that the last scientific paper you published won an award. Well, thanks to your encouragement and suggestions, otherwise it would still be a bit uncertain. The two were chatting while eating, and suddenly Liu Wenhao noticed that Parker, who was sitting next to him, was looking in front of him obsessively. Liu Wenhao looked at Parker's excited expression. He knew who it was without turning around. Besides Mary Jane, who else was there? When he turned around, he saw a woman with long, fiery red shawl hair carrying lunch. He was coming towards me. Why wasn't he Wenger from Chow Fan? I found that this girl is not very beautiful. She just has a hot figure. Did her aesthetics change after being bitten by a spider? It seems that when GE's beautiful girl is several times prettier than this girl. Thinking of this, Liu Wenhao looked at the unresponsive Spider-Man classmate with a look of pitiful expression on his face. Ahem, stop being such a nympho, you feel beautiful? Liu Wenhao looked at Parker sympathetically, and then made an expression like you were with the wrong girl. Well, it's very special. This is the feeling of first love. You don't understand. TCH, it's your first love. You are here to have a crush on someone else. You might as well think about how to pursue someone else. Liu Wenhao looked at the future Spider-Man with a look of disdain. Even those who pursue a girl would be annoyed. He really doesn't have any masculinity at all, not like a man of my generation. Well, this guy has a boyfriend. Hearing this, Liu Wenhao became even more contemptuous. What's wrong with having a boyfriend? I'm good at digging with a hoe. I don't understand if I can't dig out a corner. I'm such an innocent baby. Parker looked at Liu Wenhao, who had always despised him, and remained silent with a dark face, using silence to deal with the pretense in front of him times shameless people. Suddenly, Mary Jane, whom Parker had always had a crush on, suddenly stepped on a stain on the ground. When her foot slipped, she was about to flip over on her back, and the lunch in her hand also rose into the air. Damn it, directly. Liu Wenhao was stunned when he saw it. Isn't this the plot of the movie? It looks like Green Goblin is coming out soon. Under normal circumstances, the result would naturally be that the girl was thrown upside down, and then she was smashed by the food falling in midair. But the current situation was not normal. The moment the girl fell, Parker stood up from his seat very quickly, then hugged the girl around the waist with one hand, while holding the meal firmly with the other hand. Plate and catch the fallen food one by one. Wow, you're so fast. The girl hugged by Parker said in amazement according to the lines in the movie, her eyes filled with a different view of this neighbor and classmate of more than 10 years. Haha. In response to the girl's praise, Parker smiled stupidly, but said nothing. Looking at the silly Parker, the girl also smiled, then stood up and said to Parker, "Thank you, Parker." After looking at the retreating girl's back for a long time, Parker finally came back to his senses and returned to his position. Oh, that's good. You're very agile. Parker, have you been practicing for a long time? Liu Wenhao, who had been watching the movie on the side, secretly laughed in his heart. Ma Dan, I was reluctant to spend money to go to the cinema to watch Spider-Man in my previous life, but I am so awesome that I came directly in person. Watch it live, wow. Parker responded perfunctorily to Liu Wenhao. In fact, he was now confused as to why he was so fast and how he could catch the food that had just dropped so fast intact. Parker shook his head and said nothing. Looking at Parker like this, Liu Wenhao smiled secretly. It seems that Spider-Man is about to be born, but Uncle Ben can't let him die as tragically as in the movie. Uncle Ben is a kind old man. Liu Wenhao's predecessor also met this kind, wise and humorous old man. Anyway, he didn't care, he just finished eating first. Thinking of this, Liu Wenhao opened a big meal crazily without caring about Parker, who was immersed in his own world. When he was about to finish eating, Liu Wenhao rolled his eyes. Parker held the spoon in his left hand and the spoon in his right hand, empty and spread forward. Just like in the previous life, the spoon in Parker's right hand were connected by white metallic threads. Emma, the Jiaoxi counterattack is about to begin. Parker also looked at Liu Wenhao next to him with a look of shock, confusion, and a hint of fear and panic, but found that Liu Wenhao was pretending to eat, so he didn't think much about it. Parker didn't want to get rid of the cobweb, but tragically found that a bunch of cobweb flew out from his open right wrist again and stuck to an empty dinner plate opposite him. There were so many people coming and going in the cafeteria, and Parker was very frightened by the weird things he had done. If someone else discovered the weird things about him, he would be finished, and he might be dissected by the state. Thinking of this, Parker wanted to take back these cobwebs quickly. With this thought in his heart, he gently pulled with his right hand. As a result, the dinner plate made a graceful curve and hit a student behind him. The student's name was Fei Su. It should be called this in Huxia. I missed it intentionally, and he was famous in the school. Bully. But at the moment, Parker no longer cares about whether he is a bully or not. Now he just wants to get out of here quickly. He wants to figure out how he can spray cobweb like a spider, and also try his ability. Thinking of this, Parker quickly said hello to Liu Wenhao, who was pretending to eat next to him, and then pulled the plate that was stuck to him and walked towards the door of the cafeteria. Just as Parker stood up to leave, the bully Fish, who had been hit hard, finally found the real person who hit him, and Peter Parker left quickly dragging the dinner plate. Parker, looking at the leaving figure, Fei Su couldn't believe it, and then he was filled with anger. How dare a little Parker hit him with a dinner plate? Thinking of this, Fish was like an angry lion, standing up and chasing Parker. He wanted that good student Parker to know the consequences of annoying him. Seeing the two people leaving one after another, the people in the cafeteria suddenly started to make a fuss. Some were gloating, some were indifferent, and some were excited. All aspects of life were displayed here. Liu Wenhao didn't want to get involved in Fei Su's beating. After all, he wasn't familiar with him. In addition, Fei Su was a bit annoying. Although he had never provoked Liu Wenhao, he looked down on such a person, so he was beaten when he was beaten. According to the plot, Parker was going to fight black boxing, and then Uncle Ben would be accidentally killed. Liu Wenhao made up his mind to change his mind. He didn't want the wise and kind old man to die innocently. Liu Wenhao did not go back to school after lunch. Instead, he returned home. He sat cross-legged on the balcony, facing the scorching sunshine. He took a deep breath and thought constantly to enhance his sixth sense. Practice is boring and impatient. It is impossible for ordinary people to gain anything. If you want to be a good person, you have to endure hardships that ordinary people cannot endure and suffer sins that ordinary people cannot endure. Time passed little by little, the sunlight slowly disappeared, and the bright moon slowly hung in the sky. Chapter 8. I don't know how long it took. Liu Wenhao's eyes flashed, and he came, and his figure flashed. When he looked, there was no one on the balcony. When Liu Wenhao appeared again, the sun had begun to set slowly. Liu Wenhao had already seen the beige classic car. An old man with white hair and a fat figure was sitting in the driver's seat. He waited quietly for his nephew. This old man said the most classic and most influential sentence: "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." He is also Spider-Man Parker's uncle, Ben. Looking at this ordinary old man, Liu Wenhao respected this kind of old man the most. Such a person should not die innocently at the gunpoint of a robber. Liu Wenhao already had an idea in his mind and slowly moved towards the old man. The car walked away, came to the old man. "Hi, are you Uncle Ben?" Liu Wenhao knocked on the car glass and greeted Ben. "It's me, who are you?" Uncle Ben smiled and was very kind. After opening the car window, he looked at the extremely handsome boy in front of him. Beautiful things are always pleasing to the eye. The handsome Liu Wenhao is undoubtedly charming. "I am Parker's classmate. I saw you last time. But why is Uncle Ben here alone? Where is Peter?" Looking at the kind old man, Liu Wenhao answered politely. "Hey, are you Peter's classmate? You're really handsome. Are you Huxia or Japanese?" Hearing Liu Wenhao say that he was Parker's classmate, the old man suddenly became enthusiastic. "Son, come up and have a chat. I've been having a good chat with Pete's classmates for a long time." He motioned Liu Wenhao to get in the car and have a chat. Pete had never brought his classmates to his home. He also knew that Pete was an introverted child, so he probably didn't. "I don't make too many friends, but I happened to meet Pete's friend and wanted to chat with him." "Okay." Liu Wenhao thanked him, opened the car door, and got in. Although the car is simple, it is kept spotless. It is obvious that Uncle Ben is a very caring or clean person. It can also be seen from the side that he is a very careful person. "You can just call me Liu. Pete and I are good friends." "Okay, if you don't mind, just call me Uncle Ben. In fact, I really want to know how Peter is doing at school. You also know that the child is very introverted. He always hides his worries in his heart and doesn't tell others. Besides, Peter, he has a very stubborn temper, which gives me a headache, and I don't know how to communicate with him." Uncle Ben patted Liu Wenhao to show his closeness, and then couldn't wait to ask about Peter's situation. "You know, Peter and him had a quarrel today. The term generation gap is used all over the world. Well, Peter actually has very low self-esteem." Liu Wenhao smiled warmly and wanted to communicate with Uncle Ben. After all, he was just waiting for the robbers to appear and then sent them away to save the old man's life. If you have something to talk about, you will naturally have a reason to stay here. Liu Wenhao was also very talkative, and when he was excited, he even made 2 strokes. Uncle Ben also listened very seriously and nodded. Just as the two were chatting happily, the car window was suddenly knocked. The two turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a somewhat sinister appearance knocking on the car window. "Hey, please come down. I need your car." The man looked anxious and looked back. With that said, he opened the car door and carefully pulled the old Ben out of the car. Liu Wenhao came secretly, opened the car door and got out of the car and came to Uncle Ben's side. He originally wanted to take action, but was stopped by Ben. "Obviously, I didn't want Liu Wenhao to get hurt. Over there, Ben has been persuading the robber," and Liu Wenhao stared at the robber until a man holding a backpack and holding a pistol ran towards us from a distance. Liu Wenhao, his sword eyebrows narrowed, and his eyes flashed with light. If I remember correctly, a robber named Mark was slapped by his accomplice, which caused him to accidentally shoot and kill Ben. Liu Wenhao clenched his fists. This guy. At the moment, the robber who was running towards him was already less than 1 meter away. He was about to hit Mark on the shoulder. Liu Wenhao's figure flashed out, as fast as lightning. The robber was about to touch Mark. In an instant, he punched him directly, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. He was motionless. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive, but Liu Wenhao knew that he was just unconscious and nothing would happen. He just used a little bit of effort. Mark, who was talking to Ben, heard the noise and quickly turned around to see Liu Wenhao. Without turning his head, immediately reached out and grabbed Mark's collar, and then moved his arm directly in front of him, and Mark was frightened by the sight in front of him. He was stunned, but still subconsciously raised his pistol and fired. Liu Wenhao glanced disdainfully, raised his other hand, and the bullets that were as powerful as lightning for ordinary people were so slow that they almost stopped in his eyes. A finger casually caught the bullet, and with Mark's horrified eyes, he punched him in the stomach without using much force. Hearing the sound of gunshots, Pedestrians passing by the roadside also gathered around one after another. The robber Mark was so punched that he retched. Although Liu Wenhao didn't use much strength, his punching power was acceptable to ordinary people. Uncle Ben behind him looked at Liu Wenhao with strange eyes. He had clearly seen the scene from behind when he caught the bullet between 2 fingers and punched the man in front of him more than 10 meters away, but he didn't say much. He knew that everyone had his own secret, and he also knew that the handsome child in front of him was kind. Looking at the people gathered around, Liu Wenhao suddenly remembered something. I was shocked and looked towards Uncle Ben. When I saw Uncle Ben nodded to him without saying anything, I knew that Uncle Ben didn't have any unnecessary thoughts, and he calmed down. He respected Uncle Ben very much, so he didn't want Uncle Ben to have any other bad thoughts about him. Liu Wenhao turned his head and glanced at Mark. He didn't say anything, but called the police and an ambulance. You actually caught the bullet. Mark stammered, holding his belly and looking at Liu Wenhao in shock. The scene just now had completely overturned his worldview. You are wrong. Okay, I have already called the police. You should think about how to explain to the police. Liu Wenhao said calmly. Although he is not afraid of anything now, he still wants to avoid causing any trouble. Try not to cause trouble. After all, he still wants to live a good life. A passionate battle is what he yearns for, but there is currently no battle to cheer him up. Green Fatty, when can you come out and fight me? Okay, kid, although I don't know why you wanted to rob. You have already committed a crime. Go to prison and reform. Ben patted Liu Wenhao on the shoulder to express that nothing was wrong, and then said to Mark gently, kind-hearted Ben is always so kind. Even if a robber wants to steal his car, he will still forgive him and even advise him to reform. Okay, Uncle Ben, if nothing goes wrong, I'll leave instead. Let's have a good talk with Peter when he comes back. He respects you very much. Seeing that Uncle Ben didn't want to die innocently in the plot, he felt at ease. And Peter was coming soon, so he decided to leave. Looking at the boy slowly leaving, Ben smiled. He was a good boy. Although he didn't know why he was confused inside, he would come out, wouldn't he? Chapter 9. Peter walked down the street in despair. He was supposed to get $3,000, but only got $100. However, when he thought of the helpless expression on the organizer's face just now, he felt a sense of revenge in his heart. I raised my head and suddenly saw a group of people in front of me discussing something. After getting closer, he suddenly realized that his uncle was there. Peter was about to say hello, but when he saw the robber kneeling on the ground in front of him, his expression immediately changed. What happened? Uncle Ben, are you hurt? It's okay. Just now this kid couldn't think of anything and wanted my car, and then your classmate Liu knocked down these 2 kids. Uncle Ben looked at Pete and didn't say anything about Liu Wenhao's shocking scene. He just said briefly, Hey, is he your uncle? You're really lucky. Those 2 robbers both have guns. One of the onlookers told Peter enthusiastically, although he didn't see what happened at the time. But when he saw it later, he saw that the 2 fallen robbers actually had guns, which almost shocked him. Peter's face turned pale when he heard this, and he was frightened for a while. He quickly asked Liu Wenhao where he was because he wanted to express his gratitude. Okay, Peter, isn't it okay? Your classmate left for something. When I got to school, I saw him thanking him for me. If he has time, let him come to my house for a meal and let your aunt cook a good meal. The uncle waved his hand nonchalantly, saying that this little thing was nothing, don't make a fuss. Okay, Uncle Ben, let's go back first. The next day, Liu Wenhao came to school and saw Pete. Our Spider-Man classmate seemed to be in much better spirits, and his eyes were firmer. It seemed that Uncle Ben still said his classic words to Pete. Seeing Pete after arriving at Liu Wenhao, I thanked him, but I didn't say anything disgusting. On the other hand, explore the 6th test site of aerospace. Good night, General. Nice to see you, a director introduced. The vitality of flight clothes is very powerful. If it's as good as you say, I'll sign the contract right away. General So responded with the air of a superior. Then, a huge amount of humanoid machines, ready to take off, suddenly appeared. Ahahahahaha. A green unknown object flew towards the humanoid machine, easily destroying the humanoid machine in an instant. Oh no, there was an explosion. Lord Green Goblin appears, please be careful. Aoshi Industrial Headquarters. That is to say, fellow directors, Norman Osborn looked at the board members with a smile. Costs are down, profits are up, and our stock has never been higher. Great, so we're going to sell the company. A director interrupted Norman Osborn's tirade, saying nonchalantly something very irresponsible to Norman. What? Norman Osborn's expression changed. A director next to him explained. In fact, Exploration Aerospace is currently raising funds to expand its scale, and the conditions they offer are very good. Norman Osborn expressed that he was very surprised, but his status as a long-term leader allowed him to still ask everyone in a calm tone, "Why didn't I know about this first?" They don't want to cause a fight with senior management, and if you're here, the deal doesn't work. The board will sign your resignation within 30 days. You can't do this. Norman Osborn was finally angry. No one could accept this reality. I created this company with my own hands. Then, Norman Osborn shouted crazily, "Do you know how much I sacrificed?" "Please, Mr. Thor." Norman Osborn looked at Thor sitting opposite with pleading eyes. "Mr. Osborn, I think I can understand how you feel about creating a company with one hand." Thor seemed to be lost in memories, but continued to speak firmly. "But I am a businessman first, and I must first my own company is responsible for it. In fact, although my boss privately used his pocket money to help Ashi Industrial successfully survive the gliding incident, the money was originally agreed to be used in the future of Fenglin Group. In terms of construction, in fact, the group has given up many projects due to lack of funds. The company is now in urgent need of funds, and I am very sorry for this. We will announce after World Carnival. Sorry. You're out, Norman." "Really?" Norman Osborn's eyes changed, and he murmured strangely. World Carnival with the noisy crowd and passionate atmosphere. It was obvious that the event went very smoothly at the beginning. Just when people were immersed in the celebration, suddenly, a strange flying object flew towards the event venue in the sky. "What is that?" "Must be this year's new thing. That's our hang glider." "Oh, look, what kind of monster is that green one?" "Whatever, maybe it's an entertainment show." The unsuspecting audience cheered. Chapter 10. Mr. Green Goblin in the sky was so cool that he flew back and forth in the sky several times to prove his existence to the audience below. The Green Goblin who was still flying took out a bomb. The explosion made the happy and playful crowd stunned. So a crazy escape began, where the Green Goblin was wreaking havoc crazily. How could Peter Parker, the Spider-Man who had become a superhero, tolerate such a thing happening in front of his eyes? So, gorgeous transformation, Spider-Man appears. Then, Spider-Man used the cobweb to swing hard, swinging away, and kicked the Green Goblin away with both feet. Liu Wenhao looked at the two fighting men in the crowd, and calmly put on the mask he had prepared. He was ready to deal with this Green Goblin. Although the Green Goblin had no hatred against him, he was really bored. Liu Wenhao still wants to find something to do. Besides, if Green Goblin is not solved early, this lunatic will definitely hurt innocent people. Liu Wenhao is not a holy mother, and he doesn't like to be a holy mother, but he has the ability to help others and try to help others. It is also regarded as God. Thank you for letting him travel through time. The good and the evil who were still fighting each other in the sky suddenly saw a man wearing a black short shirt, casual jeans, and a silver-white, horned dragon-shaped mask. The man who just appeared made the two warring men stop immediately. Although they didn't know who he was, the two people could detect that the person who appeared had a dangerous aura. After Pete stopped and looked at it carefully, he could clearly feel this person in his spider telepathy. There is no malice towards him, but he is very dangerous, and his spider telepathy sends dangerous warnings wildly. Green Goblin stepped on the flight machine and looked at the man with perfect muscles that could not be blocked by a tight suit, and said sinisterly, "Who are you? Are you also here to be a hero?" The person who came was none other than Liu Wenhao. He put on the mask he had prepared and instantly appeared on top of the balloon where the two men were fighting. He glanced at the calm crowd below and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Isn't this all American? A little big? As soon as there is nothing going on, I can't help but watch. This is not even comparable to the gossip soul of our famous people in Greater Dacia. Hearing Green Goblin's words, Liu Wenhao said hoarsely in a voice changed by psychokinesis, "Although I don't know where you came from, hurting innocent people is simply a lunatic." "Madman?" "Yes, I am a madman. There is no shortage of madmen in this world." "Ha!" Green Goblin grinned crazily. Although his ugly face could not be seen, the serum had distorted his mind. Hearing after saying this, Peter couldn't help but become angry. "Humph, I'm too lazy to tell you. Although I won't kill you, you have to pay for what you did." Although Liu Wenhao already knew that Green Goblin was hopeless, he still couldn't help but get angry. He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. He was still a young man at heart, and he burst out into a small universe in an instant. He appeared on the world stage for the first time. He had to perform perfectly. He closed his eyes, put his right fist at his waist, and turned into a tiger claw, emerald green. A ball of light appeared in the tiger's claws, and the emerald green light continued to bloom. As the light bloomed, the momentum also increased constantly, and Green Goblin and Peter were also forced back by the burst of airflow. Although they closed their eyes, their breath was still the machine is still locked on the Green Goblin, who is constantly adjusting the flight controller. The roar resounds in the sky, and the moves are launched at will. The rising dragon dominates Mount Liu, roar. The charged punch suddenly flew out. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and the emerald green dragon came out, directly hitting the green goblin who was locked and unable to move by the air machine. Green Goblin looked desperately at the dragon that hit him directly. He already knew his own end, and it was so crazy that he would end up here before he did some crazy deeds. Even in despair, he never regretted what he had done. Dragon bombarded Green Goblin's armor and exploded instantly. The violent force directly shattered the flight device and armor, but did not kill Green Goblin. Although he had decided to let Green Goblin learn a lesson, he did not want to do this. It would kill him. After all, Harry was Peter's friend and they had met him once. They didn't want Harry to become enemies with them. After all, Harry was not a bad person. Spider-Man Pete and the crowd watching below were stunned to see the domineering figure on the balloon, which simply subverted their worldview. Although Green Goblin and Spider-Man were very powerful, they were still within the scope of their acceptance. But this just appeared. What the hell is the masked man? How could he still play a dragon? A G, celestial dragon. Liu Wenhao looked at the naked Green Goblin with unparalleled arrogance. He also turned around and said coldly to Peter, "I leave this man to you. I didn't kill him, but I blasted the excess stuff in his body to pieces." Liu Wenhao knew that the crazy and twisted mind of Norman Osborn was the serum caused by an erroneous research. The serum ions changed Norman's genes. Although it was strengthening, it also infected his mind with negative emotions. Ba not only made Green Goblin lose his fighting ability, but also used the power of the small universe to blast away the excess things in his body, turning him into an ordinary person. However, although some of the negative emotions in his mind were eliminated by the upright Lushan Shanglong Ba after washing it, there will still be some excess left, but it should be fine. After saying something to the dumbfounded Pete, he disappeared in the same place in a blink of an eye. Even Pete couldn't see it clearly at such a terrifying speed. After Pete reacted, he took a breath of cold air, spicy as a chicken nugget. What about the story about the superhero defeating the evil devil? The script is wrong. That's not how it goes. I haven't done my best yet, so a pervert shows up like this. Isn't this stealing my brother's limelight? He glanced at the naked and unconscious Green Goblin dejectedly and was suddenly shocked. Isn't this Uncle Norman Osborn? How could he be a Green Goblin? Did Harry know this? Seeing that the police were coming, he didn't have time to think about it. He mentioned Norman, spat out Cobweb, and left with Norman. Liu Wenhao didn't care about what happened next. He could already predict that the media headlines would affirm the three of them. And just as he expected, in just 1 hour, the media headlines were all about this mysterious man who shocked the entire United States. Title: Who is the mysterious man, and is it the power of God? A hero or a devil? A complete video. At the World Carnival, Green Goblin threw bombs wildly in an attempt to harm innocent people. However, Spider-Man suddenly appeared to stop Green Goblin. However, in the end, the mysterious man who suddenly appeared suddenly arrived on the hot air balloon at a terrifying speed. Finally, a terrifying force burst out and he punched directly, and then an emerald green dragon blasted the demon to pieces. Title: The appearance of the devil. Is it the beginning or the end? Do we need superheroes? The sudden appearance of Green Goblin caused panic among city residents and the police. This crazy guy seems to take pleasure in killing people. It can be seen from the beginning of his crazy actions that this guy is an out-and-out lunatic. However, just when he wanted to continue killing people, Spider-Man and the masked man stopped the demon. Then we began to think deeply about the infinite development of technology that allowed some madmen to possess the power of demons. The police had no effect at all. However, Spider-Man appeared in this city. Man and the mysterious man, do we need them? Another well-known media, titled, Green Goblin's power belongs to technology. So what does Spider-Man and the masked man's power belong to? Unknown mysterious power. The first one to appear was Spider-Man. Our experts began to study Spider-Man. The ability to spin silk may be a high-tech, but his physical strength is many times stronger than that of ordinary people. The strength of the masked man who finally appeared is unheard of. An unprecedented force in the movie. Where does he come from? And does he have any impact on us or the world? From his actions in stopping the Green Goblin, it can be seen that he should be on the righteous side, but will he still show up? And just when the media was hyping it up, high in the stratosphere, Sir Fury, that boy is making moves again, and big moves. I see. Hill, are you sure our little guy is righteous? After hearing the Hill agent's report, Fury rubbed his brows and already had an idea in his mind, but still asked for his right-hand man's opinion. Sir, Judging from his behavior, this boy seems to have a sense of justice, which can be believed. Moreover, this boy's power is very mysterious. He has never even been seen before. According to our expert calculations, this boy's power may come from that mysterious person. The ancient country is as mysterious, ancient and sacred as this power. Really? Maybe leave that little Spider-Man alone for the time being and let him wander in the steel jungle. If necessary, we will need him. We will also call the Nominov agent to prepare to contact this mysterious little guy. Sighing, Fury had a plan in his mind. It seemed that the plan was going to be advanced. This boy. Yes, sir. Please support. Please collect. Please reward. Please ask for anything carrot. Chapter 11. On the other hand, the protagonist Liu Wenhao, who shocked the United States, was just wandering around the streets with no goals. After all, he didn't have much money. Yes, as a guy with great power, he was short of money. He started to think of ways to make some money. He didn't want to live as hard a life as our Spider-Man Peter, who gave so selflessly. Liu Wenhao is a comfortable and passionate person at heart. He is very contradictory, but has the ability. Why not enjoy the ability you enjoy? There is no conflict between fighting crime and making money. It doesn't matter if you get some money from those who fight crimes. At the moment, he has already begun to think about fighting crime. Liu Wenhao, who was sleepwalking, did not immediately notice that the pedestrians on this street gradually disappeared while he was shopping. Did he know? Kindness. The moment Liu Wenhao's thoughts returned, he suddenly felt that there were many people rushing towards him at the street intersection in front of him. There seemed to be something approaching in the sky. This is Liu Wenhao's sixth sense. It can be said that opponents of the same level cannot approach him even 1,000 meters away. It can be said that opponents of the same level cannot approach him if they do not have the ability to restrain themselves. As long as they do anything bad to him, his sixth sense perception can instantly receive thoughts, which is equivalent to an artificial radar, and this radar also has the ability to distinguish. In Liu Wenhao's perception, several people suddenly appeared. He did not recognize them, but everyone here had a powerful aura. It could be said that they were all capable of knocking down more than a dozen strong men. But he had no idea of retreating at all. Just kidding. These people may be very strong for ordinary people. Even Peter may be directly put under these deliberate calculations. But who is Liu Wenhao? That can, with one punch piercing the sky and one kick cracking the earth, the saint's pride will never allow him to back down, no matter who he is. Masked Man, please come with us. The man in the middle, a man in a special battle suit, said calmly but coldly, but under that plain tone, there was a calmness and indifference. Doubtful. It seems that they are not afraid of Liu Wenhao, and they even have a sense of pride or confidence, not afraid that Liu Wenhao will not agree. Liu Wenhao felt speechless and didn't know where these idiots came from. Are they too confident? Or maybe he was underestimated? So he returned with a look of disdain. This is how you invite people. If I don't agree, what can you do? Our organization sincerely invites you to come with us. I hope you can cooperate with us, Masked Man. There was still no expression on his face, and the leading man did not give Liu Wenhao a chance to refuse at all. Liu Wenhao's thoughts turned at the speed of light. The identities of these people are very special. These strong men are elites. There are not many organizations that can dispatch these guys at once. SHIELD is one and Hydra is one. The tone of these guys is very. It's obviously not SHIELD. To SHIELD, Liu Wenhao is no threat at all. Even he has been fighting criminals. It can be said that there is no motive to move Liu Wenhao at all. So these guys are basically members of the Madman organization HYDRA. As for whether to go with them, the answer is naturally no. If these guys invited him in a nice way, or Liu Wenhao was in a happy mood, or would go there to have fun, but it was obvious that these guys DM off. Damn it, since he had this powerful power, although it's not obvious, but he still has the pride of a saint. Anyone who tramples on him will die. That's right. Liu Wenhao has decided to let these guys return to the West to scare people with evil intentions so that they don't come to trouble him. Although he wasn't afraid, but he was also annoyed. He is not originally a good person, but he doesn't want to do evil, and he especially hates this kind of lunatic who doesn't care about innocent people. Masked Man, are you calling me such an unpleasant name? Liu Wenhao asked with disdain. That's right, it's you who shouted. The leading man waved his hand to Liu Wenhao expressionlessly and said, Then come with us now. I don't want to have to say it a third time. Oh, you are very powerful. Liu Wenhao sneered. What if I say no? Although you are very powerful, but... Okay, go to hell with this nonsense, you scumbag. Liu Wenhao directly interrupted the man's words, and his body swayed slightly. Before he could attack, he said, Hey, but suddenly found that the air around him was shaking, as if he was bound by some invisible force. Haha, I know that you have a mysterious power and terrifying speed, so you must be prepared. There is an old saying in the mysterious East that if you don't eat a toast, you will have to drink a fine wine. If you don't invite you in a good voice and angrily, we insist on using it. This method will let you go, huh? The leading man said proudly. In order to study the power of this mysterious man, Hydra used its trump card, the particle shaking equipment, which uses high-speed vibrations and the positioning of the instrument to vibrate a space of 30 meters in a short time. The power of the vibration can even kill a person instantly. The elephant, the more precise distance reduction, the vibration force is even more terrifying, and now it directly vibrates 1 meter near Liu Wenhao's body. It can be said that a piece of human-shaped file-sized composite gold can be directly shattered into pieces, so the leading man is very proud. But at the same time, he was very horrified. He was horrified that Liu Wenhao's body was so powerful. It had been shaking for so long, but Liu Wenhao didn't react at all. Saichang's body can't resist it for long, come on. After the leading man suppressed his horrified mood and said coldly, Liu Wenhao suddenly felt the vibrating air around him fluctuate. He immediately saw several strong men wearing the same special combat uniforms in front and on the flanks. Carrying a gun, armor-piercing bullets, or something? Liu Wenhao curiously stretched out his hand and grabbed the fired bullet steadily. What kind of bullet is this? It looks very lethal. Liu Wenhao asked curiously, standing on the spot, grabbing the special bullet. You, how is that possible? Seeing this scene, they were stunned. Okay, no more playing, go to hell. Liu Wenhao lost his patience, and he disappeared instantly after being restrained. Chapter 12. Wow, what? The leading man was shocked when he saw Liu Wenhao disappearing in an instant. Before he could make a sound in shock, Liu Wenhao had already appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, a terrifying punch suddenly flew out. The violent force was like the impact of a high-speed train, directly blasting the leader dozens of meters away. He died on the spot. Liu Wenhao, the first murderer, did not feel any discomfort at all. Like lightning, there was a zigzag impact. Before the other dozen strong men could react, Liu Wenhao appeared behind them again. Time was frozen instantly. After the impact, Liu Wenhao did not show any hesitation and slowly left without looking back, as if a dozen strong men were transparent. Turning around, I saw that a dozen of Hydra's elite soldiers were no longer alive. An obvious fist mark was deeply engraved on their chests. Liu Wenhao's first murder was actually in this situation, but what's more, to his own surprise, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. In his previous life, it was difficult for him to kill a chicken. However, Liu Wenhao was originally a cheerful person, or he was heartless. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it. These Hydra people were originally brainwashed and were simply crazy. However, Liu Wenhao had no psychological pressure at all to kill them. If he were a good person, he would definitely not do this. Liu Wenhao never forgot that there was something looking at him in the sky. He looked up and saw a helicopter 1,000 meters above the ground. It was fully armed and handsome. As a former arms fan, he also liked how cool it was. Helicopter, but now I can only destroy the plane with heartache. Standing still, Liu Wenhao stared straight ahead, not looking at the plane above. He felt distressed and wanted to kill them even if he didn't want to, otherwise there would be no deterrent effect. His right fist made a crunching sound, and he suddenly jerked upward. Boom! The force of the explosion hit the military helicopter straight, like a fountain. In the horrified and desperate eyes of the flight crew, the aircraft was directly blown into pieces, without even a single residue. Anyone who offends me will die. Before leaving, Liu Wenhao also perceived the instrument that restricted him. Although it was of no use to him, he couldn't let it go. This thing should be very valuable. If Hydra was destroyed, the loss would be considerable. After thinking about it, I started my hand and punched the instrument. The powerful force was beyond the ability of this machine to compete with. It was directly smashed to pieces. Well, I feel much better now. These little bastards, labor and management don't bother you, but they still want to mess with your brother. I really don't know whether to live or die. So many people have died this time. No matter how much labor and capital comes, they will be destroyed for you one by one. Liu Wenhao, who was in a much better mood, looked around and felt depressed that there was no one around. He was a very lively person, otherwise he would not be bored shopping. But the crowd had been dispersed by Hydra people, and there was no energy, so leave quickly, ready to go home and treat yourself to something delicious. Sir, an unknown battle was found on 7th Street attached to Chinatown, but there were no bodies. It seems that the battlefield was swept away, and there was no video surveillance. but our satellite surveillance captured the footage at that time. At the moment, in the command center of the aircraft carrier, a large group of technicians in military uniforms were busy at their posts, and in front of the huge amounts of transparent portholes stood a middle-aged black man about 2 meters tall. Just he wears an eye patch over one eye, but he is a one-eyed dragon. Behind the one-eyed black man, there was a young, beautiful, and sexy beauty officer standing upright. It was she who was reporting to the black man in front of her just now. "Oh, sir, we found that when Liu was shopping, there were a dozen elite soldiers with precision instruments who wanted to arrest Liu, but Liu killed them one by one and destroyed the instruments." The beautiful officer Hill's cold expression did not waver at all. Liu Wenhao's terrifying speed and strength seemed unable to shake her. "Really? It seems that our old friend has already begun to make plans. Let the Nominov agent speed up the mission and contact this terrifying guy as soon as possible. We can't let them win over him." Fury looked into the distance with an expressionless expression. The sky, after thinking deeply for a moment, continued to order. "Sir, after this time, it's impossible for them to win over Liu." Hill said again, "There is no eternal hatred in the world, only eternal interests. Enough interests may be able to win him over. We must win over him first and let Natasha Romanoff speed up." Fury said without any hesitation. "Yes, sir," Hill responded, then turned to give the order. At the same time, in another base in the United States, an elderly man with gray hair was sitting in the office, looking at Liu Wenhao's information and thinking about something. The door of the office was opened, and a bald man walked in. He came to the white-haired man without squinting. Beside the old man, he saluted with his head held high. "Neru, what's the matter?" The white-haired old man asked calmly without raising his head. "Sir, the news just came that all our people have been sacrificed. The battlefield has been cleaned by us, leaving no trace. However, the particle blasting machine has also been damaged." "Really? Can you calculate the ability limit of this little guy?" "No, but judging from his current strength and speed, he can have a punch of 10 tons, and his speed is comparable to the speed of sound, and our experts calculate that it is probably not his limit, and he has begun to show mysterious the power was not used." "I know. Find another way to win over him. Go ahead, Hydra Hale." The white-haired old man said lightly, then closed his eyes and seemed to fall asleep. "Hydra Hale," the bald man said respectfully, then turned and left. Chapter 13. Liu Wenhao doesn't know about some things between Shield and Hydra. He seems to be having an affair now, or it's trouble. The reason is that Liu Wenhao was going home after killing Hydra's people, but he found out that it was still early. It was quite boring, so he went to a bar in Chinatown to drink and zone out. He had the memories of all the saints, but most of them were sealed. As long as his strength became stronger, he would unlock the memories of other saints. If it is only allowed to be owned by himself, it would be a bit wasteful. Then should he form a force in another sanctuary by himself? He was still thinking about things, but he didn't expect that while he was drinking, he suddenly saw someone on the seat next to him from the corner of his eye. He immediately glanced over and found that there was a woman with a very hot figure over there, but he didn't see it. Face. Now he has no interest in provoking women in the bar. Who knows if it is a bus, but he is misophobic, so he ignores it and drinks alone. If there is danger, his sixth sense will warn him in advance. It is also a kind of enjoyment to drink a small drink and watch the hot women dancing striptease in the bar with loud music. After drinking, he left and passed by a suburb on his way home. He found someone following him. He immediately dodged over. When he arrived, he wanted to see who dared to follow him. If the Hydra people dared to follow him, he would kill them without further explanation. But I didn't expect it to be the hot-figured woman in the bar. When Liu Wenhao ducked behind her, she suddenly turned around and pointed 2 guns at Liu Wenhao. Such an alert woman, it seemed that she was experienced in many battles. Warrior. Facing the pair of black pistols in the woman's hands, Liu Wenhao did not panic. His strength was not something that the woman could resist, and he was not worried about the opponent's bullets, so he looked at the woman coldly. This woman is not very old. She looks like she is in her 20s. She has short black curly hair and a swollen chest. From her open collar, she reveals a large amount of snow-white skin and 2 semicircles. The peaks and ridges of the mountain made the short, tight-fitting leather jacket swell up as if it would collapse at any time. Liu Wenhao was immediately frightened. Damn it, isn't this his favorite female star? Scarlett John News. Oh no, it should be Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. But the woman in front of her is more charming than Scarlett in her previous life. Who are you? Although he already knew who this girl was, he still pretended not to know her and asked. After a moment of silence, Natasha Romanoff smiled brightly. Hi. Handsome boy, my name is Natasha Romanoff. I am SHIELD agent. I am very happy to meet you today. I don't know who you are. What organization is SHIELD? Is it the organization of those guys in the afternoon? Liu Wenhao was not surprised when he heard Natasha Romanoff's answer, but he still frowned and asked as if he didn't know anything. At the moment, he couldn't forcefully fight against a country. It would be best for him not to offend SHIELD. It's better not to offend. After all, the metal made by the Holy Cloth probably needs some help from SHIELD. Those bastards you met in the afternoon are not our people. They belong to another terrorist organization, a lunatic organization. We are defending world peace. Natasha Romanoff's charming face frowned slightly, as if Liu Wenhao to think of those in Hydra as being in SHIELD is a blasphemy, and it also puts down the pistol. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but what do you want from me? Although I like chatting with a beautiful woman, the current scene still feels weird. In addition, you must not say, please, I'm going to be your guest at SHIELD. Liu Wenhao looked at Natasha Romanoff, who seemed to be acting coquettishly, and felt heart palpitations in his heart. However, he still pretended to be indifferent and said to her. Suddenly, an invisible pressure made Natasha Romanoff break out in cold sweat. She did not dare to do anything rashly. This is also a kind of shock. Although he likes the mature and beautiful woman in front of him very much, he doesn't want anyone to come to him to do this or that. After listening to Liu Wenhao's words, Natasha Romanoff's pretty face relaxed slightly. The huge amounts of pressure made her uncomfortable, but she took it back instantly. The handsome boy in front of her was not a person who was powerless. Is simply a human missile. If you ***SM off, the result will be like those idiots in the afternoon who will die. Natasha Romanoff doesn't want to make this handsome boy angry, and her mission is to win over him. Okay, no more joking. I will tell you my mission clearly. The first is to win you over. We don't want you to join some lunatic organization for profit and destroy the world and hurt innocent people. Natasha Romanoff was silent for a while. She decided to have a showdown with him. Normally, she would not be so straightforward when doing tasks. Her intuition told her not to be secretive. I can also make it clear to you that although I am not a hero, I, Liu Wenhao, do not bother to harm innocent people. If your organization really tells you that it is to protect peace, I can help you if you have a problem. But it depends on what it is. Just join, so don't mess with me. Liu Wenhao's tone was very sure and firm at the same time. This is a matter of principle. Okay, I believe you, little handsome guy. This is our satellite contact. If you have anything to do, you can use this contact information to come to us. And if we have any problems that we can't solve, we can also use this to contact you. Natasha Romanoff sexy, her lips curled up slightly. Although she could not get Liu Wenhao to join SHIELD, she also knew that such a powerful person would not just join any organization and obey others' orders. However, this situation was also very good, so she was in a good mood. Also quite beautiful, Natasha Romanoff is quite interested in this handsome guy. Well, see you next time, handsome boy. Natasha Romanoff playfully waved her white hands and left with her, but raised. Hey, beautiful lady, can you please stop calling me handsome boy? I'm not young anymore. Liu Wenhao looked at the mature beauty slowly leaving and shouted melancholy. Bye, it's not up to you to decide whether it's small or not, geez. He waved his hands without even thinking about it, and the sexy and hoarse voice gradually disappeared. Damn it, labor and capital are pony. The capital of labor and capital is too big. Chapter 14. The next day, Liu Wenhao slept lazily. Although he could stay awake for several days with his current energy, his habits could not be changed, and for him who often practices high-intensity practice, occasionally relaxing is very beneficial to his practice. Good thing, after getting up, he decided to come to Chinatown and have a good meal. Liu Wenhao came to a small-looking huxiao restaurant. There was nothing he could do. Although he still had some money, it was not much, so he had to spend it carefully. I ordered a few delicate side dishes. As a big eater, he couldn't get enough even if he didn't order more. Although the quality was good, the quantity had to be large. Just thinking about it brought tears to his face. As a saint, he would actually do this. I don't have to worry about money, but thinking about the poor people in the comic sanctuary makes it a lot more balanced. After the food was served, Liu Wenhao watched a TV hanging on the wall while eating, and the news was playing on the TV. A press conference is being broadcast live on TV. The press conference has not started yet, and some reporters above are chattering nonstop. As a young man in the new era, he did not like to watch the news in his past life and now. In his opinion, those things on the news I have a relationship with him. When the person hosting the press conference officially appeared, Liu Wenhao was slightly startled. It was actually Colonel James Roney from the U.S. Air Force Weapons Development Department, Tony's good friend. I bet it couldn't be the Iron Man plot. Then he had to pay attention. If Tony was kidnapped, then he could rescue him. Tony is quite rich, especially now that he has money after rescuing Tony. He doesn't want to go to work or something when he has nothing to do. Liu Wenhao is a slacker at heart, and his work is all in vain. It seems that the awards ceremony in the evening, this fun can be part of the fun. Although Tony won't go, he can still go and have a look. He doesn't want anything to go wrong with the plan. He is a genius, a dreamer, a patriot, and his father, Howard Stark, is the developer of legendary weapons. Tony Stark built a circuit board when he was 4 years old, a V8 engine when he was 6 years old, and graduated with the highest honors from MIT with the robot he invented when he was 17 years old. On the big screen, a photo of Tony and Bill Gates as a child appeared, as well as an old-fashioned mechanical arm robot. Tony has taken his father's legacy to the next level, creating smart weapons, high-level robots, and satellite positioning technology. Tony created a new landscape in the weapons industry. A black man wearing a blue Air Force uniform was introducing in front of the podium that he was Stark's military friend, Colonel Roddy. As the military liaison to Stark Industries, I have the honor of working with this patriot. The entrance to the Philly building. A green taxi stopped, and a handsome man got out. This man was none other than Liu Wenhao. When he knew that the plot of Iron Man was about to start at noon, he decided to come to the awards conference, and he wanted to meet Tony. On the one hand, at least let him put a mark on Tony, otherwise it would take him a long time to save Tony. After handing the driver the fare, he got out of the car and looked around the building. He saw a luxurious sports car outside the door, which seemed to be a Rolls-Royce. By this time, it was getting dark, and the neon lights lighting up all around Los Angeles. Please show me your ID. I'm Christine, a reporter for Vanity Fair magazine. Just like in the play, the female reporter Kristen showed her admission ticket, and then the security guard let her go, and Liu Wenhao stepped forward. The man in the suit looked at Liu Wenhao, who walked in, and stretched out his hand to politely ask him to show his ID. It was obvious that he definitely had no documents, but he had the means to dare to come here. Looking at the man in the suit in front of him, he slowly released his own small universe, with a faint emerald green light in his eyes. The man in the suit's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at Liu Wenhao. Startled, in less than a second, the memory was tampered with by Liu Wenhao, and he extended his hand to invite Liu Wenhao to enter. Liu Wenhao came to the venue quickly without attracting anyone's attention. He found a seat in the last row and sat down. There was no difference between the front row and the back row for him. The only difference was that he was not qualified to sit in the front row. In the platoon, these actions are all arranged. That is, there are few talents at the back for Liu Wenhao to take advantage of. He will definitely have a position even if he looks at him and has no position. Liu Wenhao did not scan the entire venue with his eyes, but covered the entire venue with perception, and then retracted it instantly in just a few tenths of a second. In this short period of time, he already knew the identities of everyone present. Damn, there are really all kinds of forces and people from various organizations. Tony is indeed the richest man in the United States. All kinds of forces want to peep at him, but his smart JRVS is not a fuel-saving lamp. What kind of people are almost in his hands? Can be used on any network. The black man who is giving a speech is wearing a U.S. Air Force uniform. He should be Stark's good friend, Colonel Roddy. Tony. Colonel Roddy shouted a few times and looked around. He didn't see Stark, and he felt a little embarrassed. At this time, a bald middle-aged man with a beard stood up from the audience and took a trophy from Colonel Roddy. I am Obadiah Stane, and I feel honored for Tony to receive this trophy. Applause rang out from all around, and everyone respected Obadiah Stane because he was the one who supported Stark Industries when Tony was young and was Tony's most powerful partner. Hearing his name, Liu Wenhao, who was still sleepwalking, had a glint in his eyes. A rich villain. It seems that Tony was no match for this old guy when he faced off with him. It seems like another opportunity to make money. The award ceremony was just over, and Liu Wenhao also left the venue with the crowd. He stared at Colonel Roddy in his perception. As expected, he was definitely going to find that S********Y Playboy Tony. And just as he wished, Roddy drove away as soon as he left the venue, while Liu Wenhao followed the car leisurely. His perception range was very wide, so he didn't have to worry about losing Roddy. Chapter 15. While the two were talking, Liu Wenhao also slowly approached, and the bodyguards in front of the car looked at Liu Wenhao solemnly. As elites, they could vaguely feel that they were approaching a humanoid beast. Although they were walking, the boy nearby is handsome, so don't be careless. Mr. Stark, you don't need to be on guard against me. If I really have malicious intentions, there's nothing you can do about it. After Liu Wenhao approached, he didn't care about Christine next to him. Although she was beautiful, to him not attractive at all. Just as he was about to talk to Tony, several bodyguards pulled out their pistols and pointed them at Liu Wenhao. Liu Wenhao was speechless when the gun was pointed at him. Discrimination, pure discrimination. The beauty stopped him with his hands. The labor and management are coming over. Just pull out the gun. Oh, you are really arrogant. So what does this handsome little guy want from me? Tony was just about to take Christine into the car when he noticed a handsome boy approaching, but he didn't expect this mysterious figure. As soon as the boy approached, his bodyguards immediately drew their guns, which immediately aroused his curiosity. Being a bold man, he asked Liu Wenhao with disdain. Okay, Mr. Stark, although you don't believe it, I still want to say, if you are in any danger, you can contact me. It will definitely be paid. Although you may trust the bodyguards around you more, some dangers are not yours. These bodyguards can handle it. Liu Wenhao didn't waste any time and spoke directly, almost not realizing that the bodyguards around Tony were scum. Hey, today isn't April Fool's Day, right? There may be some things in the world that they can't solve, but what proof do you have that you can solve them? Tony started to become a little curious. As the richest man in the United States, he definitely knew the world. It's not that simple. But suddenly one day a handsome young man comes and tells me that he can protect himself, which is really hard to believe. Okay, maybe you don't believe it, but you can try to see if I have the ability to solve it. Liu Wenhao didn't care about Tony's sarcasm. He definitely knew what Tony was thinking, but he was quite confident. Okay, since you want to give it a try, here is my business card. Call the number on it, and someone will tell you the address where you want to go. Then go there by yourself. Remember, you are alone. Tony waved his hand. He took out a business card and handed it to Liu Wenhao. He had a big family and didn't care about spending a little money. What he cared about was his own safety. If he really wanted what Liu Wenhao said, that he had abilities that ordinary people didn't have, that would be a good idea. A good thing is that you can tell whether it is true or not. So he also somewhat believed what Liu Wenhao said. Liu Wenhao took over. He saw the female reporter named Kristen getting into the car with Tony. He didn't want to disturb Tony's good things, so he left slowly, but he still couldn't help cheering in his heart. Mad. He has finally made progress. He doesn't want to work to make a little money, so it's good to be on Tony Stark's boat. At least he doesn't have to waste time every day to make a little money. As a saint, how can he have time to waste like ordinary people? Time to make money. Looking at the gold-edged business card in his hand, Liu Wenhao smiled. The first step was good. He had to sort out the logistics before he could practice seriously. Moreover, Tony was a genius. As a saint, he did not have a saint cloth, but he also there is no way. There is no holy realm in this world. The holy clothes can only be made by yourself. However, the material of the holy clothes is very rare. I don't know if there is any in this world. Even if there is, it is not something he can get. He can't let him go grab them one by one. And there is no information, so befriending Tony is definitely the right thing to do. Liu Wenhao took out his mobile phone and made a call. On the other end was a girl with a soft voice. She told him an address and asked him to arrive within an hour. Liu Wenhao didn't say much. According to the information provided by the other party, address, his body swayed for an instant, with a terrifying speed like a breeze, which made pedestrians on the street feel inexplicably strange. Didn't the weather forecast say there was no wind today? Liu Wenhao ran like lightning for several minutes until he arrived in front of a sea view villa on the outskirts of the city. Mr. Stark is waiting for you inside. Liu Wenhao stopped, and a bodyguard in front of the villa looked at him. Then the business card handed over by Liu Wenhao said something. Liu Wenhao didn't care about the other person's look, and looked at the surrounding decorations. This sea view villa covers an extremely large area. Surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, the scenery is very good. Before Liu Wenhao pressed the doorbell, the door was opened directly when he entered. Tony was drinking red wine elegantly. He was not surprised when he saw Liu Wenhao. Instead, he put down the wine glass, then stood up and said to Liu Wenhao, "Okay, handsome boy, I admire a person with super ability, but why did you come to me? It's best to tell the truth. I will know if you lie." Liu Wenhao was a little surprised how Tony knew he had super ability. Then how did Mr. Stark know that I have super abilities? My butler checked your information. He was very unremarkable. At most, he was much smarter than others. Then he hacked into the national satellite system and found this. Tony said with a proud face, not caring whether others were happy or not. Liu Wenhao definitely doesn't mind looking up other people's privacy. Finally, Tony clicked a few times on the transparent glass in front of him, raised his hand, and a holographic projection appeared, and the picture was Liu Wenhao wearing a mask and playing a domineering Liu Shan. Xinglongba. In addition, my secretary received your call. It wasn't even 2 minutes before you arrived. Then the butler hacked into the traffic system and slowed it down 500 times to see your speed clearly. It's obvious that you have super ability. Is it right? Finally, what do you want to do and why do you want to get close to me? To be honest, Tony was shocked when he first saw this. He is the greatest genius of this century. He had never thought that there was a pervert like Liu Wenhao in this world, with perfect strength and speed. It could be said that even if it was a missile, he believed that Liu Wenhao could blow the missile into pieces, but he was confused as to why this pervert wanted to approach him. Kidnapping? Impossible. If he had been kidnapped, I believe Liu Wenhao would have done it long ago, and he had no resistance at all. On the contrary, judging from the information, this handsome boy is still a man of justice, and he and the little Spider-Man have been fighting criminals. What? Duh. Chapter 16. Well, it seems that Mr. Stark has really checked me out thoroughly. To be honest with you, I need money. My power can only be obtained after going through hell-like training. I have experienced countless deaths, and I have also walked in the world. On the edge of death, these are not important. What is important is that my strength is far from reaching its peak, so I need time to practice, but I have no money, and I am originally a big eater because of practice, which is called a foodie for short. I do it again. You don't use your strength to do bad things. So after thinking about it, you, the richest person, should be in need of a strong bodyguard. Liu Wenhao was silent for a while, and he decided to tell the truth to Tony. Anyway, he didn't do anything wrong. This is a matter of fact, and this is originally a fact, and it is also a matter that is beneficial to both parties. I've analyzed a lot of reasons for this, but I didn't expect you to think so. It's really surprising, haha. Tony laughed dryly. Fake didn't expect it to be so simple, which made him keep analyzing and tangled, and even left a beautiful reporter behind. As for lying, it was even more impossible. The micro Bluetooth JRVS in his ear told him that Liu Wenhao did not lie. JRVS is vegetarian? That's it. Then Mr. Stark, please tell me your decision. Liu Wenhao sat casually on the sofa and said lightly. Although in front of him was one of the richest people in the United States, and even the world, he looked it very light. A trace of appreciation flashed in Tony's eyes. He knew that the boy in front of him had great power, but it was the self-confidence that the boy had that he admired most. So he waved his hand and laughed loudly. Not bad, kid. Although I have seen your strength in the information before, but I still want to see your strength in person and also to measure how much you can change. Okay, how about trying it? Liu Wenhao was very confident. Follow me. Tony took Liu Wenhao to the underground laboratory. Different from the one in the movie, this laboratory was very big, quite large, with all kinds of high-tech instruments. Liu Wenhao was dazzled when he saw it. Liu Wenhao followed Tony to an independent laboratory. This small space exists in the corner of the basement, but it is not small and is surrounded by tempered glass. Liu, I don't doubt your strength, but I still want to ask you to use it once. As a scientist, your power subverts my ideas, but the existence of your power has its own value. Tony looked at Liu Wenhao seriously. In normal times, he can be as indulgent as he wants. Bohemianness is synonymous with him, but once he enters research, he will be serious. For him, and other scientific geniuses like geeks, science is rigorous. My strength comes from practicing little by little. It is not natural or a test subject. In my country, this kind of cultivation system exists, but as far as I know it seems to have disappeared. At present, I am the only one who can cultivate it. This kind of power is called the small universe. Liu Wenhao doesn't mind revealing the power or system of his cultivation. The reason is very simple. He is the only one in this world who can cultivate the small universe. Maybe he can pass it on to others to cultivate the small universe, but at least he only has the seventh sense. Little universe? The power of the universe? It's cultivated into a universe in your body? Oh, that's really incredible. When Tony heard Liu Wenhao say that the name of the power he cultivated was called the small universe, his imagination suddenly opened up. But Liu Wenhao also broke out in cold sweat when he heard Tony's words. Tony Stark is truly the most awesome genius in the world. When he heard his name, he noticed the source of his cultivation power. Damn it. The power of the universe constantly refers to the potential cosmic energy inside the human body. Everything has its own microcosm, some of which have been brought into full play, and some that have not yet been brought out. The power of the microcosm is directly reflected in the combat effectiveness of the warriors. Individual saints who are specially favored by the goddess Athena can also explode the microcosm and achieve greater combat effectiveness. Tony listened carefully, but the more his face became more and more excited. The so-called small universe, even if it is described in words, it cannot give birth to this behavior originally. That is, seven senses, beings recognized as the seventh sense. Even with human wisdom, it is not easy to detect the words that represent its originality. It is the source of great power, the power of energy that can open up the universe. That is, the small universe. That is to say, 7 senses equals small universe cosmo. After saying this, Liu Wenhao glanced at Tony and asked him to digest it. But he did not. Thinking of Tony's excited expression made him continue talking. Well, the people in the awakening microcosm can smash atoms, and their bodies are protected by the microcosm. Any non-microcosmic attack cannot hurt them. I am definitely the only one so far. The sixth sense of the microcosm, among the abilities that humans have, the so-called 5 senses are vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. In addition, there is something called the sixth sense, which has super abilities such as manipulating elements, predicting the future, psychokinesis, flying, illusion, mind reading, mind control, intuition. All super abilities have extremely powerful sixth senses, and so far I have the sixth sense, so? Liu Wenhao took a sip of the cup of coffee that Secretary Tony poured for him, and smacked his lips. Mad. Why is it so bitter? I might as well drink Coke. Oh, this, the sixth sense, the small universe. Hee, it's getting more and more interesting. So Liu, the sixth sense you mentioned, is there also a 7th or 8th sense? The more Tony heard, the more he became more and more interested. It feels incredible. Saint Seiya, this so-called Saint Seiya is so powerful, so why have you never heard of it? Why didn't the ancient Eastern countries promote such a powerful power system? With a little promotion of this kind of power, 100 sixth sense warriors could probably destroy any country in the world. Then he thought about it and found that since there is a sixth sense, is there a so-called 7th sense and an 8th sense? Feel. So I couldn't wait to ask. Duh. Chapter 17. Well, Stark, are you really smart? There is indeed a 7th sense, and even an 8th sense. I don't know about the 8th sense, but the 7th sense is the source of life that transcends all 6 sensibilities, the essence of the small universe. Accurate in other words, it is the small universe equals the 7th sense. Awakening the 7th sense, the speed of fists and body movements can reach the speed of light, and it has powerful powers such as crushing stars and distorting time and space. In our mythological era of the Celestial Dynasty, humans were just created by the gods. At that time, people were born with a 7th sense. However, with the development of civilization, human beings gradually lost this excellent power and even disappeared. The 7th sense was already very powerful, and the 8th sense should be the realm of God. It can be called a god. Liu Wenhao felt that Tony was so awesome that he could actually think of the 7th and 8th senses. He said the 7th sense without any hesitation. As for the 8th sense, he knew it. What happened? But he still vaguely mentioned it casually. After all, it is still unknown whether he can cultivate the 8th sense. Oh my God, I can't believe that this kind of existence exists in the human world. Liu, if this is the case, the Saint Seiya is so powerful, then why is this inheritance only yours? Tony's face kept changing after hearing Liu Wenhao's introduction. It changed over and over again, and he was even amazed when he heard that the 8th sense could directly become a god. This was the first time he heard of such a powerful power system, but he became confused again. There was only one descendant of such a huge system, Liu Wenhao. I don't know much about this. It seems that something happened at that time. It seems that the system was divided into 2 factions due to some disagreements. They fought in the universe at a certain time. There were only a few who survived. When it comes to me, there is only one of my generation here, and the selection of saints is very strict. It can be said that only a few people among hundreds of people can survive and successfully become saints. Liu Wenhao crossed his legs and looked at the excitement. Tony waved his hand and said nonsense seriously. There are some things that you don't need to hide, but there are some things that others must not know. For example, he cannot tell others whether he has traveled through time or has the memory of a saint. He doesn't know what is going on, whether it is time travel or the memory of a saint. I don't even know what's going on, let alone explain it to others. Okay, saint, holy fighting knight. Does that mean you can only be called a saint now? Tony looked at the unrivaledly handsome warrior with his legs crossed and rubbed his brows. He really didn't see that. A handsome boy actually has the power to tear the sky and the earth apart. Well, let me tell you this. I can only be called a bronze saint now. On top of that, there are silver saints and the strongest gold saint. Because I am very special. Once I have the ability, I can be directly promoted to a bronze saint. Each of the golden saints has a 7th sense, and 2 of them were even close to the 8th sense, which is a pity. Liu Wenhao's performance was hesitant to speak, and his pride and regret were vividly displayed. Mad. Can the handsome guy get an Oscar winner for fun? The 2 people who had been talking for a long time also ended the conversation. Tony walked to an optical fiber instrument and fiddled with it a few times. A square pressure-bearing device, several meters high, slowly rose from the corner of the glass laboratory. Liu Wenhao recognized this. It was made to test the boxer's punching power, but this is obviously strengthened, and I don't know how much. This pressure-bearing device was made by my damn dad. It seems to be used to test Steve's punching strength. Steve, you know, he is the Captain America who dresses like a Joker all day long. You come and try it too. After Tony raised the instrument, he waved to Liu Wenhao, who was curiously looking around the laboratory, explained, and then invited Liu Wenhao to give it a try. Okay, as long as you're not afraid that I'll break this thing. Liu Wenhao shook his head. To be honest, this instrument can only have dozens of times the punching power of ordinary people, but for those who have already surpassed human limits, Liu Wenhao is no problem at all. In Tony's expectant eyes, Liu Wenhao walked 1 meter in front of the pressure-bearing device. It was not seen that he had accumulated any strength. He just punched, an understatement. But at the light speed, the pressure-bearing device was like being hit by a high-speed train. It was shattered directly by the impact, and the fragments were scattered in all directions. Since Tony was an ordinary person, Liu Wenhao dodged in front of Tony without any movement, and the bullet-like fragments directly turned into powder. My God, is this really a human being? This thing can withstand 3,000 pounds of punching force. Ordinary people can't even hold 100 pounds, and you actually smashed it to pieces with one punch? My God, let it be I'm slowing down. The dumbfounded Tony suddenly became excited and danced to express his horror. Although he saw Liu Wenhao's power in the holographic projection, seeing it in person was different from seeing it in the video. This power was simply explosion. If it hits a person, it will turn into meat pie. Forget it, Stark. I didn't use much power at all. It can be said that this was just a casual punch. Do you really think I was joking when I told you about the history of Saint Seiya? It can be said that nothing can be said about a Saint Seiya. There may be no damage from a punch, maybe, but it's rare. If you really want to see me hit with all my strength, go to the beach. Isn't there a sea in front of your villa? Liu Wenhao said with a look of disdain. Damn, still I really doubt the power of labor and capital. Okay, JRVS, start lighting around the villa. Let us see another side of the world. Tony snapped his fingers, looking forward to it. Okay, sir. JRVS has never seen such a powerful human being. JRVS's magnetic voice actually had a hint of expectation. Later, Tony took Liu Wenhao to the beach of the luxury villa. Liu Wenhao stared at the endless sea in front of him and took a deep breath. The solemn momentum slowly rose, and the emerald green light bloomed with it. The air currents continued to spread out, forcing Tony to retreat again and again. Tony was secretly horrified that this handsome boy from the east was so powerful. He began to thought that no matter how strong this handsome boy was, there should be a limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Liu Wenhao to the underground laboratory to get that old-fashioned receptor. Chapter 18. His mind went blank. He had never fought at full strength since he blasted out a full-strength shot in Lushan Xinglongba. He was about to burst out with all his might. As a saint who was born to protect, he had to go through endless experiences. Only by fighting can one be called a true Saint Seiya, and the mysteries constantly emerge in his mind. The star chart of Draco appeared behind Liu Wenhao. Suddenly Liu Wenhao took a stance, with his right hand at his waist, forming a tiger claw posture. His left arm bent forward, his left foot backward, and his right foot suddenly stepped forward. A ball of light appeared in front of the right tiger's paw. In the center of the light ball, a divine dragon could be seen flying and howling constantly. It seemed that it wanted to break through the shackles of the ball of light. The emerald green light became brighter and brighter, even brighter than the villa's high energy concentration. Intensity lights. Oh my God! Tony's clothes and hair were blown constantly by this huge amount of airflow, as if he was hit by a storm, and he could hardly open his eyes, but he couldn't bear to close them without blinking. For a moment, I was afraid of skipping this wonderful scene. The rising dragon dominates Mount Liu roar. The roar resounded through the sky, and when the momentum was at its highest, Liu Wenhao finally launched this devastating punch. The tiger claws blasted forward, and the ball of light suddenly blasted out, erupting at the moment of the shot. A huge roar of the divine dragon shook the dark night sky. This punch was blasted out with unparalleled faith, and with his invincible faith and will. The calm sea surface had a violent reaction in the soaring of this divine dragon. The dragon constantly soared on the sea. The calm sea surface was blown into two halves. The sea water constantly surged, forming a huge amount of waves. Both sides were constantly churning. Everything in the way was blown to pieces. Under this punch, the straight line on the sea surface has always existed, stretching for several kilometers. OMG this, oh my God! Tony, the greatest genius of this century, his brain suddenly went dead, and his hair and clothes that kept flying stopped, but his brain kept spinning and he fainted. His mouth was big enough to hold an apple, and his eyes were dull. Is this the saint? Is this the saint Liu mentioned? Is this the saint of the sixth sense? My God, is this really a power that humans can possess? Is the small universe really a cosmic force? Can a universe really be formed within the body if one practices to the limit? Humans can cultivate constantly and have such power? Is there any secret in the mysterious East that we don't know? Liu, this is really a great power. Do you accept disciples or not? Can I have this kind of power like you? Tony was so excited that when he thought of this, he immediately ran to Liu Wenhao, who was already standing still. In front of him, he hugged him hard, and then asked excitedly. He also wanted to have such power. Tony, you are too old to be practicing. If you want to understand the small universe, you not only need talent. You have the talent, but you also have to go through hell-like training since childhood and have strong physical strength. Supporting the explosion of the small universe, even burning the small universe in adversity, and doubling the combat power. This is the Saint Seiya. The saint is not only powerful in the small universe, but also powerful in body, will, and all aspects. Seeing Tony's excitement, Liu Wenhao's expression suddenly became Spartan. Damn it, Tony Stark didn't develop his steel armor honestly. What the hell is it that wants to become a saint? Damn it, if Tony doesn't have the steel armor, is there still Iron Man? Without Iron Man, who will accompany him? Those Iron Man fans in his previous life should not tear him to pieces. Even if he is awesome, they will drown him with just one breath. It feels like it is hard to explain with words. Besides, this is indeed the case. Holy fighters are so awesome and comprehensive, but powerful strength is first cultivated with life, and you will die immediately if you are not careful. Okay, but what is the burning microcosm? Tony was disappointed when he heard that he could not practice, but as a genius, he immediately lost his negative emotions. As a black technology developer, even if he cannot have this powerful power, he believes you can also use your own research and development technology to possess this power. There is definitely little hope, but it is still an idea. Who makes Liu Wenhao a pervert? That's right. After Tony witnessed a devastating punch, Liu Wenhao evolved from a high-level bodyguard to a pervert. Liu Wenhao patted a little bit of dust on his body. Damn, this is a high-level product that I spent 1,000 yuan to buy. I bought it specially to meet Tony, so don't get it dirty. But after hearing Tony's when asked, he explained patiently. Burning the small universe is a way for the saints to explode in adversity. This method cannot be used easily. Burning the small universe is equivalent to burning one's own life. The vitality of the saints is very powerful. It can be said that the entire vitality of a saint with the sixth sense is strong enough to cover the entire ocean, but the stronger the power increases, the more intense the burning. It is said that in ancient times, there was a saint with the seventh sense who burned all his energy for revenge. Life used a move to shatter a storm of stars. You can imagine how terrifying it is to burn the small universe. That's it. In other words, the burning universe is a sharp sword. It's profitable, but also dangerous, so. Tony touched his sexy mustache with his hand, thinking about what Liu Wenhao described in his mind. Suddenly he shivered. Damn it, if the kid in front of me gets angry and burns his vitality, among other things, is it okay to smash an earth? Who can mess with such a shameless thing? If they are unhappy, they will smash the earth to pieces, and no one can play with it. Looking at the sea that was covered by sea water but still churning, I swallowed a sip of water. This kind of guy still becomes a good friend. Oh no, he is a good friend. Then whoever messes with him will let Liu Wenhao go. Daxia. Tony's words also made Liu Wenhao feel speechless. He said no matter in Daxia or around the world, as long as he is famous for his food, he will recruit people at a high price. When Liu Wenhao arrived, he said seriously that he was a foodie, but it also moved him a little. After all, Tony also considered Liu Wenhao to be a huxia. Chapter 19. Liu, you really know how to eat. Are all saints so good at eating? Tony was dumbfounded as he watched Liu Wenhao frantically clean the battlefield without leaving any trace behind. He suddenly felt a deep malice. The big meal cost at least hundreds of thousands of USD, and Liu Wenhao actually ate it all. If this guy came here every day, why wouldn't he be destitute? This is definitely impossible. With his worth, it is impossible for Liu Wenhao to eat 0.1% of his family property every day for the rest of his life. No, I'm an exception. Saint Seiya can go without eating for a month, but it's hard for me not to eat. I'm also a foodie, but Tony, how have you considered my matter? Liu Wenhao had a black streak on his head. This Tony is really, but he still explained it, and then started talking about the business. If Tony can handle this matter, it will be easier for him in the future. Let's do this, Liu. Since you are really strong, we can use a method of employment. We can be friends. I am the greatest genius in the world, with the smartest brain, and you have the strongest brain. Strength, so you are qualified to be my friend, ha. Tony laughed. He really wanted to be friends with this handsome boy. Although he was old enough to be Liu Wenhao's uncle, the ability of the two of them was equal to him. As proud as he is, although he sees Liu Wenhao's strength, he will not feel inferior because of it. Such a thing as inferiority will never appear in him. Hey, Tony, I actually believe you're serious nonsense. Liu Wenhao was sweating profusely. This guy is really narcissistic. He is worthy of being Tony Stark. If he is not narcissistic, he will not be him. But Liu Wenhao also knows that there are only a few people who can make Tony laugh. Liu Wenhao is also qualified to be friends with Tony now. He is a rich man. Hug his thigh tightly. If you need money in the future, you can come to him. Haha Liu, let's do this. Friends are friends, and business is business. Don't you Huxiao people have a saying? Ask your brothers to settle the accounts, right? The monthly salary is 500,000 USD. If there is any danger, I will call you. Anyway, with your strength, you will be there in minutes, so? Tony dragged his chin and thought for a moment. It is impossible to give charity as a friend, and the proud Liu cannot ask for his money in vain. So this method is also it was considered that he had hired Liu Wenhao, but he didn't know that Liu Wenhao, a shameless person, would take money even if it was given to him for free. Whatever. Anyway, if you are in any danger, just contact me directly. With my strength, I can come to your side instantly in your crisis. Liu Wenhao scratched his face, feeling a little feverish. After all, he felt he was being kept, but he didn't have any other ideas. After all, the two of them had normal transactions. For Tony originally, safety was the most important thing, and money was just a number. Haha, come and drink. This is the limited edition Law Fight from 1984. There are only 100 bottles in the world, and I only have 5 bottles. Tony laughed loudly and poured a glass of red wine with Liu Wenhao. Ma Dan, today I saw it with my own eyes. Witnessing the scene where Liu Wenhao went berserk was extremely exciting. After drinking, he told Liu Wenhao to get out of here. There was a reporter girl waiting for him in the evening. The next day, Liu Wenhao was floating in the sky over New York at the moment, with his eyes closed, not pretending, but perceiving. At the moment, he solved the money problem and no longer had any worries, so he started fighting crime again. He couldn't always practice lawlessness, always help others. The mental fluctuations spread like ripples. Although he is still the lowest level of saints, he cannot be underestimated. Well, there was robbery. The United States is really a big criminal country. There are so many criminals in places like New York. Liu Wenhao closed his eyes and sensed the location of the incident instantly. Then, without thinking too much, he accelerated and suddenly started flying towards the accident site. A flash of popularity instantly began to streak through the air. There was a bus running rampant on the Sophia Bridge. Behind the bus, 5 or 6 police cars were playing their piercing sirens, just like in the TV series where they chased the crazy bus in front of them. The bus that was being chased became even more crazy as the police car chased it. It didn't care about anything in front of it and just rammed into it. Faced with this desperate attitude, many vehicles paid a heavy price. Some were smashed into pieces, and some were completely turned over. Definitely, after all, it was blocked by obstacles, and the speed of the bus inevitably slowed down. Seeing the bus slowing down, the police car naturally wanted to get on it. But once the police car got too close to the bus, 1 or 2 people would always lean out of the window and shoot a hail of bullets at the police car behind them. Quick, speed up, get rid of those trash. The masked robber, holding an AK, swiped at the chasing police behind him, and then yelled at the steering wheel. Next to him, there was a strong man with the same face covered, holding an AK-74 in his hand and spraying sparks constantly. They were just 2 people, but their crazy firepower kept suppressing the police and beating them. There were also police. It's because I don't dare to shoot in downtown areas. Listening to the roar from behind, the driver, who was also masked, slapped the steering wheel and suddenly started to accelerate. At this moment, he didn't care anymore. Whatever was in front of him, he knocked everything away. Fortunately, it was a bus, otherwise this car will fall apart if hit casually. Boss, the interception is too severe now. Our original plan to evacuate is no longer possible. Find a way quickly. The masked driver who was concentrating on driving suddenly yelled. No matter, find a corner and speed up. Let's grab a few hostages, otherwise we won't be able to escape. The boss thought for a while and yelled, there is no other way. If they don't make a decision, they will all go to jail. Then the bus suddenly accelerated and successfully found a corner. Seeing some pedestrians on the road, it stopped the bus and grabbed a few hostages and stopped where it was. Seeing that the interception in front had been successful, the police car behind also stopped. For a while, The two sides formed a stalemate. You all stand back if you don't want these guys to die. The robber boss felt a little nervous. This situation was not what he wanted, but he still grabbed one of the pale-faced women and faced them in front of him. The policeman yelled, "Listen to me. Now you all get out of the way, otherwise I will kill all these guys. I will do what I say." There was a commotion among the police and onlookers from a distance. After a while, there was a commotion. A fat policeman with a bullhorn responded. "The robbers on the opposite side are quite good. You have been surrounded. If you don't want to aggravate the crime, it is best to let the hostages go. Before he finished speaking, a hail of bullets came over him, and the fat policeman fell down on the spot, dodging the stray bullets. When the gunfire stopped, a policeman came over and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" The fat policeman rolled his eyes. "What do you want your brother to do in this situation? There are still a few years left before you can retire normally. You can do something for me at this damn time. That's it." Unable to think of a way, he could only ask, "What did the emergency team say?" "There is no way. We don't have snipers. We need to call the armed police. But it will take the armed police 3 minutes to feel this place." "Maid, those guys are so good every day. They are useless at the critical moment." The fat policeman cursed unhappily and could only comfort the robbers. They needed time to wait for the armed police. Chapter 20. Upon hearing what the police said, the robber boss immediately realized that this guy was stalling for time and must be waiting for support. Cole, are you stalling for time? The robber boss directly raised his gun and started shooting at the police. "Cease fire, don't hurt the hostages, ensure the safety of the hostages." Although this fat guy is a bit timid, he is not a cruel person. Besides, if a few hostages die in full view of his territory, then it's useless. At the moment, the robbers were already furious. Such people would not have any thoughts of waiting for death when they were desperate. They would only be crazy enough to kill as many as they could before dying. However, the police kept delaying the time without any thought. Doubts made them begin to despair. The police were concerned about the life safety of the hostages, but the robbers did not care about this. These crazy guys shot directly at the police and swept away the police in random bursts, without caring about other situations. The policemen huddled behind the bullets, and could only pray that these guys had no bullets. After waiting for a while, when they heard the gunshots disappear, the policemen began to stretch their heads, only to find that the robber boss had pulled a beautiful girl. Regardless of how pitiful the girl was, he pointed a gun at the girl's head and laughed ferociously. "No, don't, ah!" The girl begged bitterly, and 2 lines of clear tears streaked down her beautiful face. But the robber boss was already crazy at the moment. He didn't care about the girl's pleas and pulled the trigger directly. Gunshots rang out, and the police officers who saw this scene couldn't bear to close their eyes. But a sudden burst of air pressure and strong wind made them open their eyes again. "I'm sorry, this. No matter who it was, everyone was shocked when they saw the situation on the field. At the moment, in the middle of the confrontation between the two sides, there was a smooth and white face, revealing the sharp and cold handsomeness, the deep black eyes, with a charming color, the thick eyebrows, the high nose, the boy with lips that showed nobility and elegance appeared in front of the girl, and the bullet was imprisoned by the man with 2 fingers. Who is he, and why did he suddenly appear here? This question arose in the minds of everyone present. And this person is definitely Liu Wenhao. Before the robber boss shot and killed the girl, Liu Wenhao blocked the girl from the sky like lightning, and then blocked the bullet. At the moment, Liu Wenhao picked up the stunned girl on the ground as if no one was watching, and walked directly towards the police. It could be said that he looked down on those robbers at all. There were 3 hostages among the robbers, but he could definitely kill those bastards before the robbers shot. And the police didn't think anything of Liu Wenhao. "Don't fire, let him come over," the fat policeman ordered loudly. This time, everyone heard clearly and lowered the muzzle of the gun in cooperation. When Liu Wenhao elegantly carried the girl towards the police, the girl's big eyes began to twinkle with little stars. She had never seen such a handsome man, not to mention that this man was like a prince when she was most in danger. Saved her. Liu Wenhao definitely didn't know what the girl was thinking, because he was just pretending to be cool. As for the robbers, they were stunned and had no idea. When Liu Wenhao walked to the middle of the police car with the girl in his arms, the fat policeman had already surrounded him with several policemen. At his signal, the policeman took the injured girl and took her to the ambulance behind her. However, the girl gave Liu Wenhao a phone call before getting into the ambulance. Liu Wenhao casually looked at the girl and said, "Well, it's pretty and can be developed." In addition, the fat policeman said to Liu Wenhao, "Who are you?" "Chief, you don't need to worry about who I am. I'm just here to help you. You can treat me as a ranger." Liu Wenhao's perfect face revealed a smile. Well, you have to keep it up. Ranger, don't think too much. I'm just here to help the hostages. Okay, but are you confident? The fat policeman had no choice but to seek treatment for his illness. Definitely, Sheriff, tell your people not to shoot indiscriminately. After saying this, Liu Wenhao turned around and walked towards the bus. Order to go down. Pay attention to the safety of the hostages. No shooting is allowed without my order. Now we can only rely on this strange guy. Seeing Liu Wenhao approaching step by step, the robber boss couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said loudly, "Shatter, stop, or I'll beat you to death." Naturally, Liu Wenhao would not listen to him, and still approached with an elegant smile. This slow approach seemed to put a lot of pressure on the robbers. In order to relieve this pressure, they pulled the trigger on Liu Wenhao. As a result, they were horrified to see that Liu Wenhao suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of them. "You don't come here." The robbers began to yell in panic. "Monster, go to hell." Yelling crazily, the robber boss pulled the trigger. The 40mm rocket emitted thick smoke and flew straight towards Liu Wenhao with a deadly tail flame. Facing the rocket, Liu Wenhao stretched out by Che's right hand. Then he saw the rocket being accurately held in his hand, and then the fire exploded. The explosion was deafening. The turbulent air flow picked up countless gravel, and even the bus began to shake slightly. Obviously, the held rocket must have exploded, but the explosion was blocked. Liu Wenhao didn't want to play anymore. Let's end it as soon as possible. Like lightning, with one punch and one kick, the robbers were blasted away without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Then Liu Wenhao disappeared instantly without caring about what happened next. But what he didn't know was that after he disappeared, the beautiful girl he rescued saw his whole scene using computer surveillance. Her beautiful eyes were shining, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Sir, what should we say when the media comes? A Superman appears in a moment of crisis? The fat policeman thought for a while and knew that they couldn't hide this matter, so he said seriously, "To be honest, seeing that he is so elegant, like a nobleman, and so young, let's call him an elegant nobleman." As the fat policeman blurted out the name Liu Wenhao, all reporters began to call Liu Wenhao by this name, and this name was officially finalized as the media spread. This is a new beginning for Liu Wenhao's superhero life, and everyone who saw this scene was amazed. Why is this elegant man in this world, with a smooth and white face, showing an angular cold handsomeness, deep black eyes, with a charming color, that thick the eyebrows, high nose, and beautiful lip shape all express Liu Wenhao's nobility and elegance. Obviously, Liu Wenhao is very good at pretending. Chapter 21. Flying Aircraft Carrier, SHIELD General Headquarters. The one-eyed dragon Fury looked at the report of his subordinates, and then frowned. This guy is really troublesome. What do those guys in the military think? Are their brains full of stuff? Tell Natasha Romanoff that she has a mission. After the one-eyed black director thought for a moment, it seemed that only that kid could stop this big guy. Hulk, super serum. Liu Wenhao, who fights criminals, did not go home at all, but shamelessly lived in Stark's house. He also wanted to enjoy the life of a rich man, and Tony didn't care anyway, right? Stark's home is very spacious, and the entire home is automated and controlled by the intelligent system JRVS. Liu Wenhao took a bath, lay on the bed, and slept comfortably. But as a habit, I got up early. JRVS automatically controlled the curtains to open, revealing the sea view outside, which was very beautiful. Ma Dan is indeed the richest man in the world who knows how to enjoy himself. I will also have a villa like this in the future, and I will ask Tony to help me get a smart butler like JRVS. Liu Wenhao washed up and stood up. Whether it was enjoying JRVS, the smart butler, Liu Wenhao was also jealous. He came to the balcony of the villa, looked at the sun that had just risen, and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and understood the secret of Draco. Although he had the memory of Draco's saint, he only had the memory of the moves and no secret. He still had to rely on himself to understand the moves. With his current strength, he can't defeat even the newly minted purple dragon, let alone the silver and gold saints. His goal is the 8th sense, and he can even break through to a higher realm, although the goal is very lofty. It would be impossible without his own efforts. After 2 hours of understanding, I have made slight progress in the secrets of Draco's moves. Combat understanding and daily practice understanding are both very important. When I returned to the villa, the voice of JRVS sounded in the room. "Good morning, sir. The weather is sunny today, 25 degrees, with a slight breeze. It's suitable for sunbathing on the beach." I gave it a try, and it was such a good housekeeper. Liu Wenhao became more determined to want Tony to get a smart housekeeper for him. Mad, having a housekeeper like this would save so many things. "Okay, thank you JRVS. What about Tony? Sir and Miss Pepper have already rushed to the airport. Sir, he saw that you seemed to be concentrating with your eyes closed, so he did not disturb you. In addition, I have handed over breakfast, so you can enjoy your meal happily. Thanks, JRVS. You're welcome. This is what I should do, sir. Liu Wenhao had breakfast. Toast, milk, and eggs were all takeaways called by JRVS and delivered directly from the breakfast shop. They were definitely for 5 people. JRVS also knew that Liu Wenhao was a big eater. At this time, the doorbell rang a few times, and Liu Wenhao walked to open the door. A mature and sexy woman saw Liu Wenhao and gave him a wink. Hey, handsome, do you want to go get a drink? Damn it, my goddess, Liu Wenhao's villain in my heart is already bleeding from the nose, Natasha Romanoff. But what does Natasha Romanoff want with me? Are you really here to ask me to have a drink? Okay, handsome boy, our director invited you. You made a big splash yesterday. I believe many organizations will investigate you. Natasha Romanoff was speechless when she saw Liu Wenhao's pig-like appearance, but who made him have it? A handsome face didn't offend her either. Okay, beauty, can you call me handsome guy without adding small in front of it? This makes me very sad. Natasha Romanoff couldn't deny it. Her sexy lips curled up slightly, and she looked at the handsome boy in front of her with a half-smile. Okay, don't stare at me like this. You have to know that I can't stand your charm. Liu Wenhao couldn't stand the goddess in his heart staring at him with such beautiful eyes, and with a half-smile on her beautiful face, she said to him, such an innocent little boy is as powerful as a nuclear bomb. I had to cover my nose when I didn't see his strong body. Seeing Liu Wenhao's reaction, Natasha Romanoff smiled slightly and stopped teasing him. She shrugged and said, it's really innocent. So let's go. Let's go. But seriously, have you ever considered me? You should be single now, right? Liu Wenhao walked out, and there was a black Lamborghini outside. Damn it, a rich woman, begging for support. Natasha Romanoff was sitting in the driver's seat. After getting in the car, Liu Wenhao mustered up the courage to confess his love. Yes, it is a confession. For the innocent Liu Wenhao, this is a confession. Natasha Romanoff gave Liu Wenhao a charming look. Liu Wenhao suddenly felt sad. He felt the deep malice of the world. My confession, definitely joking too much. He also knew in his heart that this woman still had a past in her heart, and it still took time to enter her world. Along the way, Natasha Romanoff was constantly teasing Liu Wenhao with unknown intentions, which made Liu Wenhao feel helpless. At first, he could fight back weakly, but later he was speechless. This woman is a temptress. Invincible. Looking at this towering building, an authentic corporate building, no one could imagine that this place is actually the territory of S.H.I.E.L.D. The charming Natasha Romanoff walked on a catwalk, twisting her buttocks and leading Liu Wenhao over. After entering the building, Natasha Romanoff led Liu Wenhao into the elevator. She didn't speak to the camera above. She was stunned for 2 seconds. Then she took out her ID and swiped it on the sensor next to the elevator button. A female voice came out. Identity confirmed, please enter. Pig's trotters not only have the draconian ability, other abilities will be awakening after the pig's trotters become stronger. Can you think about what to write for the next ability? Also, spoiler, the green fat man is about to appear, and there will be an awakening ability under the pig's trotters. It's coming soon. Please support and reward 3. Chapter 22. Following Natasha Romanoff to the elevator, Natasha Romanoff pressed the number, and the elevator kept going down. Liu Wenhao found that the actual number on the elevator went straight to -10. It is really a black technology, and it is worthy of the famous S.H.I.E.L.D. This is the entrance to S.H.I.E.L.D. We are underground now. When the elevator door opens, the outside has turned into a high-tech space. The white walls reflect the light, making it look very advanced. Countless machines and instruments are distributed here, glowing with a faint blue light. A glass door with an eagle logo opened automatically, and Natasha Romanoff brought Liu Wenhao inside. There was no one inside, only a row of sofas, a table, and a holographic projection device in front of it. Here, handsome guy, sit here and wait while I go call Chief Fury. Natasha Romanoff motioned Liu Wenhao to sit down, said nothing more, said she was going to call Chief, and then walked away. Liu Wenhao didn't panic, and just sat on the sofa and waited. However, the sixth sense perception subconsciously scanned it, and found that the scanning range was limited and could only scan this room. Although the room was large, it was obviously not Liu Wenhao's limit. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. has some way to contain instruments such as mental perception, which makes Liu Wenhao once again lament the black technology of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff. How do you feel? Fury dusted off his black windbreaker and asked lightly. It was obvious that he was asking about Liu Wenhao. For Liu Wenhao, It can be regarded as the highest level label of shield. What label? It is definitely a dangerous label. If this dangerous guy wants to commit a crime, SHIELD really has no way to stop it. This is also the result of long-term research by SHIELD's senior leaders. Liu Wenhao, male, 16 years old, Huxia. Ability, Superman-like power, unknown. Superman-like speed, unknown. Superman-like mysterious power, unknown. Unknown physical strength. It can be said that everything is unknown, but it shows the power is already so powerful that it makes people despair. In my opinion, this boy is a good person, with justice in his heart and very few negative emotions. Although he is an orphan, he does not have any negative emotions. He can be said to be an optimistic boy with a shy personality and slight self-esteem. Love, optimism, yearning for justice, but seems to have some obsession with money, hobbies, eating. So many conclusions have been drawn for the time being. Natasha Romanoff said seriously with a pretty face. She looked at Liu Wenhao, who was dishonest in the video in front of her, with a faint smile in her eyes. She didn't know why she had a crush on this handsome boy. Maybe there was something divine about this boy, and his righteous temperament can drive away the dark side of her heart, and Natasha Romanoff feels very comfortable staying by his side. Really? It seems that our Black Widow is a little interested in this boy. Fury looked at Liu Wenhao, who was cross-legged and looking like his own family, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He didn't like people or things that were out of control. A person with strength, the powerful Superman type, is not controlled and will give him a headache. But it would be great if this powerful Superman could be controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. But he also knew that this was impossible. The powerful Superman was extremely proud, no matter whether it was good or evil. Natasha Romanoff is very interested in this kid. It seems like something happened during my absence. A voice came from outside the door. A short-haired man with very bright eyes opened the door and walked in. Behind him was a bow and arrow modified by modern technology. Don't talk nonsense, Eagle Boy, or you'll be in trouble if that boy hears you. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at Hawkeye. If Liu Wenhao gets angry, no one in SHIELD can stop him. At this time, Fury had appeared on the monitor, and both of them became silent, watching the picture on the monitor quietly. Liu Wenhao crossed his legs in boredom, not feeling nervous at all. He looked around and continued to use his perception to scan the surroundings, only to find that his perception was bounced back when he encountered the wall. Liu Wenhao immediately knew that there must be something strange in the surrounding walls. Hello, first time meeting you, elegant young master. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury, a black man, walked in, wearing a very fashionable windbreaker. Liu Wenhao suddenly had a sense of déjà vu, and all of them were about to fly. Okay, I like this nickname very much, but it makes me uncomfortable when you call it. You can call me Liu. It seems that you are the S.H.I.E.L.D. director they call you. Liu Wenhao felt very good about this nickname. But why does this guy sound so unhappy? That's right, I am S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury. You call me Uncle Fury. Fury showed a rare sense of humor. TCH, don't talk nonsense to me. Okay, why did the director call me here? Liu Wenhao was quite disdainful and scolded the guy next door. He actually wanted to take advantage of me. Is there anything wrong? Although this body is very young, but in fact I am already very big, okay? Okay, let's get straight to the point. We need your help. Fury saw Liu Wenhao's unhappy face, so he got straight to the point. He likes this kind of little kid who has never seen the world the most. He definitely doesn't know a certain person. The little boy has been a human being for 2 lifetimes, and now Liu Wenhao's appearance is very deceptive. Even the famous agent leader can be deceived. Help, you S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you need my help with? Liu Wenhao was puzzled. It doesn't seem like there's anything big going on right now, right? Could it be? Just last week, the military successfully developed a super serum, but this super serum failed. An accident turned a doctor named Bruce Banner into a green-skinned monster with huge amounts of power. The military's people have tried to capture and kill this guy countless times, but failed. Fury said with a dark face, handing Liu Wenhao a document. In addition, this big guy lost his mind as soon as he turned into the Hulk. He seemed to only know about destruction. In this week, this guy has caused too many innocent casualties, so? Bruce Banner. Okay, I'll help you with this, but I have a condition. Liu Wenhao flipped through the documents, and sure enough, the Hulk. Is he finally going to fight you? Now I have no rivals. As a saint, how can he be called a saint without experiencing battles? Moreover, his strength has now reached a bottleneck unknowingly, the peak of the early sixth sense. If he wants to make a breakthrough, he needs a heart-wrenching battle. A big battle, but with such a good opportunity, how could it be his style not to blackmail SHIELD? After a few chapters, it's just a small explosion, carrot. The author doesn't know whether the writing is good or not. Please forgive me if the writing is not good. After all, I am still a novice writer. In addition, please support me. Then, join our shield. You must know that there are definitely many people who want to trouble you now. Although you are not afraid, it will definitely make you feel sick. Fury said expressionlessly, but he also knew that this little guy joined it's not very realistic, so I just made a suggestion. Liu Wenhao was a little grateful. Although he didn't take those guys seriously due to his strength, they were trouble after all, weren't they? And who knows what messy things there are, and no matter what Shield thinks of him. After all, they have saved him a lot of trouble, so they have to show it. Well, I'm also very grateful for what you have done. Just join S.H.I.E.L.D. But I still say the same thing. If you have any big things, you can come to me. It will definitely not be about killing innocent people. This kind of thing I won't do it. This kind of thing is a matter of principle. Liu Wenhao's character is such that he would never use force to kill innocent people, which is not in line with his character. Definitely, our SHIELD is not a terrorist organization. Even if we encounter Superman-type crimes, we still need your help. Fury secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this kid is not incompetent. SHIELD also has a trump card. Even if you encounter criminals with super abilities, you don't have to suffer from a headache. Liu Wenhao looked at the expressionless Fury and secretly chuckled in his heart. He definitely knew what Fury was thinking, and his sixth sense could sense what others were thinking. Fury's idea is very clear, which is to win over Liu Wenhao and let Liu Wenhao come out to take care of it at the critical moment. This is a bit of a rush by Fury's subordinates, but he has no other ideas for him, so Liu Wenhao doesn't mind. After all, SHIELD is also like this. One of the most awesome organizations in the world, with all kinds of black technologies. The most important thing is that he values the resources in SHIELD, and they are not enemies now. So Liu Wenhao is very willing to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, regarding the Hulk, we will lure him to a deserted place as soon as possible so that you can defeat him. If possible, it is best not to harm his life. Liu Wenhao secretly smiled bitterly, and after laughing, now that he is not strong enough to kill the green fat man, it is still the same thing whether he can defeat him or kill him. Put it down. When you are ready, tell me in advance and I will rush there directly. Okay, can we also sign a contract about our cooperation? Liu Wenhao can't say no when the time comes. Contract? If you make him unhappy, the contract is nothing, and the world is full of trouble. Seeing that Liu Wenhao had no other opinions, Fury also took out a document, which could be said to be a contract. Liu Wenhao took it and looked at it carefully. The full name of SHIELD is Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. It is a special force used by the U.S. government to contact and manage super-ability heroes. The current commander is Nick Fury. Because the U.S. military was short of funds a while ago, SHIELD's money was not loose, so it found super arms dealer Tony Stark to solve its urgent need. Similarly, Stark was also full of confidence in this organization that specializes in dealing with supernatural beings. Interested. In the end, the two parties reached an agreement. Stark provided SHIELD with the funds it needed, and SHIELD sent people to protect Stark's safety, mainly in revenge for some special humans. Therefore, there is someone who protects Stark 24 hours a day. Liu Wenhao just found Tony because of lack of money and other reasons and became his high-level bodyguard. Fury also had an idea in his mind. It would be great to win over Liu Wenhao to protect Tony. It's the best of both worlds, and Liu Wenhao gets 2 cents of his salary. It's mutually beneficial to both parties, and it's beneficial to both parties, so cooperation is a natural progression. After signing the contract, there was no meaning between the two parties. Liu Wenhao naturally became a SHIELD high-level agent. He could share SHIELD's secret information, and Liu Wenhao didn't have to come to work every day, even if there were some Superman things that SHIELD couldn't deal with that needed him. Besides, he needs to handle the matter. It can be said that he is SHIELD high-level guest minister or something like that, which is in his best interest. He definitely has a little bit of selfishness in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. For example, Natasha Romanoff is the beautiful talent that he wants to capture the most. There are only 2 things in the world. One is to cultivate the 7th sense, or even the 8th sense as soon as possible in order to enter a higher level. The second thing is his lifelong event. He never had a girlfriend in his previous life, and he was still an innocent little virgin. Now he is extremely handsome, and he never even had a girlfriend. It really makes him secretly sad. Damn, a loser can't afford to be hurt. So he secretly vowed to find a beautiful wife. Natasha Romanoff obviously made it onto his list. Ha ha ha. Hey, handsome guy, we will be colleagues from now on. Please take care of me. Natasha Romanoff opened the door, swung her hips, and walked step by step with cat steps to Liu Wenhao, who was still in YY, and stretched out her white and tender hands. Said with a smile on his face, "Ah, please give me your advice. Can you give me your phone number so that we can communicate more in the future? If there is anything I don't know, let you tell me." Liu Wenhao reached out and held Natasha Romanoff's little hand. "Emma, it's so smooth. Ah, I couldn't bear to let go. The most important thing was that I couldn't bear to let go of my hand, but I couldn't let it leave a bad impression in the goddess' mind." "Really? Or does the little brother have any other bad thoughts?" Natasha Romanoff raised her red lips slightly and stared at Liu Wenhao with a half-smile, as if she had seen through his thoughts. In fact, Natasha Romanoff likes to tease. This handsome boy originally had a crush on Liu Wenhao, and the shy Liu Wenhao made Natasha Romanoff feel a little excited. She had never felt this way about anyone else, and she didn't know why. That's definitely the case. Colleagues should communicate more. Communicate more. Liu Wenhao scratched his face honestly. Emma seemed to be blushing. "It's so embarrassing. I really envy Tony, a love saint." "Hey, little boy, why don't you want my phone number? Didn't you agree to communicate with colleagues?" Hawkeye, a resolute man, also came. Looking at Liu Wenhao's handsome and masculine face, he was really a little jealous. Liu Wenhao was speechless. "Does this Hawkeye have a grudge against me? It's a bit embarrassing. It seems that he will have more communications with him in the future." Liu Wenhao secretly felt angry in his heart, while Hawkeye shivered inexplicably. "I have an unpleasant feeling." "Huh? Okay. This is my personal phone number." Natasha Romanoff snorted, with a hint of smile in her charming eyes. Regardless of Hawkeye's teasing eyes, she wrote a number to Liu Wenhao. She is now more and more fond of teasing this powerful but shy handsome boy. As one of the two beauties of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff Hawkeye will definitely also admire her, but he also knew that Natasha Romanoff only had the friendship between comrades in arms for him. So he gave up, found a virtuous wife, and was still alive. The ecstatic Liu Wenhao held on to the paper with the phone number written on it. My future wife returned home with a hint of excitement, lying on the soft bed, dreaming about the beautiful days in the future, with infinitely beautiful fantasies slowly fall asleep. Chapter 23. 2 days later in the afternoon, Liu Wenhao closed his eyes tightly after finishing the big meal. Sitting cross-legged on the rooftop of his home, the mysteries of Tianlong constantly soared in Liu Wenhao's mind. In his spiritual world, a dragon slowly traveled, and the dragon's body continued to shed emerald green light. An invisible figure in the light sometimes punched and sometimes kicked, but each move was extremely powerful. Just as Liu Wenhao was comprehending, a harsh warning sound suddenly came, and his closed eyes suddenly shuttered. "Open eyes." A flash of emerald green light flashed by. He took out the AI Crazy 6S and saw that Tony's alarm had been triggered. Suddenly, his sixth sense suddenly exploded. He scanned around with him as the center, only to find Tony in New York. No longer there. Then I thought about it. Tony seemed to have been kidnapped somewhere, and he made a mistake. Unexpectedly, his sudden realization actually delayed the matter, and just when Liu Wenhao was frowning, his cell phone rang, and it was Natasha Romanoff. "Stark was attacked? I already know about this. Just when I was having an epiphany, the alarm Tony gave me went off. I used the perception scan to find out that he is no longer in New York." Natasha Romanoff's face changed. Tony Stark is a super arms dealer and the current provider of funds to S.H.I.E.L.D. If something goes wrong, the impact will be huge. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows the news about Tony's accident very quickly. It can be said that they received the news right after Tony's accident. The first thing Natasha Romanoff thought of was Liu Wenhao, the super bodyguard, but she didn't expect Liu Wenhao to have an epiphany. Although he didn't know what an epiphany was, Liu Wenhao obviously didn't know that Tony was there. "Where was he kidnapped?" Natasha Romanoff said solemnly. "Liu, this matter is very serious. Stark was attacked, which can be said to have a great impact. The most important thing is that Stark was attacked 15 minutes ago, but in such a short period of time within a few days, the rumors about Stark's attack have been spread to major newspapers, so get to SHIELD headquarters as quickly as possible." Liu Wenhao didn't say much. His perception suddenly exploded, and he immediately perceived a huge amount of aircraft carrier in the sky 100 kilometers south of New York. With a sway of his body and a push of his feet, Liu Wenhao's body suddenly disappeared in place. Emerald green light enveloped him, and an explosion resounded through the sky. This was a sonic boom. Liu Wenhao flew at the speed of sound. In just a few minutes, he flew, arriving at the mothership. Natasha Romanoff was already waiting for him. Natasha Romanoff brought Liu Wenhao to the conference room. "Here, Liu, Now we can't find any trace of Stark, so we need you." Fury, Hill, and Phil Coulson, whom Liu Wenhao had not seen, were discussing something in the conference room. Fury's face was expressionless. With his back to Hill and Phil Coulson, he also spoke when he saw Liu Wenhao coming in. "Hello, Liu, I'm Phil Coulson." Phil Coulson saw Liu Wenhao, stepped forward, and extended his hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, Phil Coulson, and this is Hill." "Hello, Director Nick Fury. Although my mental perception has a wide range, it still has a limit. If it exceeds the limit, my perception is of no use at all." Liu Wenhao also stretched out his hand to shake Phil Coulson's hand, nodded to the beautiful Hill, and then frowned to Fury. "I know, so we are still narrowing down the location where Stark was kidnapped," Hill said coldly with a slightly cold face, while Liu Wenhao nodded noncommittally, not minding Hill's coldness at all. He knew Hill has this kind of character. In addition, the media has started reporting crazily. These newspapers will not let such a big news go. Phil Coulson frowned, and Natasha Romanoff nodded. "You are right. This news has been urgently broadcast on TV, the internet, and the radio. It is obvious that someone is behind this." Liu Wenhao didn't know about this, but it must have something to do with Tony's uncle. After all, once Tony died, he could accept hundreds of billions from the Stark Group. Then what did the military say? When Tony was kidnapped, wasn't he demonstrating his latest missile with the military? Phil Coulson also frowned and asked. Tony was with people from the military at the time, so they had nothing to say? Colonel Roddy has dispatched 6 fighter jets and rushed to the scene of the accident. However, in addition to the blown-up Jeep, there was also a missile produced by Stark. All that was left was blood. We must find Stark before we can save him, Phil Coulson said calmly. For agents, whenever they need to be calm, Phil Coulson is undoubtedly the best. However, this group of cunning terrorists threw out all the locators on Stark's body. Afghanistan is not peaceful, and it is surrounded by deserts and Gobi. Once Stark is taken there, we will also see the vast deserts and mountains. There's no way to find it. It doesn't matter. We still have to narrow down the location as much as possible. My perception can sense it instantly. For the sake of Tony being in danger, I left a spiritual imprint on him at that time. Liu Wenhao interjected, after reaching an agreement at Tony's home. At that time, with Tony's consent, his spiritual imprint was imprinted on his body. With this imprint, it would be equivalent to a GPS. As long as it was within the scanning range, it could be seen at a glance. Really? That's great. In this way, Hill can reduce the range of all satellite positioning to within 500 kilometers. Phil Coulson was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect Liu Wenhao to have such an ability. Okay, just do it. Our first task now is to narrow down the location, then use Liu's mental perception to search for Stark, and then rescue him. Fury's only remaining right eye flashed. As Stark's bodyguard, am I a little careless this time? But it doesn't matter. Let Stark experience this once, at least let him understand something. Liu Wenhao secretly thought with an expressionless face, there is another deeper reason. Saving Tony Stark when he is in crisis will undoubtedly bring the relationship between the two closer. It is not that he is evil, but this way it was a good thing for both Tony and him. Tony, the metamorphosis of your life has arrived. Chapter 24. SHIELD is indeed S.H.I.E.L.D. It only took a few hours to narrow the range to 800 kilometers. However, Liu Wenhao's perception requirements are still more. 500 kilometers is Liu Wenhao's search limit, but the time does not wait. People, so Fury can only let Liu Wenhao do his best to search. After receiving the mission, Natasha Romanoff took Liu Wenhao back to the ground, and then drove to the Los Angeles airport. A black man in military uniform was waiting for them. Hello, I'm Colonel Roddy. I am Natasha Romanoff, a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. The protagonist today is the person next to me. His name is Liu Wenhao. Liu Wenhao looked at Colonel Roddy. He had seen this man at the Tony Awards ceremony a few days ago. He was resolute and humorous, and he could really be Tony Stark's good friend. Colonel Roddy was also looking at Liu Wenhao. Although he knew that there were strange people and strange things in the world, he did not expect that SHIELD would actually send a handsome boy, which made him a little suspicious. However, he also knew that SHIELD didn't have to make such a big joke, so he didn't say anything. Everyone boarded a Boeing 747, which would fly directly from Los Angeles to Afghanistan and land at Baghlan Air Force Base. Liu Wenhao didn't say anything for a moment. He stood on the training ground with his eyes closed, and the small universe suddenly exploded. He pushed the small universe to its limit, and his sixth sense thinking reached its limit, passing through space and clouds, like a cobweb, spreading everywhere. When Colonel Roddy got off the plane with Natasha Romanoff and Liu Wenhao, he saw Liu Wenhao standing still with his eyes closed. He felt baffled at first. But when Liu Wenhao exploded into a small universe, the airflow was like a hurricane and blew them both away, immediately frightening Natasha Romanoff and Roddy. The two people tried to stay in place, but they found that Liu Wenhao's tall figure in the center of the hurricane was constantly rising with an emerald green light. Although there was no disturbing aura, it made the two of them feel solemn, as if the figure could not move. The handsome boy who moves is like a dynamite barrel that will explode when touched. Liu Wenhao, who exploded into a small universe, spread his thoughts infinitely, and finally discovered the place where Tony might be imprisoned, which was in a valley. Surrounded by desolate neighborhoods and deserts, there is no green on the ground. It is all dry grass. Feeling the surrounding temperature, it is not too high. You can see those guys wearing turbans, all wearing thick clothes. This should be very close to the north or mountains. Afghanistan is in the northern hemisphere, located in the southwest corner of Tibet, adjacent to Pakistan and Iran. It is a landlocked country. According to SHIELD, Afghanistan's mountainous areas are concentrated in the central and southeastern parts, close to the Himalayas. In the southwest, there are deserts. Where Liu Wenhao's mind spreads, you can see deserts and mountains in the distance. This should be located in the southwest of Afghanistan. In the plot, Tony Stark escaped from here and fell into a desert before he had a lucky escape. In my perception, this valley is not too long. There are bare mountains on both sides, with gravel scattered in the middle. At the bottom of the valley, there are many ammunition supplies piled up, and I can see, made by Stark Industries, painted on them. English alphabet. On top of the ammunition, there is a military camouflage net. Looking down from the air, the camouflage net conceals the strangeness in the valley very well and is integrated with the surrounding mountains. About 100 soldiers carrying rifles and submachine guns were busy. Suddenly, Liu Wenhao frowned and saw a bearded man walking out from under a tent. Behind the tent was the entrance to a cave, and Liu Wenhao's heart moved. Well, Tony is here. I found Tony. In the training ground of the base, Liu Wenhao, who was standing on the spot for perception, suddenly spoke, surprising Natasha Romanoff and Colonel Roddy, who were still bracing against the hurricane airflow. Found it? Where is it? The two said in unison. Well, in the mountains about 100 kilometers away from here. Wait, what are they doing? I don't understand very well. Forget it. I'll go and talk to Tony first. Liu Wenhao suddenly made a decision. He saved the people first. Said, but contact Tony first. At the moment at the entrance of the cave, the bearded man was shouting something. Standing in front of him was a tall and thin man wearing a suit and glasses. When the bearded man finished speaking, the man nodded and then left. Another soldier took a set of surgical tools in his hands. After the bearded man left, the man looked around and at the two soldiers at the entrance of the cave. He turned and walked into the cave. With a smile, he said something to the two soldiers. Damn guys, I hope you get shot in the head by Americans tomorrow. The two soldiers were Afghans, spoke an indigenous language, and did not understand English. However, seeing the smile on the man's face, they thought they were conveying goodwill to them, so they smiled and patted the man on the shoulder. These guys are really crazy. They dare to kill Tony Stark. If the US military finds this place, they will probably die miserably. God, Ethan, am going to treat Tony Stark. I hope you can protect us. Ethan muttered a few words and walked towards the cave. Several oil lamps were lit in the dark cave. It was very deep, about 20 meters deep. Along the way, Zhang Yan saw a total of 2 groups of guards. There were several ancient monitors placed in front of one group of people. The pictures in the cave were displayed on the books. They should be monitors. In perception, I saw a person lying on a stretcher. Many high-power incandescent lamps were lit around him, illuminating the surrounding area very brightly. This person was obviously Stark. He couldn't go now. Tony was still in danger. Tony needs to be saved by Ethan, and when Tony wakes up, that's when these people will die. When Tony is in danger now, there is a person inside who is saving Tony. I will leave immediately after Tony is out of danger. You don't have to worry. Liu Wenhao looked at the anxious expressions of Natasha Romanoff and Colonel Roddy and explained. Immediately, he knew that the two were confused. Liu Wenhao immediately went to talk to Tony. Is Tony's life in danger? Colonel Roddy immediately asked anxiously. As a good friend of Tony, it can be said that he is sincerely concerned about Tony's safety. Unlike Natasha Romanoff, who has never experienced an alien invasion, the two of them people don't have the friendship of comrades, so for her it's just a mission. Well, his chest seems to have been embedded by bomb fragments, but the doctor is already saving him, so Colonel Roddy doesn't have to worry. I will go directly to save him when he is out of danger. You can't go and alert those people now. Tony is in danger. Okay, let me calm down first. A trace of anxiety flashed across Luo Di's resolute black face, but he also knew that what Liu Wenhao said was the truth and believed in Liu Wenhao's strength. After all, the scene just now shocked him. Liu Wenhao ignored him and checked Tony's condition with his eyes closed. Chapter 25. Now I would like to introduce to you my new weapon, the Jericho missile. Which is better, to be respected or to be feared? The best weapon only needs to be fired once. Boom! The messy words and explosions made Stark open his eyes suddenly, as if he had a nightmare. He opened his eyes and found that he was in a cave. Just as he was about to sit up, he felt something awkward in his chest. In addition to the pain that had not yet dissipated, there seemed to be some cold metal object embedded in his chest. He pulled open the gauze on his chest and found a strange thing. What's this? Stark was a little afraid of his own changes and wanted to sit up, but found that two metal wires were connected to a car battery on the cold metal object. His unique sensitivity made him scan the surroundings and found a man with glasses shaving. Beard, you're awake. What did you do to me? My name is Ethan, and I saved you, Mr. Stark. After some explanations from the man named Ethan, Stark learned what had happened to him. On his way out of Baglin Air Force Base, the jeep he was riding in was attacked by a bomb. He was hit by a missile, and Ethan took out the fragments in his chest, but there were still residues. The thing on his chest was an electromagnet, which attracted shrapnel from flowing around along the blood. Once removed, the shrapnel would P******K if it enters your vital organs, you will die. Stark quickly understood his situation and calmed down. At this time, a bearded man came in with someone and spoke a strange language to Stark. Ethan put his head in his hands and translated. They tell you to make a missile. This is it. Ethan took a photo, and Stark's eyes turned cold. The Jericho missile is the latest missile developed by Stark Industries. It is very powerful. The United States has just obtained it. Unexpectedly, these terrorists got the news. Stark immediately chose to refuse. He is an arms dealer, but he is also an arms dealer who keeps his promises. He promised the United States that for a long time in the future, Jericho missiles will only be supplied to the United States. The terrorists held him down in the pool. After several futile resistances, Stark saw his situation clearly and was taken outside the cave, looking coldly at the boxes around him. Guns, ammunition, missiles, bombs, all have the mark of Stark Industries, but Stark knows very well that he has never sold these weapons to terrorists. His heart sank. In other words, Stark Industries, there were people in the company who were conducting transactions behind the scenes without telling him. With such huge amounts of orders, only a handful of people have the right to sign. A person's face appeared in Stark's mind. Abadi Stan, is it really you? Help us build the Jericho missile. When it is done, we will let you go. These terrorists needed him temporarily, and Stark temporarily chose to compromise. But he also knew very well that after building the missile, he would be killed by these people, and they gave Stark a deadline of 1 week. What do I need to do in 1 week to get out of here? However, what made him overjoyed was a voice rang out from his mind. Hi, Mr. Stark, did you miss me? Tony was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Isn't this his high-level bodyguard? It was really a help in times of need. If it weren't for Liu Wenhao, he wouldn't have known what to do. Tony, who was overjoyed, was about to speak, but Liu Wenhao interrupted him directly. Stark, don't speak now. Just let me speak. I am 100 kilometers away from you. I can fly there in minutes at my speed, so protect yourself now. Tony nodded slightly to express his understanding. Okay, Tony is out of danger. I'm leaving now. You can follow me. Liu Wenhao opened his eyes, turned around, and said to Colonel Natasha Romanoff. He squatted down slightly, then jumped suddenly and flew into the air. After finding his direction, the explosion sounded immediately. It was a sonic boom. Liu Wenhao flew towards the valley at the terrifying speed of sound, while Natasha Romanoff and Roddy stood there dumbly. On the ground, they looked stupidly at Liu Wenhao, who had disappeared into the sky. They looked at each other for a while, smiled bitterly, and immediately told the soldiers to set off immediately. The soldiers under the bearded man were still patrolling the valley. Suddenly, they heard bursts of explosions. They subconsciously looked up and saw a figure flying straight towards them from the sky. They immediately started screaming. Just before they shouted a few times, a figure suddenly hit the ground like a mountain bearing down on top. The ground suddenly exploded with a shock. The exploded rubble hit the soldiers like bullets. The bullet-like rubble directly hit those who were still there. The soldiers who were standing still were bombarded to death, without even reacting at all. Some unlucky soldiers were directly bombarded into pulp. And it was Liu Wenhao who appeared again. When Liu Wenhao was about to enter the cave to save Tony, a small missile with a flaming tail flew towards Liu Wenhao. Liu Wenhao glanced at it with disdain and did not fight head-on. Directly like lightning, he ducked into the cave. Time seemed to have stopped. When he looked over, Liu Wenhao was already in the cave, and behind him were the soldiers holding weapons, standing motionless on the spot. Even their expressions were frozen. When Liu Wenhao walked slowly into the cave, the soldiers were all in an instant. It turned out that when Liu Wenhao entered the cave like lightning, he punched, pointed, and kicked in front of each soldier, directly killing them. These terrorists were killed directly. While Tony was still thinking about when Liu Wenhao would save him, he suddenly heard a loud noise outside and knew it might be Liu Wenhao. And he didn't make any movement. He knew that there must be soldiers guarding him outside the iron gate. If he made any movement at the moment, he would probably be killed directly, so he could only wait anxiously. But his waiting didn't take long. Suddenly, he heard a muffled sound outside the iron door, as if his body had fallen. Before he could think of anything, a loud noise came to his ears. He turned around and looked over and saw an arm penetrated the iron door. The owner of the arm was none other than Liu Wenhao. Liu Wenhao exerted force with his right hand, and the iron door was blasted open. In front of him, he saw Tony's classic look appear on his in front of him, and next to him was Ethan. "Our great genius, Mr. Stark, are you so excited to hug me when you see me?" In Tony's surprised and delighted eyes, Liu Wenhao looked at the haggard Tony jokingly. Chapter 26. "Hey, how is it possible? Even without you, I can still escape." Tony laughed, and even shed tears, but he was too proud to admit it. But he still stepped forward and hugged him excitedly. Liu Wenhao. "Okay, but now is not the time to talk. Who is this?" Liu Wenhao patted Tony on the back. He knew Tony's mood at the moment, and saw the stunned Ethan next to him, and he pretended not to know. Asked, "Oh, he is my savior, and he was kidnapped by these bastards. If possible, let's save him together." He patted the frightened Ethan on the shoulder. Tony smiled gratefully at Ethan. After all, his life was saved by Ethan, so he also hoped that Liu Wenhao could save Ethan's life together. "So that's it. Saving you is also saving you. It doesn't matter if I add 2 more, because I will wipe out the robbers here. Okay, come with me. Your good friend Colonel Roddy is very anxious." Liu Wenhao shrugged and said it didn't matter. He wanted to kill everyone here anyway. He hated these beasts who had no regard for the lives of ordinary people the most. "Let's go. I don't want to stay in this damn place anymore. Even if you don't clean up this place, I will kill the bastards here if I get the chance." Tony didn't want to take this place with him that he would never forget for the rest of his life. "Go." Liu Wenhao slowly led the 2 of them out of the cave. "Damn, they have missiles." Tony and Ethan followed Liu Wenhao, but found a few bearded soldiers at the corner launching several missiles towards them. Suddenly frightened out of his wits, Tony cursed and looked at the approaching missile, while Liu Wenhao had a dark look on his face when he heard Tony's curse words. Regardless of the 2 people behind them, looking at the approaching missile, the emerald green light flashed in their eyes. In a flash, an invisible force directly imprisoned the missile, and then the imprisoned missile suddenly seemed to be invisible. Pulled by the power of the enemy, it flew backwards and exploded directly on the wall next to the soldiers who were still stunned. It directly blew up those soldiers, who knew whether they were alive or dead. "Oh my God, how is it possible?" Seeing such a strange scene, Ethan immediately exclaimed. As a scientist and doctor, he has never believed that there is super ability in the world, but the scene in front of him directly overturned his worldview. It's okay, Liu is a pervert. Don't think about anything else." Before Liu Wenhao could say anything, Tony directly patted the stunned Ethan and said, "But by the way, he insulted Liu Wenhao." Liu Wenhao had another dark look on his face. "Okay, follow me." Liu Wenhao looked at the 2 people muttering behind him with a speechless expression. He didn't even look like he was in a gangster's den. He is really brave for a skilled person. Tony is really brave. Big, and Ethan probably agreed with trepidation. Okay. The frightened Ethan kept echoing Tony, but his heart kept going up and down, and he was unwilling to talk to Tony. After all, he was in a dangerous situation. Who would want to chat at this time? Suddenly, when Liu Wenhao asked the 2 of them to follow, he nodded immediately and ignored Tony. In this small hole, Tony and Ethan followed the expressionless Liu Wenhao. The sound of footsteps step by step echoed in the hole, and the silence was terrifying. It seemed that there was no one in the cave, but they knew this was impossible, so there was only one possibility. There were all those soldiers outside the cave. Even a bold man like Tony was worried. And finally, the cave entrance, the bright light is getting closer and closer, and their hearts are getting more and more nervous, as if there is a drum in their hearts that keeps beating. Hundreds of soldiers were waiting outside the cave, some with guns, some with missile launchers on their shoulders, and some sitting directly in tanks. The bearded leader with glasses stood in front of them, his eyes fixed on the dark hole. His eyes lost focus, and he constantly recalled the horrifying scene on the monitor in his mind. He believed in God, but he also do not believe. Because he feels that there is no God in the world, he hopes there is a shadow of God in his heart. In addition, as the leader of a terrorist organization, he has killed countless people, and it is impossible to believe that there are any strange people and strange things in this world. But at the moment he believed it. The handsome boy didn't know what kind of power he used to restrain the launched missile, and the terrifying speed and power were beyond the reach of human beings. Even at the moment he believed it. There were hundreds of heavily armed soldiers around him, but he didn't feel the slightest sense of security in his heart. He even had a premonition that he would die today. Liu Wenhao didn't know, or didn't want to know what the bespectacled bearded man was thinking. In his perception, he already knew that there were hundreds of people waiting for the three of them outside the cave. Every ordinary person in the world has only one word of death here, and there is no other way. But who is Liu Wenhao? He is a holy warrior with the qualifications to become a god. He possesses tyrannical power. These hundreds of fully armed terrorists, Liu Wenhao didn't take it seriously at all. Even if they use all their firepower, Liu Wenhao can fight him head-on. Not to mention that with his terrifying speed of sound, those weapons can't hit him at all. However, behind him are two genius scientists who are powerless. He couldn't dodge at all, and he couldn't avoid it, otherwise the two people behind him would definitely die. So he couldn't and didn't need to hide. There is only one possibility for you, and that is to surrender, otherwise there is only a dead end. When the bearded leader with glasses saw Liu Wenhao leading Tony and Ethan out of the cave, he put down the ominous premonition in his heart and said, giggling. Ethan heard what the bearded man with glasses said behind him, and translated to the two of them. Before Tony said anything, Liu Wenhao snorted expressionlessly and said nothing. The star map of Draco suddenly appeared behind Liu Wenhao. Suddenly, Liu Wenhao took a stance, with his right hand at his waist, forming a tiger's claw posture, his left arm bent forward, his left foot backward, his right foot suddenly stepped forward, and a ball of light appeared in front of his right tiger claw. A divine dragon can be vaguely seen flying and howling constantly in the center of the ball, as if it wants to break through the shackles of the light ball. Oh my god, I can see Liu's moves again. Tony and Ethan's clothes and hair were blown constantly by the huge amounts of airflow, as if they were hit by a storm, and they could hardly open their eyes. Pulling Ethan back into the cave. Although the airflow was strong, Tony and Ethan still looked at such a crazy scene with wide eyes. Tony wanted to see it again, while Ethan saw it for the first time and couldn't stop at all. Shoot. Shoot quickly. Shoot them all. The hundreds of soldiers, who were blown away by the airflow, and the bearded man with glasses lost their minds for a moment, and the bearded man with glasses was the leader after all. Immediately, he yelled at all his soldiers to shoot. The flying sand and rocks made it impossible for the soldiers to see clearly. If their eyes were not closed, the flying sand blown up by the violent airflow would be blown into their eyes. These soldiers did not want the bearded leader to wear glasses, so even if the bearded leader was shouting, calling has no effect. The rising dragon dominates Mount Liu roar. The roar resounded through the sky, and when the momentum was at its highest, Liu Wenhao finally launched this devastating punch. The tiger claws blasted forward, and the ball of light suddenly blasted out, erupting at the moment of the shot. A huge roar of the divine dragon shook away the clouds above the blue sky. This punch was blasted out with unparalleled faith, and with his invincible faith and will. Chapter 27. What a domineering emerald green dragon, an oriental dragon that was so lifelike that it roared wildly, shocking the soldiers' livers and gallbladders to bursting, and their souls flying away. Then, before those soldiers could cry out in despair, the divine dragon shook its power and suddenly blasted towards those soldiers. For a moment, the divine dragon shook its body and radiated light. The violent power spread constantly and finally exploded. The sand and rocks were shattered. This punch was like the power of God. The soldiers were directly penetrated by the violent power, and their whole bodies were blown away by the power. A little bit of life. The earth-shattering punch directly disintegrated hundreds of heavily armed soldiers. Even the resurrection of the ancient overlord was impossible, but Liu Wenhao did it. This my god. Liu Wenhao restrained his cosmos and his domineering aura. He who was like a god king just now turned into a sunny boy next door. Ethan and Tony, who saw the whole process in the cave, were stunned. Tony could say that, after all, he had seen this earth-shattering punch in the villa. Ethan, who had seen such an earth-shattering punch for the first time, immediately danced and talked incoherently. Tony howled a few times. Huh? Your life is really good. Liu Wenhao, who was pretending to be cool and determined to put on a show, suddenly heard a few gunshots and a few bullets were fired directly, and he was speechless. His right hand waved like lightning twice, and he immediately caught all the bullets in his hand. The sneak attacker fired several shots, and suddenly there was a click and the gun was empty. Liu Wenhao took a closer look and saw that it was the bearded leader. Fortunately, he didn't die. But Liu Wenhao would not be merciful to this kind of guy who didn't know whether to live or die. After all, he had killed and maimed hundreds of soldiers, and he didn't care about this one. When he was about to kill this guy, an idea flashed in his mind. He immediately gave up the idea of killing Big Beard, and with lightning speed, he grabbed Big Beard by his collar. In a flash, he was already in the hole, looking at Tony with the limp Big Beard in his hand still on the ground. Tony, this guy should be the leader of this gang. Do you have anything to ask him? If not, I will kill him. This guy should be a man who does all kinds of evil. I won't have any psychological burden at all if I kill him. Liu Wenhao clapped his hands, looked at the bearded man with disdain, and said to the excited Tony, "Oh, you can't kill. Let me ask first. Ethan can help me translate." Tony recovered from his excitement, looked at the bearded man, and suddenly had a ferocious look on his face. He had never eaten anything like this since he was a child. Such a loss almost cost him his life. If it weren't for Ethan and Liu Wenhao, I believe he would have known at the moment whether he would still be able to see this colorful world. Who sent you to kidnap me, or hired you? Tony looked at Ethan, who nodded to him, and the thoughts in his mind suddenly came out, and Ethan also murmured to the bearded man, "Jilly Gulu, haha." The bearded man looked at Liu Wenhao with a crazy look on his face. He was babbling and didn't know what he was talking about, but he knew from his expression that it was not a good thing. "Well," he said, "he was scolding you anyway. He didn't say who instigated him at all." After hearing this, Ethan looked at Liu Wenhao and Tony awkwardly. Liu Wenhao and Tony didn't understand, but that didn't mean he did. "I don't understand. This guy's curse words are really irritating. Even he almost got angry to death after hearing it." "Forget it. Even if he doesn't tell me, I know who did it, but I still can't believe it's him." Tony didn't hear the answer he wanted, and he wasn't angry. Ever since he saw the arms manufactured by his company, he had already guessed who did it, but he still couldn't believe it was that person. The deep relationship for more than 10 years was no joke. Although he was very romantic, once he will make every effort to get along with the relatives or friends he recognizes. But he didn't expect that the people closest to him besides the dead old ghost would actually harm him or even kill him. It was really sad to think about it. For a moment, Tony Stark, the most genius scientist in the world, felt a wave of sadness in his heart. If that's the case, then go die? It will be considered as revenge for those innocent people who died. Liu Wenhao heard the helplessness and sadness in Tony's voice, and couldn't help being speechless. As the person closest to him, it's true that people would betray him and even want to kill him. But Tony already knew his own answer, so the bearded man in front of him who had been chirping crazily was of no use. Although Liu Wenhao himself was not a murderous person, but there are only a few types of people he hates the most in his life. One is T. One is someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately, and another is a traitor, and the person in front of him probably is both of them. Therefore, he must die. In this case, Liu Wenhao snorted coldly, and with lightning speed, he pinched the bearded man's neck with his tiger claws. Suddenly, the beard was silent, and the beard was lifted up by Liu Wenhao with one hand. Both feet kept kicking. Both hands tightly grasped Liu Wenhao's hand, trying to break it open, but this was impossible. As the most powerful saint warrior in mankind, how could it be broken open by an ordinary person? If he were to break up Liu Wenhao, why would he be called a Saint Seiya? Liu Wen raised his head and looked at the bearded man in his hand expressionlessly. Through perception, he could clearly see the memory of the bearded man. No matter what it was, he could see it clearly. This kind of person would die. Unfortunately, slowly, the bearded man lost the strength to break free, and his hands and feet were slowly hammered down, and for a while he lost his breath. And Tony and Ethan looked at the killing scene in front of them without any expression. Although they are the smartest scientists, they are also soft-hearted people. Ethan didn't have the ability to kill this bearded man. If he had the ability, he will kill the bearded man one bite at a time. This shows his hatred for the bearded man, and even if Tony doesn't kill the bearded man now, he will try his best to kill the bearded man when he returns. Since he is the richest man in the United States, he wants to kill such a person. Very easy. Duh. Chapter 28. Liu, what should we do now? After coughing twice, Ethan, who was standing there blankly, couldn't help it. Although he was happy that the person he hated most was dead, he felt weird staying here. After all, there are hundreds of dead and disabled soldiers outside. Okay, I can fly, but you definitely won't be able to bear taking you. After all, my flight speed is very fast. If I fly slowly, it will waste time. But let's walk in the desert. Liu heard Tony and Ethan were stunned at Wenhao's words. They couldn't believe their ears. Liu Wenhao actually asked them to go for a walk in the desert? Just kidding. Although they are not as weak as women, it would be very uncomfortable for two men to walk in the desert under the sun. Hey, you're kidding. Roddy and the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. have already flown a plane to come to you. I want you to walk around in the desert. I want to destroy this place. I can't let any weapons or missiles here be taken away by others. Once it was obtained by that terrorist organization, and probably another innocent person will be unlucky. Liu Wenhao looked at Tony and Ethan, who had expressions of disbelief on their faces, and laughed. He was happiest when he felt frustrated by Tony. He didn't know why, but he explained it anyway. Otherwise, if Tony didn't pay him wages when he returned, he wouldn't be able to have fun anymore. That's pretty much it. Okay, let's do it. Tony and Ethan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mad, if he is exposed to the sun at dozens of degrees, he won't agree. No one else can bear it. What's more, Tony and Ethan, two scientists, although they both have a terrifying will that ordinary people don't have, why would they eat the pain that can be avoided? I heard that there is a saying in the ancient East, which is that heaven will send down people to this place. What nonsense. It is nonsense. You can enjoy it, but you have to suffer a lot. Tony secretly muttered in his heart. Liu Wenhao would definitely not let the three of them walk in the desert. Instead, he found an off-road vehicle in the valley. When Tony arrived, he was a little disgusted and a little excited to see the off-road vehicle. Tony actually doesn't like this kind of car. He likes the kind of elegant and cool sports cars, but wild off-roading is a man's favorite, and Tony is no exception. He excitedly asked Ethan to get in the car quickly, and he sat in the car. Start the off-road vehicle, directly increase the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle suddenly drives forward. Watching the two people leave, Liu Wenhao turned to look around the valley. This place should actually be very beautiful, with beautiful scenery, but it was destroyed by these people. Now let me simply restore this original appearance. Maybe in a few dozen in the future, grass and trees will grow here. With a sudden step on his feet, his whole body flew into the air, staring at everything around him. His momentum suddenly exploded, and the small universe slowly rose. In a short period of time, the small universe had condensed to the extreme. The momentum also rose to the extreme. The fierce momentum even overwhelmed the trees and grass in the valley. Liu Wenhao spread his hands and clenched his fists tightly. The emerald green light swirled around his body, as if he was constantly swimming around with life again, all over his body. As the color constantly deepened, the airflow around Liu Wenhao slowly erupted. With him as the center, a hurricane erupted, pulling everything in the valley along with it. In an instant, the entire valley was enveloped by a storm, and Tony hadn't driven very far when he heard the sound of huge amounts of noise behind him. He and Ethan looked back and were shocked. They didn't expect Liu Wenhao to do such a thing. Big movement. The storm is getting bigger and bigger, and more things are being pulled. The rotation speed of the storm is getting faster and faster, and the power is getting stronger and stronger. As the emerald green light in Liu Wenhao's eyes becomes stronger and stronger, the storm also begins to twist. It could have been said to be a vertical hurricane, but it began to spread horizontally, twisting more and more fiercely. The emerald green light in Liu Wenhao's eyes gradually turned into the shape of a dragon. Two dragons kept flying in his eyes, and finally the power of the storm it broke out, and for a moment, the sand turned black with the storm. The black storm was mixed with vaguely visible emerald light, and violent power exploded in all directions. This huge amount of power destroyed everything in the valley. Nothing could escape, and everything turned into powder. The big storm will also subside, and the destructive power of the storm finally subsides. Liu Wenhao is still suspended in midair, calmly looking at the valley that has been destroyed by the violent power, sighing secretly in his heart. Not only sighing at all the beautiful things, but also people. As long as people have desires, there will be killings, but there will be more killings in this world. Even he himself has his own desires. It is human nature to be selfish. Liu Wenhao cannot stop the killings all over the world, but he will do what ability can do. He does not want to kill, but he will not run around in the name of the so-called world peace. He knows that the goal of world peace is impossible. The world is so big, there is no man can guarantee that the world will eventually be peaceful, but neither can God. He, Liu Wenhao, is even more impossible. Even if he has the power of God, he cannot stop the killing in this world. This world has begun to become deformed. The deformed world needs to be corrected, but no one can correct it unless all countries in the world are united. But it's not possible. He sighed silently for a minute and took a long breath. He was not the kind of saint who was compassionate and compassionate. He had a sunny personality and put all this behind him. His mind perceived where Tony was, and his suspended body suddenly accelerated. Flying towards the fast-moving off-road vehicle in the desert, Tony roared excitedly. Although there was something on his chest that made him very unhappy. If he didn't evolve this thing, he would probably die, but he didn't mind because he knew he had enough time. Some people wanted him to die, but there were more people who didn't want him to die, so he wasn't worried, especially when there was a super bodyguard behind him. He looked back happily and saw a figure flying quickly in the sky. Within a few seconds, Liu Wenhao's body, which was not tall but had a perfect figure, landed in the back seat of the off-road vehicle. There was originally a high-speed Vulcan gun, a type of Gatling gun, but more powerful, in the back seat. After Liu Wenhao landed, he dismantled the thing and threw it away. The violent scene was vividly and exquisitely performed. Good guy. This kid is getting more and more violent, and he doesn't want anyone to mess with him, Tony thought secretly in his heart as he drove the car. The sun was scorching, and the dazzling sunlight shone on the endless desert. In the desert, there was an off-road vehicle driving at high speed. Liu Wenhao was lying in the back seat, almost falling asleep. Although the temperature was very high for non-human bodies, for him with such intensity, this is nothing. As long as he thinks about it, his body will always maintain normal temperature and even lower it. But Tony and Ethan can't do it. They have been driving for just half an hour, and the high temperature almost makes them faint. Ethan is okay. After all, he has survived in the desert for so long, but Tony was unhappy. Looking at the leisurely super bodyguard behind him, he was even more unhappy and asked with an unhappy look on his face. Hey, Liu, this strong temperature is making us almost die. Where are Roddy and that SHILD person we agreed to talk about? Where's the trust between people? Can we still have fun? Almost Tony, who was almost dehydrated, asked Liu Wenhao, the resentment in his eyes almost reaching the sky. Chapter 29. Well, they will arrive soon. In my perception, they will arrive at our place in 10 minutes. As for the temperature problem, if you had told me earlier, I would have a solution, Liu Wenhao called. Shivering, he was very happy that Tony felt deflated, but it would be bad if it went too far. The small universe slowly exploded, directly changing the air molecules around him. A cool breath hovered in the high-speed car, which immediately refreshed Tony and Ethan. A shock. There are always unscrupulous people who want to harm me. Tony looked at Liu Wenhao with resentment. He didn't expect that Liu Wenhao had such a skill and didn't use it earlier. He actually let him be exposed to the high temperature of dozens of degrees for half an hour. You must know that although this off-road vehicle has a roof, the strong temperature still makes the inside of the vehicle even more stuffy and extremely hot. This guy is really bad. It seemed that he wanted to have a good communication with him when he returned. Although he wanted to beat Liu Wenhao, he couldn't beat Liu Wenhao, so he had to keep his resentment in his heart. Just when Tony turned around and stared at Liu Wenhao with resentment from time to time, trying to kill Liu Wenhao with the legendary eyes of Deadman and God of Destruction, a military helicopter was traveling at high speed dozens of kilometers away from them. Natasha Romanoff and Roddy were chatting on the plane, and the owner of the chat was Tony Stark's life and death. Although they were chatting about Tony, they were not impatient because they received the message and image from Liu Wenhao, and also knew that Liu Wenhao had brought Tony safe. So they were not impatient. Although Natasha Romanoff was chatting with Roddy, she was still thinking about other things. Only she knew what she was thinking about, or who she was thinking about. The off-road vehicle was carrying two people, one big and one small, driving in the scorching desert. Tony and Ethan seemed to have no energy at all. With Liu Wenhao's cool breath shrouding them, Tony and Ethan felt like they had turned on the air conditioner. Same, very comfortable. He was definitely a little thirsty. When he got back to the villa, he wanted to have a good drink for a long time. This was Tony's idea, while Ethan was simpler. He thought that the law had finally escaped. He had no family anymore. He thought find a place to start a new life with peace of mind. He wants to live for his dead wife and children. Liu Wenhao had no idea at all. His only idea was to go back and have a good meal, and then practice quickly to win over Natasha Romanoff. Although Natasha Romanoff was old enough to be his grandmother, he didn't care. After all, he is a man who will become a god in the future. How long can a god live? No one knows, not even God. So he doesn't care about Natasha Romanoff's age at all. All he cares about is whether she loves him. Finally, when Liu Wenhao was about to fall asleep, the iconic sound of the helicopter sounded. He lay in the back seat and closed his eyes to perceive that the plane had flown behind the car. Liu Wenhao heard it, and Tony and Ethan definitely heard it too. Tony immediately braked, opened the door, and looked at the helicopter excitedly. The helicopter did not disappoint him. It slowly lowered a few meters away from him until it landed on the desert. When he opened the door of the aircraft, Colonel Roddy immediately got excited. He got off the plane and rushed towards Tony, hugged Tony tightly, and whispered in his ear, "Have you seen my happy Hummer? Never leave me again, okay?" Roddy's face was filled with excitement. Although his words were very clear, everyone present could hear the excitement in his words. "Haha, Roddy, I found that I really want to eat a hamburger for the first time," Tony also said excitedly. Although he is not the kind of person who can't eat cheap food, he doesn't like eating hamburgers very much. But now for the first time one time, he was craving for a burger. "Well done, little handsome guy." The charming Natasha Romanoff stood behind Roddy, looking at Liu Wenhao, who was breathing heavily, rolled her eyes at him, and then said with a smile, "Beauty Natasha Romanoff, you know I hate this little word. If you call me little in the future, I will let you know whether it is little or not," Liu Wenhao said with an unhappy look on his face. He really hated this word, especially when the goddess in her heart actually treats him as a child. How can this happen? Ahem, no, how can you still have fun? Giggle. It's not up to you to decide whether you're young or not, little boy. Natasha Romanoff covered her sexy red lips with her delicate hands and teased Liu Wenhao with a smile. Liu Wenhao followed Tony and the others onto the helicopter with a speechless expression. The accompanying doctor gave Tony emergency treatment. As for Ethan, Liu Wenhao didn't say anything, but asked Tony and him to solve his problem. After all, Ethan was familiar with Tony, but not with himself. The helicopter returned to Baglin Air Force Base, and Tony was also sent to his private plane. However, this time he had no chance to meet the three beautiful flight attendants. Dee answered a phone call on the plane, but he answered it very carefully. It didn't look like he wanted to let anyone on the plane know anything, and it seemed like it was an emergency notification. Liu Wenhao was curious for a moment and used his super hearing to eavesdrop. Super hearing is not an ability that only Superman has. As a saint, Liu Wenhao is only the lowest level saint, but his physical strength is quite amazing. Without the use of a small universe, he can smash tens of thousands of kilograms of boulders with just his own strength, so he also has abilities such as supervision and hearing. A few years ago, a green monster imprisoned in a secret experimental base of the military escaped. General Ross of the military has been sparing no effort to capture the green monster, and finally got some information in recent days. Liu Wenhao was suddenly startled. Inferring from various information, a name instantly appeared in his mind, Bruce Banner. It seems that the Hulk is also about to be born. With my current strength, there is no chance of winning against the Hulk. Now he thinks that he is superior to the Hulk in terms of strength and speed, but Bruce Banner can't kill the Hulk in one blow, so the Hulk's cheat appears. The angrier you hit him, the more powerful he becomes. Therefore, if you don't kill the Hulk instantly in the first few moves, you can only suppress the Hulk in the early stage and tie in the midterm, and then be violently tortured by the Hulk in the later stage. But Liu Wenhao really doesn't want to let go of the battle with the Hulk. There are not many people who can be his opponent, but so far, there is no one. Even if it is Iron Man after the upgrade, it can be said that he still doesn't take it seriously. Inside, the gap in strength can only get bigger and bigger. He is looking forward to fighting the Hulk, who can smash the earth with one punch in the comics. It really makes sense for him to fight the Hulk now, when he reaches the seventh sense. After, it can be said that the Hulk is not his opponent at all. With his seventh sense, his physical strength is stronger than that of the Hulk. Not to mention the power of the small universe and the secrets of his moves. No matter how he beats the Hulk, he will only be tortured to death. Chapter 30. Liu Wenhao's face didn't change much when only Bruce Banner was about to appear. He was still lying on the luxurious sofa of Tony's private jet, closing his eyes and recuperating. Natasha Romanoff left early, probably to report back to SHIELD and Cyclops. Roddy finished the phone call and looked at the various people on the plane, his expression unchanged. The military was a matter, and he couldn't talk to anyone here. Even his friend Tony Stark had woken up and looked at his chest as he rebuilt a new reactor in the base. His face suddenly turned ugly. In his heart, he didn't know what he was thinking, but he also knew that it was not a good thing. Liu Wenhao was not worried about him. After all, Tony was Tony, and he was still the genius scientist Tony Stark. Nothing could make him decadent or make him loss of claim. Liu, do you think I'm really an arms leader who doesn't care about the lives of innocent people? Tony felt very complicated, and turned to Liu Wenhao with an ugly look on his face, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed to recuperate. Tony, what kind of person are you? You know better than anyone else whether you have kindness in your heart. If you care about the things in the cave, you can ask yourself whether you really have any sales. What happened? Liu Wenhao knew exactly what Tony was thinking now. He is now undergoing the biggest change in his life. Tony before metamorphosis was just a rich playboy, but after metamorphosis, Tony will become a superhero. Although he has character flaws, he is still a superhero. In the valley, those who kidnapped me, the terrorists known as freedom fighters, had a large number of weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. However, I can confirm that I have never signed on such a large order. I won't sell arms to these guys at all. The more Tony spoke, the more excited he became. He was just skeptical at first, but now the more he spoke, the clearer he became, even about the person who was selling arms behind his back. Tony, as your friend and bodyguard, I can only protect your safety, but I don't want to know about these intrigues. But you just need to know one thing. As long as I am here, no one can hurt you at all. No one, because I am protecting you. It is enough for you to know this. Liu Wenhao nodded and didn't say much, but after living in this world for so long, he also knew that these people in this world were all flesh and blood. He is not an NPC in the game, so he also regards Tony as his friend. Although he has not been in contact with Tony for a long time, he knows very well that Tony is completely loyal to his friends, so he also knows that Tony is a caring person. People. Tony stared blankly at the handsome boy who looked at him seriously and nodded solemnly. In his heart, at the moment, he had completely regarded Liu Wenhao as his friend. Now he has fallen into a trough. After the betrayal, lies, and death of those closest to him, Liu Wenhao stood up. Tony could completely see that Liu Wenhao did not want to marry him because of his money. He makes friends. After all, Tony Stark is Tony Stark. The negative emotions at the lowest point are also suppressed by Tony. His mind is constantly running, connecting all his current affairs together and selling the orders to those freedom fighters. Who has such right to sign? There is only one person besides him, Obadiah Stane. From the initial suspicion to the current certainty, Tony has not told anyone this. He will not expose anything without evidence. After returning, he will investigate in secret, whether it is to resell arms privately or find someone to kidnap and kill him. So that this person has long since disappeared from his heart, and now he only has one thought, which is to bring the person who was closest to him to justice. He shook his head and shook off the thoughts in his mind, as if he was trying to shake off even bad luck. As he drank champagne and ate salad, Tony felt more and more uncomfortable and lost his previous mood. Everything you eat tastes the same. After the plane landed in Los Angeles, Tony changed into a suit. The reactor on his chest caught Roddy's attention. However, after he learned about its function as an electromagnet, he didn't ask any more questions. He and Tony truly trusted each other. A friend who knows what to ask and what not to ask. After the plane landed in Los Angeles, Tony changed into a suit. The reactor on his chest caught Roddy's attention, but after he learned about its function as an electromagnet, he didn't ask any more questions. As in the plot, Tony held a press conference and announced the closure of the weapons development department. Not many people were optimistic about the stock of Stark Industries, and the stock fell sharply. Liu Wenhao knew about Tony's ability, and even though Tony was now close to without the weapons department, Tony's genius can still develop other profitable projects. In the future, Tony's genius can be seen. Unlimited energy directly caused the stock of Stark Industries to soar. Compared with the stock of Stark Industries during the development of weapons, it rose directly, more than twice as much. So even though he didn't have much money, he only had $5 million. This was the reward that Tony transferred directly to him after he saved Tony this time. And Liu Wenhao directly used the $5 million to buy shares of Stark Industries. During this period of plummeting stock indexes, Liu Wenhao made a huge profit with his $5 million purchase. Although now in the eyes of others, this kind of buying behavior is a bad move. But in the future, he will directly make money to death, and now he just eats some soup, and the real profit is Tony himself. I believe Tony will not be so stupid and take the opportunity to take back the shares, and Liu Wenhao's current shares will be 0.1%. It may seem like a small amount, but for Stark Industries, which has tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars in shares, his earnings are not several times, but dozens of times. But when he heard a piece of news, he suddenly lost his good mood. Liu, we are in trouble. We need you to take action. The person who came was actually Fury, an old guy. What was rare was that he was anxious despite his expressionless appearance. What? Liu Wenhao lay calmly on the sofa and watched American blockbusters in boredom. He felt that the blockbusters in this world were much better than those in his previous life. After all, the technological level of this era is very high. Bruce Banner, he went crazy and became very powerful. We in the military can no longer suppress him. Fury looked at the limp Liu Wenhao with a dark look on his face and handed over a tablet. Kindness. Liu Wenhao turned on the computer and was suddenly shocked. What appeared on the screen was Hulk, who had been attacking the army crazily. And he could see with his eyesight that Hulk's power had been increasing crazily. Originally, he wanted to use Hulk as a stepping stone for him to break through the realm, but he didn't expect Hulk's inexplicable increase in power. Now he is just looking for abuse. How could this happen? Liu Wenhao closed his eyes slightly, his handsome face expressionless for a moment, but his mind kept spinning crazily. It's impossible. It seems that there was no plot in the previous life where Hulk's power increased dramatically. It's the military's problem. They found Dr. Bruce Banner in human form before we did. After catching him, they injected him with something unknown, which caused Bruce to go crazy and his power increased dramatically. We couldn't suppress it anymore. Being able to control the battlefield in an uninhabited place in the suburbs. Fury said this, and he couldn't help but want to curse. The military's bad words are simply too damn invincible, and they have no brains at all. Chapter 31. That afternoon, Liu Wenhao had already arrived at the Pacific Ocean on a high-speed flight. The Pacific Ocean is the largest ocean on Earth, covering approximately 46% of the Earth's water surface and approximately 32.5% of its total area. It spans from the coast of the Antarctic continent to the Bering Strait, with Asia and Oceania to the west and America to the east. It spans 135 latitudes and is 15,500 kilometers wide from north to south. The area including the sea is 181.344 million square kilometers, and the area excluding the sea is 166.241 million square kilometers. After learning that Hulk's power completely surpassed his own, he decided to use the pressure of the ocean to break through his own realm. At the moment, he was already at the early peak of his sixth sense. He was only one step away from breaking through. Originally, he wanted to break through during the battle with Hulk, but time did not wait for me. As a result, the military's force greatly increased Hulk's strength. Liu Wenhao was not Hulk's opponent at all, so he could only break through by force. Looking at the endless ocean, the waves are calm, but today an important guest came, not in hesitation, and there was a pop. The person is already in the deep sea. As the seawater gets deeper and deeper, the light becomes darker and darker, and the pressure also increases. He is already at the peak of the early stage of his sixth sense. Originally, he should not care about the pressure of the seawater, but he was wearing an extremely heavy load-bearing equipment. The load-bearing equipment all over his body weighed 100 tons. Liu Wenhao asked SHIELD to make it. This equipment alone cost SHIELD more than $100 million. The pressure of the deep sea plus the load of 100 tons, it can be said that the pressure at this time is not inferior to that of the breakthrough in Lushan. It can be said that as long as Liu Wenhao does not have to leave the small universe. If he were not careful, he might be crushed to death by the terrifying pressure, but Liu Wenhao was very determined to directly seal the small universe when he landed in the water. The method of sealing was a skill in the memory of the Dragon Saint in his mind. Don't ask me why, it's just required by the plot, so it will be. The terrifying weight directly pressed into a deep pit on the deep seafloor, but fortunately the bottom was a hard rock, so it was not directly pressed down here. After doing the difficult cross-legged exercise, Liu Wenhao could feel an invisible terrifying pressure deeply covering every part of his body all the time, and all the muscles in his body began to shape-shift. Being unsettled will cause his stress to increase sharply. A fighter jet was hovering above Liu Wenhao's sea, and on the plane was Phil Coulson. "Sir, is this possible? Can he bear such a terrifying weight and the strong pressure on the seabed?" Phil Coulson took a deep breath and asked with a wry smile. He really couldn't imagine that anyone could survive in such conditions. Even the pervert Hulk would probably die. We can only trust him now. Otherwise, other than launching a nuclear bomb, we have no way to deal with the Hulk. And even if we launch a nuclear bomb, whether Hulk can die or not is a question. On the other end of the communication, Fury was also helpless. He really has no choice at all. For a guy like Hulk, there is really no confidence that a nuclear bomb can kill him, and there are many factors to consider before launching a nuclear bomb. So can the Hulk be held back? Phil Coulson sat on the sofa inside the luxurious aircraft, took a sip of wine, and pulled on his tie. Natasha Romanoff and Hill, with SHLD-like troops and military personnel, should be able to hold Hulk back for a while. I just hope those agents don't lose too much, otherwise. Fury's mouth twitched slightly. I feel bad. I really feel bad. I don't know how many SHIELD elites will be lost. If the congressman had not ordered that he be killed, he would not have brought so many people to support the military, especially Natasha Romanoff and Hill. Losing any one of them can make him vomit blood. Well, let's not talk about Liu Wenhao first. Another Hulk on the battlefield. Hulk opened his eyes near the little bugs, and his anger kept burning. It had been a full day, since he was given an injection by those little bugs in an iron box. I don't know why he was supposed to be sleeping, but a sudden burst of anger washed over him. He wouldn't think too much in his simple mind. But what he knew was that he wanted to kill all those annoying little bugs. But he also knew that he was in danger in the huge iron box, so he escaped. Hulk ran with all his strength. The huge amounts of body shape gave him abundant physical strength and advantages. His legs rotated faster and faster, almost becoming an afterimage. The extremely fast running did not put any burden on the Hulk's body. He knew that his steady breathing should be able to support more strenuous activities. He slammed his feet hard on the ground and suddenly flew into the sky. Chapter 32. Boom. Boom. Hulk's huge body, which was running at high speed, was suddenly hit by 2 cannonballs. He was instantly knocked far away. But Hulk, whose strength has increased dramatically, doesn't need to be afraid at all. He would not be injured by these 2 mosquito bite-like attacks. As soon as he landed on the ground, he immediately jumped up and rushed towards the tank. He held 2 big hammers with his hands and smashed the barrel hard. With a rattling sound, the gun barrel suddenly changed into a standard S shape. It was obvious that this tank was no longer usable. A soldier took the opportunity to rush out from the machine gun, yelling and shooting at Hulk crazily. Bullets constantly ricocheted off Hulk's body, constantly sparking. He roared angrily, covered his face with one hand, and grabbed the tank cover where the machine gun was with the other, and slammed it hard. The world suddenly became quiet. The soldier who was cut in half by the iron cover looked at Hulk with his eyes wide open, without making any sound. But at the moment, Hulk has no sense at all. Anger prevents him from having any emotions, only anger. Anger supports him to destroy. He, Hulk, was born to destroy. Roar! Hulk looked up to the sky and roared. The roar was deafening, and his voice was full of violence, showing that he was a predator at the top of the food chain. Anyone who dared to mess with him would be torn into pieces. He pushed hard with his feet, jumped out far away, and started on the road again. No! The commander's desperate howl was like the cry of a nightingale. The sharp sound spread far away. But this had no effect at all. The reaction force on the helicopter directly became the straw that broke the camel's back. Boom dash! The helicopter hit the ground and burst into huge amounts of fire. Another helicopter saw the entire crash. The level was raised as if frightened, and the aircraft cannon was constantly chasing the target of the large aircraft. Hulk was furious and ran several times to the side of the plane. With a slight aim, he smashed the person in his hand over. Boom dash! The unlucky pilot immediately turned into a powerful human cannonball in the hands of the Hulk, and the inertia of his speed caused him to penetrate straight through the helicopter's fuel tank. The plane immediately exploded into pieces in the air. This is another massacre for Hulk. Every time he flies, there will be a bunch of small bugs to stop him from moving forward. As long as he moves forward, he will be stopped forcefully, and he could only find another direction to fly after killing. He didn't know why, but if he ran to another place, there wouldn't be too many bugs to attack him. Hill Agent, our people have driven him into no man's land. When will you attack? I don't want my people to lose so much. This is General Ross, the father of Bruce Banner's girlfriend, who is also determined to kill the Hulk. Elements. At the moment he was furious, having made huge amounts of mistakes, leading to the Hulk emerging from nowhere, and then using his daughter as bait to capture Bruce Banner. He was injected with catalysts and anesthetics that strengthened countless times, but unexpectedly, the Hulk suddenly increased his strength without knowing why, and directly broke through his experimental base. After losing several men, they had no choice but to reluctantly cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. unexpectedly. S.H.I.E.L.D. asked them to tell Hulk to rush to the location designated by S.H.I.E.L.D. He agreed, and he didn't care why S.H.I.E.L.D. did it. But at the moment he had committed huge amounts of mistakes, and if the matter was not resolved, he would be court-martialed. But in order to drive Hulk to no man's land, he directly lost hundreds of elites, as well as aircraft and tanks. He roughly calculated that his losses directly reached several $billion, and finally changed Hulk's forward goal. No man's land. Unable to hide his anger, he directly questioned Hill. He wanted to see what secret weapon S.H.I.E.L.D. had that could directly take down the Hulk. This general shouldn't need to know. Your mission has been completed. We will subdue the Hulk. Hill said expressionlessly. She doesn't have to be polite to General Ross at all. Firstly, it's a personality issue, and secondly, she's not affiliated with the military, so she doesn't need to be polite to General Ross. She's saying that S.H.I.E.L.D. will lose countless elites just because of them. It makes her angry just thinking about it. I'm waiting for your good news. Ross hung up the phone angrily. He also knew it was his fault, but being arrogant, he would not consider his mistakes at all. only thinking about why he didn't make a decisive decision in the first place. Just kill the Hulk. Duh. Chapter 33. Why? Old General Ross is angry. Natasha Romanoff sat aside and took a sip of coffee elegantly, looking at the expressionless Hill, and said, "Humph, General Ross." Hill snorted coldly, obviously disdainful of Ross. "Okay, Hill, we have something to do." Phil Coulson came with news. Liu is still breaking through under the sea. I don't know how long it will take, but according to Liu's calculations, it will take about a day and a half. Now General Ross has been waiting for us for a day. The rest of the time is up to us. Natasha Romanoff said seriously with a beautiful look. Yes, according to the running speed of the Hulk, he is heading directly to the no man's land. It will take an hour to reach the no man's land. Our agent is already waiting for him there. I just hope Liu can hurry up, otherwise, my agent will not be able to do it either. We know how much we have to lose. A trace of worry flashed across Hill's cold and pretty face. It felt really helpless to put hope on others, and Hulk also made them powerless. Oh, Natasha Romanoff sighed faintly, and that incomparable handsome face flashed in Natasha Romanoff's mind. I really wish you could be by my side. This feeling really makes me uncomfortable. Bruce Banner turned into a violent green fat man. His angry instinct drove him to destroy everything in sight. The angry Hulk waved his huge amounts of arms. Seeing a group of little ones who didn't know how to live or die, his anger became even stronger. With a sudden sweep of his arm, SHIELD's agent was directly blown away, his internal organs were shattered, and he bled to death. Boom! A big green foot suddenly stepped on the ground, and suddenly with the Hulk as the center, cracks in the ground continued to extend, and the violent vibration force blew away everything around, whether it was people or objects. Liu, come quickly, we can't hold on anymore. On the outside of the battlefield, Natasha Romanoff, wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform, looked anxiously at the Hulk Bruce Banner, who was constantly wreaking havoc. For the battle-hardened Natasha Romanoff, she has never felt so powerless, no matter what superb fighting skills she has, against the violent Hulk. It had no effect at all, and could only secretly pray for Liu Wenhao's arrival. At the moment, Liu Wenhao, who was sitting on the bottom of the sea and broke through, suddenly felt in his heart, but he still pressed his mind and decided to break through first. The Hulk, who was still destroying, stopped and looked up at the sky. His green eyes were full of violence, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Natasha Romanoff, who was thousands of meters away from the battlefield. It seemed that she had seen through this, and Natasha Romanoff, who was watching the Hulk through satellite surveillance, suddenly felt a tremble in her heart. She knew that the Hulk was already targeting her. The Hulk's huge body ran with all his strength. The huge amounts of body shape gave him abundant physical strength and advantages. His legs rotated faster and faster, almost turning into an afterimage. The extremely fast running did not put any burden on the Hulk's body, and everything in front of him was directly destroyed by him raising his hands. He slammed his feet on the ground, and his body's speed suddenly increased. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two missiles passed by the Hulk with a slight difference. The angry Hulk became more and more violent, and the consequence of the violence was that his strength constantly increased. Moreover, the speed is faster, the muscle tissue is constantly refined, and everything seems to be changing in a bad direction. Hulk Bruce Banner, who was still running wildly, looked back and saw two old-fashioned bomb-mounted helicopters constantly hovering in the sky. The bullets from the cruise machine guns almost formed a straight line in the air and fired at him crazily. With an angry roar, the crazy Hulk suddenly stepped forward and rushed straight towards one of the planes. At that moment, the Hulk could no longer be called a human being. It is a crazy beast, a beast without human reason. But there is one thing about beasts that humans cannot match, and that is Beast's intuition. Although the Hulk had lost his mind at the moment, Beast's intuition told him to smash the two planes in the sky, otherwise he would definitely be in trouble. The Hulk didn't have any worries, and suddenly flew directly towards the nose of the plane, with huge amounts of palms gripping the sides like two iron claws. The weight of the helicopter suddenly increased, the overall center of gravity changed instantly, and the wings suddenly started to spin. "Sir, Fox 1 is under attack. It's under attack." The horrified flight attendant ignored the violent Hulk in front of him and roared to report to the officer. "Fox 2 attacks the target. Let him go down and control the battlefield to the ground." Hill ignored the coldness and yelled directly at Mike. Chapter 34. However, this is simply unrealistic. The inertial disorder caused by the helicopter's tail spin makes it impossible to find balance in the aircraft. Fox 2 cannot aim at the Hulk at all. If it fires forcefully, the only result will be to directly blow up Fox 1. The Hulk was forced to the ground. "Sir, please parachute. Please parachute, the Fox 1 pilot shouted. At the moment of crisis, he must parachute. But as a soldier, he had to report to his superiors first. The wings were still spinning, the helicopter was descending faster and faster, and the danger was getting closer and closer. The request is approved. Hurry up and parachute. Hurry up. When Fox 1 parachutes successfully, Fox 2 will fire directly at the target, or Fox 1. Hill stared at the picture on the screen. Hearing the request from the Fox 1 flight crew, he passed through without thinking, and then calmly issued the order to Fox 2. This was Hill. Upon hearing the request to pass, the Fox 1 flight attendant opened the skydiving gate without thinking. Even the underside of the seat had been opened, and the whole person had already begun to fall. But the Hulk reacted faster, taking advantage of the opportunity before the plane crashed. He suddenly smashed the windshield of the helicopter with his fist, violently took out the pilot, then waved the pilot in his hand and threw it outside. Oh! The Fox 1 flight attendant suddenly screamed strangely. He probably had never jumped like this before while skydiving. Boom dash. Not to mention the smooth escape of the flight crew, the Fox 1 helicopter crashed straight to the ground, bursting into huge amounts of fire. The reason was that the Fox 2 helicopter saw that the flight crew had successfully parachuted out. No hesitation, just open fire. Aiming at the Hulk Bruce Banner, it was a burst of wild sweeps and various missiles, completely giving no way to survive. Huge amounts of sparks exploded on the ground, but nothing happened to the Hulk. The Hulk shook his huge head in confusion. Then the violent negative emotions ignited in the green eyes again, and he raised his head to look at Fox 2, who was still firing at him. In anger, he kept picking up the wreckage and stones of Fox 1 nearby. It was thrown towards Fox 2 in the sky, but Fox 2, which was already alert, flew so high that the Hulk didn't even have a chance. Seeing that he was still being attacked constantly, but there was no way to do anything about it, Hulk Bruce Banner immediately became angry. He was already angry like an oil drum being ignited. It burned up all of a sudden, and as the anger grew stronger, the Hulk's muscular body became stronger and stronger, indicating that he was becoming more powerful. Natasha Romanoff and Hill frowned as they watched the Hulk's figure on the screen grow larger and larger, and the muscles that were originally like steel bars became more compact and dense. The uneasy feeling in Fong's heart became stronger and stronger. They knew that the big guy in front of them could no longer be supported by S.H.I.E.L.D. They could only look forward to the arrival of Liu Wenhao. At the moment, 8,000 feet under the sea, the emerald green light around Liu Wenhao became more and more powerful, and it had pushed the sea water into a circle, and the huge amounts of sea pressure were enough to crush anything. But being blocked by this emerald green light, the small universe that was originally calm became more and more throbbing, and the sea water around Liu Wenhao also began to boil, as if there was a huge amount of furnace roasting in the sea water. The boiling seawater constantly evaporated, and then was turned into water by the seawater. Even the creatures living on the seabed began to die and escape. This scene repeated for a while, and suddenly the seawater calmed down and returned to the original point, but it was the calm before the storm. Coming. I have already felt it. Frowning Liu Wenhao roared in his heart. He originally wanted to fight against Hulk Bruce Banner to break through the small universe. However, because of the unexpected increase in Hulk's strength, he had to choose to force a breakthrough at the bottom of the sea. This was not what he wanted. In his heart, he wanted to fight the Hulk like a warrior. The Saint will not back down, but he will not be a fool either. He will fight, even though he knows he is not his opponent. But there was still a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart, because he still felt in his heart that he was retreating at this moment. So even though he was still breaking through at the moment, he still had anger in his heart, and became stronger in anger. Suddenly, Liu Wenhao opened his mouth and roared. The roar was like a dragon's roar. With the dragon's roar, his unparalleled power also exploded, and the violent power directly split the seawater into two halves. Liu Wenhao's naked upper body stood on the bottom of the sea. This scene was like a sea god, extremely majestic. Phil, who was waiting for Liu Wenhao's breakthrough, was even more stunned. He could have sworn that he had seen a lot in his life, but he had never seen anything like this before. It was simply incredible. He stretched out his hands and roared. The roar echoed through the sky for a full minute before gradually stopping. At that moment, Liu Wenhao lowered his head slightly. No one could see his expression clearly, and the emerald green light around him slowly dimmed, but there was a trace of lightning flashing from time to time. After staying for a while, he was familiar with his at-the-moment state, stretched out his hands and feet, and suddenly looked up. There was light shining in his originally dim eyes. In the light, two dragons were constantly soaring, and slowly gradually turned into roaring ones. Lion. I didn't expect that this would happen, that he would unexpectedly awaken his ability. Liu Wenhao laughed loudly, feeling secretly ecstatic in his heart. He did not expect a normal breakthrough, awakening this roaring lion. Chapter 35. Seeing the sea still splitting into two halves, Liu Wenhao glanced at Phil Coulson far away on the plain. Regardless of being naked and flying directly into the air, or saying anything to Phil Coulson, he flew directly to the battlefield. Now he was going to have a vigorous battle. Coupled with the accidental awakening of ability, it also increased his confidence. At the moment, he was full of fighting spirit. A shockwave flashed across the sky, and while Liu Wenhao was flying at high speed, his mid-sixth sense perception suddenly scanned like a radar, and he immediately located the battlefield. In his perception, the Hulk is still destroying everything crazily, while the SHIELD agent can only resist with difficulty. Seeing the strengthened Hulk, Liu Wenhao became even more impatient, and his speed increased sharply. At the moment on the battlefield, Natasha Romanoff and Hill's gang stood far outside the battlefield, looking at the rampant Hulk on the screen. There was really nothing they could do. This guy is really a bug. He can't be beaten to death. Once he hits someone, he gets angry and his strength increases dramatically. He is helpless. Natasha Romanoff and Hill were silent. Suddenly, the surveillance agent Liu Wenhao reported that Liu Wenhao had completed the breakthrough and had arrived at high speed. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had never been like this before, placing his hope of victory on others, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the Hulk had exceeded the limit that humans could deal with. Hulk Bruce Banner is still wreaking havoc, his huge body dancing crazily, and there is only two words in his simple head, that is destruction. What made him more irritated was that there were always some small insects harassing him nearby. Suddenly, with his beast-like perception, he felt a powerful aura above him approaching him crazily. This was an aura that made him very unhappy. He who was still doing crazy damage stopped his movements and looked at the sky with fear. A deserted small town was filled with the remains of destroyed houses. Fortunately, SHIELD had allowed the people living here to evacuate in advance. Otherwise, we would not know how many casualties it would have caused. In the ruins, the ferocious face of Hulk Bruce Banner looked up into the sky. He had already felt that the breath was getting closer and closer, and he had also heard the sound of huge amounts. Although he didn't know what the sound was, as the sound got louder and louder, the breath got closer and closer. It was a sonic boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and a figure appeared across the sky. He saw a young and handsome face, naked to the upper body, wearing tight combat pants and Nike sneakers. The prominent upper body has perfect muscular mermaid lines. Everything shows that this is a perfect man. The scene in the ruins was very peaceful, except for the rapid breathing of Bruce Banner, the Hulk, and the agents who had been struggling to resist the Hulk had no idea when they had quietly evacuated. There was only one on the ground and one suspended in the air. The two people looked at each other quietly. In the simple temporary base in the distance, Natasha Romanoff and Hill's beautiful eyes were shining with strange brilliance. At the moment, Liu Wenhao was really handsome, like a god, looking down at the Hulk. Liu Wenhao and Hulk looked at each other silently, and the atmosphere became quiet for a while, but it was obvious that this was the calm before the storm. As a breeze blew by, the two rushed towards each other in unison. The Hulk suddenly lifted up and rushed towards Liu Wenhao in the sky, while Liu Wenhao was possessed and flew towards the Hulk that jumped over. For a moment, two powerful fists, one large and one small, clashed together. The powerful fists made the space seem to vibrate. The terrifying power was like an overwhelming force that pushed the two of them wildly. Hulk Bruce Banner was directly blasted into the ground, exploding the earth, while Liu Wenhao was directly blasted into the sky and could only stop forcibly. In an instant, Liu Wenhao quickly descended from the sky and stood far away from the ruins, waiting for Hulk. At the moment, Liu Wenhao's figure stood there proudly, silent like a statue of a god. The isolated figure just squeezed through the empty ruins and became the most prominent center point of the entire ruins. It was as if everything around him was centered around his body and spread in all directions. The emerald green on his body seemed to condense all the light in the nearby space, which was so out of tune with the surrounding environment. He is waiting for his opponent. When fighting, he is a contradiction, confident and aloof. When facing a powerful opponent, he is so arrogant and confident. At this moment, it was as if the heaven and the earth were trampled under his feet. He became a unique and powerful being in the world. No one could defeat him. This is the belief and will of the saint. Hulk got up, shook his head, and let out a loud roar. The whole person was surrounded by a bloody, murderous aura, and the place 2 or 3 meters away from him felt like he was in hell. Danger and uneasiness rippled. The leaves falling on the ground were rolling gently. as if there was a force urging them. Chapter 36 Suppression. Liu Wenhao laughed loudly as he looked at Hulk, who seemed to be constantly gathering strength. His fighting spirit was constantly burning. He could already feel his blood boiling. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. At the moment, he could also understand why the Saints have such a terrifying will, because they not only love peace, but also love fighting. They are a group of contradictions. Liu Wenhao also found his own existence at the moment. He has always been content with the situation, practicing and exercising in order to survive and become strong. But now he has also found another meaning in life, which is fighting. He wants to find his heart in fighting. Liu Wenhao's momentum immediately increased wildly, pressing towards Hulk like a mountain. At the same time, he clenched his fist with one hand and violently struck. The wind roar caused by it made people know that the power of this punch could not be ignored. Hulk's anger made his strength increase here. Liu Wenhao's punch seemed very powerful, but it was still a bit weak for him now. But Hulk's ferocious face suddenly changed, and then he punched suddenly. It turns out that Liu Wenhao's punch didn't seem to have much power at first, but when he got close to Hulk, the power suddenly increased, and the small universe suddenly exploded. The area around his body was like boiling hot water. The overflowing power continued to boil and flare around Liu Wenhao's body, showing a deep, bright green color. The high-density power enveloped Liu Wenhao like a wall in all directions. In an instant, Liu Wenhao clearly felt that his strength and speed had been significantly improved, and everything around him became fragile. My little universe. With a cold gaze, Liu Wenhao's fist was wrapped in green light and shattered the air, roaring with a harsh wind. Where the two fists met, a terrifying and explosive force poured out from Liu Wenhao's fist, causing Hulk huge amounts of body to shake. His bare feet did not move, but his whole body slid a few meters away, leaving 2 long marks on the ground. The powerful force that remained forced his upper body to lean back. After taking a few steps back to stand still, the entire huge arm that came into contact with Liu Wenhao's fist was numb and had no feeling. Hulk found that he might not be able to defeat the dangerous guy in front of him. But then there were bursts of anger, and the strength increased again. This made Liu Wenhao roll his eyes. Damn, you still want some billion. Watching the battle between Hill and Natasha Romanoff on video from a distance, it was shocking. Hill and Natasha Romanoff stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that what they were seeing was real. Liu Wenhao actually had an overwhelming advantage as soon as he came up. They knew the power of the Hulk, which was an existence that could not be killed. The more he fought, the stronger he became. But Liu Wenhao immediately suppressed him with force as soon as he arrived. They also knew that Liu Wenhao was powerful, but they didn't expect that he was so strong. It seemed that they had great hope of subduing Hulk. He stretched out his hands and feet, clenched his fists suddenly, and a powerful force hovered around him, and an emerald green light enveloped his eyes. A flying dragon appeared on the naked back. His right hand formed the shape of a tiger's claw. A ball of light slowly emerged from the tiger's claws. A divine dragon was circling in the ball of light, ready to move, as if it wanted to break free from the cage. Like a dragon god, Liu Wenhao, suspended in the sky, suddenly punched the Hulk, and a huge amount of dragon struck at the Hulk. The incomparable power directly overwhelmed the Hulk. Before the dragon could hit the Hulk, the pressure alone made it impossible for the Hulk to get up. But the Hulk was still the Hulk after all. He roared angrily, his strength increased again, and his downturned back straightened up. Seeing the vast and sacred divine dragon about to blast towards him, he clenched his fists tightly. His angry green eyes were filled with solemnity, and then he punched fearlessly. For Hulk, there is nothing that can scare him. Anyone who dares to stop him will just punch him, no matter who it is. There was a shocking explosion, and a frantic force spread out with Hulk as the center. Whether it was gravel, steel, or wood, it was all crushed into debris by this force. I saw huge amounts of Shenlong colliding directly with Hulk's fist with violent power. The two extremely powerful forces repel each other and bite each other. But Hulk's strength was obviously no match for Shenlong, so he became furious and punched more with his thick arms, greatly strengthening his strength. One punch could not crush the dragon, so Hulk opened his bow from left to right, and in just a short moment, he fired dozens of punches. Each punch was enough to blast an aircraft carrier, but it took dozens of punches to offset Liu Wenhao's powerful punch. Chapter 37. Hulk's physical strength is very strong, but he lacks moves. But his beast-like feeling allows him to exert full power with every punch and burst out with anger. There is also a bug where the power can explode, so it is not inferior to Liu Wenhao. If Liu Wenhao can't solve Hulk quickly, wait for Hulk's anger to rise. As time goes by, his strength will surpass Liu Wenhao. By that time, it will not be Hulk who is the sparring partner, but Liu Wenhao who will be the sparring partner, allowing Hulk to gain a lot of strength in vain. Liu Wenhao, who was suspended in the air, looked at Hulk who was breathing heavily. He was not happy at all. He only had a crazy fighting spirit in his heart, which could transform his power. Converting the battle into a small universe greatly increases his strength, so Liu Wenhao was originally like a little strong, standing up again every time he fell down. His strength will also increase, just like the bronze 12 Xiaoqiang. But Seiya is treated by Athena's small universe and recovers faster. Hulk grinned on his ferocious face. At the moment, he also felt the existence of a powerful enemy. He also wanted to have a happy battle. Now in his simple thoughts, in addition to destruction, he also wanted to smash the little thing in the sky. Liu Wenhao was neither surprised nor happy. He also understood Hulk. With full fighting spirit, he rushed towards Hulk who was looking at him. Once again, two fists, one large and one small, struck together. The result was still the same, but what was different this time was that they forcibly stopped their retreating figure and rushed towards each other again. For a moment, the two of them collided crazily, were knocked away and then collided again, like two beasts who didn't know how tired they were. Generally, no one has ever been able to force Hulk to be suppressed and beaten, but at the moment he was being suppressed crazily by Liu Wenhao, which undoubtedly made Hulk very angry. Suddenly, his momentum stirred up a chilling cold wind. Hulk's huge body moved like a sharp arrow, turning into a shadow. Hulk's huge amounts of fist grazed Liu Wenhao's cheek, like cutting wheat, cutting off several strands of Liu Wenhao's hair. Liu Wenhao calmly moved to the side and secretly shouted, "The strength and speed have increased again, and now there are some hits." Hulk had always been crazily suppressed by him, but as the fighting time became longer, Hulk's strength became stronger and stronger, even equaling him. But that's how the battle is. Come on and have fun. Liu Wenhao's speed increased dramatically, and his figure melted into the air in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Hulk. Their eyes met, and with a shout, he raised his arms and followed the trajectory of the swing with a violent fist, punching out with the target at Hulk's chest full of explosive muscles. Hulk smiled ferociously, as if he had seen through Liu Wenhao's path. He moved his feet slightly and moved his body's center of gravity to his right foot. His left leg was bent and raised, and his knee was like a steel chisel that opened up the world. The sound of wind blew to wash his ears, and he fiercely moved toward Liu Wenhao's lower abdomen exploded. Liu Wenhao's fist hit Hulk, but stopped a few centimeters away. I saw Hulk's knee hitting Liu Wenhao's lower abdomen. The strong force acted directly on the body and blasted Liu Wenhao away. Although Hulk had no sense, he still knew how to pursue the victory. He rushed towards Liu Wenhao like a wild horse and grabbed a nearby boulder of more than 10 tons. Throwing it at Liu Wenhao's eyes shrank. The boulder was like a violent bomb. When it exploded, smoke and dust filled the air. The surrounding things turned into debris and powder, scattering in all directions. The Lushan dragon is flying. A voice came out from the dusty smoke. The ground began to shake, cracking a striped path, and this loud voice echoed in the air. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the dust, and the strong light flickered brightly, making everything in the world immersed in the rendering of green light. Hulk was suddenly startled when he saw a divine dragon flying towards him, and on top of the dragon was Liu Wenhao. The light was shining, and Liu Wenhao led the dragon directly towards Hulk. However, Hulk was not afraid and punched out without any fear. This punch was like destroying the world. Directly smashing the Lushan dragon flying to pieces, Liu Wenhao, who was above the dragon's head, flashed and suddenly appeared above Hulk, and then his fists were washed away like a waterfall. Chapter 38. Hulk's beast-like intuition made him aware of the danger, and he frantically raised his huge and powerful fist to fight against the offensive, which was like the sky being overturned. However, Liu Wenhao exploded in the small universe, and his strength and speed increased completely, reaching an incredible level. Liu Wenhao punched extremely fast, throwing out thousands of punches in an instant. He could only hear the sound, but not see the trajectory of the punch. Boom, boom, boom. Although Hulk is very powerful, his speed cannot keep up with Liu Wenhao's punch speed. Every punch at the beginning can be hit, but in the end, Hulk's punches are directly smashed. Liu Wenhao punched Hulk all over the body with powerful fists, punching to the flesh, causing Hulk to have a look of pain on his ferocious face. Roar! Hulk was angry, and the anger ran through his body. His whole body shook, and he roared. This roar was like a roar of a lion, and an invisible air flow directly knocked away Liu Wenhao, who was constantly attacking. Then Hulk's fist violently hit Liu Wenhao, who was knocked away, and Liu Wenhao's small universe burst out proudly. The emerald green light on his body jumped a few times and forcibly stopped the knocked-out body. Then the figure was like thunder and lightning, like a phantom of light, completely deflecting Hulk's attack. With a squeeze of his tiger claws, he blasted out a devastating punch and shouted, "The Dragon King ascends from Mount Liu." The next second, a dragon swallowed up Hulk's huge amounts of figure in an instant. Hulk's figure instantly disappeared in the dazzling dragon. When Liu Wenhao's small universe exploded with double the power, he used Lushan Xinglongba, a secret move with amazing lethality, and its power was absolutely extraordinary. The pressure of Shenlong keeps shrinking and expanding, squeezing in a small space, and finally turns into a shocking explosion, producing terrible destructive power. At that moment, scattered sparks were like a meteor shower, dotting the surrounding scenery. On the ground, strong winds blew, green light exploded, and fly ash filled the sky. Everything around them collapsed due to the strong impact. The ground seemed to have not been moistened by rain for thousands of years, with countless bottomless gaps cracked. As for Hulk, who was directly hit as the target, he had already disappeared, as if he had been turned into ashes in the attack just now. Liu Wenhao stopped, his face expressionless, his eyes always staring forward, without relaxing a trace of vigilance. Hulk would not die so easily. He knew very well that although his power was very powerful, under this move, no one can survive, but Hulk only has strength. Hulk's body is definitely stronger than Liu Wenhao, and in his perception, Hulk's beast-like aura did not weaken at all, and even became much stronger. This made Liu Wenhao feel bitter in his heart. This Hulk was really a pervert. Natasha Romanoff and Hill's gang, who had been paying attention to the battle between the two, were immediately delighted. The aftermath of the violent force could be felt even 1 kilometer away from the battlefield. And seeing Liu Wenhao blasting Hulk directly and forcefully, they couldn't suppress their worries. They also knew how powerful Liu Wenhao was, but Hulk's performance was really abnormal. So they were not very optimistic about Liu Wenhao from the beginning, but they could only put their treasure on him, and Liu Wenhao's performance did not disappoint them. Liu Wenhao stared straight ahead and suddenly felt subtle fluctuations in the air. With his keen perception, Lima felt this strangeness. A shocking murderous aura instantly shook the space, and the surrounding space seemed to have solidified, making people feel suffocated. Liu Wenhao immediately took a stance and looked ahead warily. Hulk's huge body was looming in the smoke, and the violent beast aura hit him. The all-killing aura made Liu Wenhao feel a lingering fear in his heart. But as a brave and fearless saint, with the beast's brutal aura, he has such a sky-high fighting spirit in his heart, and the wild fighting belief in his heart that he can't waver in himself, and no pressure aura can make him losing the will to fight. Hey, Liu Wenhao decided to use more tricks. As time goes by, Hulk's power is getting stronger and stronger. Even Liu Wenhao is a little struggling now, but he won't be afraid if he continues to fight, because he is still I have a trick that I haven't used yet. He shook his head and looked at Hulk, whose aura was getting stronger and ready to move. He shook off his distracting thoughts and revealed his naked upper body with perfect muscles. The divine dragon star chart suddenly appeared behind Liu Wenhao. Suddenly, Liu Wenhao took a stance, with his right hand at his waist, forming a tiger's claw posture, his left arm bent forward, his left foot backward, and his right foot suddenly stepped forward. Chapter 39. A ball of light appeared in front of the right tiger's paw. In the center of the ball, a divine dragon could be seen flying and howling constantly, as if it wanted to break through the shackles of the ball of light. The aura around Liu Wenhao became more and more solemn, like a majestic god, and the air seemed to be solidified. This dragon was more powerful and more agile than the Lushan Xinglongba. This condensed energy carries the most powerful and destructive power. At this moment, the sky and the earth were shaken, and an irresistible force filled the world, with a domineering momentum that all things obeyed. Lushan Xinglongba. The shocking roar mixed with infinite power directly shook the entire space. Finally, the shocking and violent Shenlong was punched out, and the terrifying pressure directly pressed towards Hulk, and Hulk's entire body was directly pressed down. A layer of Hulk's ground was cut off directly. Hulk looked unyieldingly at the terrifying dragon that was about to come, and gritted his teeth. His right fist suddenly clenched, and the muscles in his body began to reorganize, like insects starting to run around, and the blood and energy in his body began to be transported. Using his muscles and bones as a bow, and his arms as arrows, Hulk, who had the intuition of a beast, understood the martial arts without any advice. Techniques. Using himself as a guide and bursting with tons of power, Hulk not only fulfilled Liu Wenhao, but also fulfilled himself. Time passed in an instant, and when the dragon with huge and amazing energy roared and was about to engulf Hulk's body, Hulk suddenly punched out with a punch that he had been gathering for a long time. The bloody mouth roared violently, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex in ancient times. Roar, 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 just in time to meet the devastating blow. The fierce roar shook everything in sight. The birds and animals on the ground fled in all directions, and the ground within a radius of more than 10 miles was shaking. It collapsed with an explosion that shook the eardrums. A row of exhaust waves stirred up dust on the ground, repelling everything and destroying everything. Everyone who witnessed this scene opened their mouths wide. They really couldn't believe that this was actually a scene that humans could cause. Am I not dreaming? Natasha Romanoff opened her plump red lips and stammered. She really couldn't believe that two humans could actually create such a scene. It's not a dream. It seems we have to re-examine these two people. Hill suppressed the fear in his heart. His mind kept spinning. SHIELD must re-evaluate the value of Liu Wenhao and Hulk. On the battlefield, Liu Wenhao stood still. The crazy impact of the power explosion did not shake him at all. Liu Wenhao raised his sword eyebrows. In his perception, Hulk's aura weakened, which proved that the move just now caused him to be injured. However, although the aura weakened, it became more violent and crazy. The dust in the sky flew away with the wind, and Hulk appeared in front of him. His tall and strong muscles had many scars on them, and he was breathing heavily, all of which proved that he was really injured. Since Hulk's strength surged due to an accident, nothing or weapons could hurt him, but Liu Wenhao's powerful move still pushed Hulk's body to the limit. Although the injury was healed, there was no trace of fear on Hulk's ugly face, only more craziness. The injured beast would always burst out with more powerful power. Liu Wenhao frowned and said with a fierce smile, "Okay, let's continue the battle just now." After saying that, regardless of whether Hulk could understand or not, he put on the Draco posture, naked, revealing his fair and strong body, and the angular muscle lines fully told people that this body contains terrifying explosive power. Hulk stared at Liu Wenhao, his eyes filled with madness and cruelty. The cruel look was uncontrollable on his face, and he showed no fear at all towards Liu Wenhao, who had just exploded with powerful power. As a saint, Liu Wenhao is full of unyielding fighting will, but Hulk does not have it, only crazy destruction. Hulk no longer suppressed his madness. With a movement of his big feet, his whole body was like a green hurricane, rolling up large amounts of dust on the ground and carrying a biting sound of wind. With a sound, the person had already arrived in front of Liu Wenhao before the wind came. Boom, 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 boom. The two sides launched a rapid offensive from the beginning. During the exchange of fists and kicks, the air surged, like the tide under the sunset. Wave after wave, the energy rippled out, like a small stone thrown into a calm lake. Sparkling waves, layers of grace. Flowers, collections, monthly passes, rewards. Please send them all to the author. /amazed face, / Chapter 40. The ground under Liu Wenhao's feet was directly affected by a strong vibration, and a large round pit suddenly opened up, and the surrounding soil rolled like waves. Hulk's fist was like a cannonball, whistling and buzzing, hitting Liu Wenhao's vital part crazily. Liu Wenhao gently turned his head to the side. His body was like a snake bending its bow, changing the center of gravity of his feet. For a warrior, the kung fu under the feet is invisible, but it plays the most critical role. The reason is that the center of gravity under the feet determines the balance of the body. If there is anything wrong at all, the person will be unable to control the balance of the body, giving the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of it. Although the saint is not a warrior, he has unparalleled fighting will and experience. When Hulk's huge arm crossed Liu Wenhao's shoulder, his elbow suddenly pressed down, and there was a squeak, and the powerful impact forced Liu Wenhao's shoulder to be injured. The sound just now was the sound of broken bones, and the pain in it was undoubtedly heartbreaking, but Liu Wenhao just gritted his teeth and pushed through. Hulk's attack speed began to change significantly. Compared with before, the frequency of punches and kicks became more complicated and the power became more solid. Hitting Liu Wenhao's exposed chest repeatedly, Liu Wenhao's body was stained with blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Damn, Hulk actually made constant progress during the battle, constantly condensing huge power. Although Hulk's power was powerful at first, but it was very scattered and I didn't know how to use it. However, during the battle with Liu Wenhao, I slowly began to understand. Moreover, he became familiar with Liu Wenhao's fighting style, and the rhythm began to be slowly controlled by Hulk. This Hulk is worthy of being a fighting beast, a born warrior. Liu Wenhao's movement became sluggish, not because Liu Wenhao's physical strength began to weaken, but every time Hulk attacked. The terrifying power was actually continuously compressing the air around Liu Wenhao, causing Liu Wenhao to be directly suppressed by the compressed air every time he dodges or counterattacks. Hulk laughed ferociously, but his huge body did not slow down his speed. His already fast speed actually accelerated a bit, and he struck Liu Wenhao in the chest with an extremely fast straight punch. The terrifying force caused Liu Wenhao to stumble back several meters. A bright blood red overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and his energy began to weaken. Hulk continued to pursue, and his huge body appeared behind Liu Wenhao. He suddenly raised his right foot and kicked Liu Wenhao's back with a simple and clear kick. The next moment, Liu Wenhao staggered, blood spurted out from his mouth, and the things in front of him became blurry. Damn it! The staggering Liu Wenhao was angry. The small universe suddenly exploded, and the violent force directly knocked away Hulk, who wanted to continue the attack. Then Liu Wenhao suddenly punched out. The terrifying force directly hit Hulk's strong chest and flew hundreds of meters away. Liu Wenhao stared at Hulk, who was blasted away, but it only made Hulk vomit blood, frowned, and began to feel bad. Hulk has really changed a bit, and learning ability is really strong. Although there is no rationality, he will constantly learn the enemy's combat experience during the battle, become familiar with the enemy's rhythm, disrupt the rhythm, and then control the rhythm. It seems that Hulk is already familiar with the secrets of Tianlong's moves. Fortunately, he has more than just the secrets of Tianlong. Tianlong is not weak, but his strength is not enough to use the biggest secret of Tianlong, Lushanbei Longba. Otherwise, this one move would be enough to crush Hulk, but the small universe limits him. A few miles away, Natasha Romanoff and Hill's beautiful brows were furrowed, and even Fury and Phil Coulson's shield base felt bad. From the beginning to now, they have been paying attention to the battle between the two, and their moods have also fluctuated with the ups and downs of the battle. So far, Liu Wenhao has actually suppressed Hulk crazily from the beginning to being beaten violently by Hulk. They also feel the danger. Come on, Liu. You are my Tony Stark's friend and bodyguard. I don't want you to lose to this monster. He took a nervous sip of wine. In the beach villa, Tony Stark sat on the luxurious sofa, dead, staring at the picture in the holographic projection frame. As the greatest genius of this century, Tony is also more or less aware of the existence of the Hulk, because he asked JRVS to monitor all satellite surveillance in the United States from the beginning. He was originally making armor in the laboratory when he was reminded by JRVS. He also saw Liu Wenhao's battle with the Hulk, and he followed it from the beginning. But he didn't expect that Liu Wenhao, who was extremely powerful, would be beaten until he vomited blood, which really worried him. I hope you don't die, otherwise I don't know if I can avenge you no matter how much I spend. You are a guy who can't be defeated. I hope everyone will support you. Well, I'll give you 10,000 rewards for updating. I'll update even if I don't sleep. I'll do what I say. 3. Chapter 41. At the moment on the battlefield, Liu Wenhao dragged his tired body and looked at Hulk, with only one thought in his mind: defeat him. The small universe is slowly improving. With his current body, it will definitely be too much for him to directly explode the small universe. He will first use the small universe to slowly heal his body, and in addition, he will continue to accumulate small universes. Prepare for a wave of explosions. Microcosm is actually a bug-level power in the Marvel world. No matter what kind of ability it is, it can almost have it. The accumulated strength in Liu Wenhao's body rumbled rapidly in the muscles of his body. The lines of his muscles showed a golden ratio, and green veins like earthworms were arranged horizontally and vertically on Liu Wenhao's forehead. His eyes never left the Hulk's huge figure, his sharp eyes piercing the air like sharp knives, waves of light flashing across. As spectacular as a burning cloud, the surrounding air was affected by Liu Wenhao's microcosm and became thicker and thinner. A crazy smile appeared at the corner of Liu Wenhao's mouth, and an unimaginably huge aura came out of Liu Wenhao's body, and the surrounding sand, gravel moved without any wind. In SHIELD's simple base a few miles away, hundreds of elites were directly suppressed by this huge aura and retreated. Only Natasha Romanoff and Hill could stand still, but he still held on to the table next to him, like other elites who were even a little unsteady in standing. This power, what exactly is this? Hill was very horrified. She felt a powerful aura expanding crazily. She also knew that the source of this aura was none other than Liu Wenhao. Such a terrifying power, Why not use it from the beginning? This is what Natasha Romanoff is confused about. A huge star map shrouded Liu Wenhao. Hulk looked at the star map with big eyes and doubts, but did not make any movement. In his beast-like perception, he felt the presence of danger. The image formed by the star map is not a soaring dragon, but a roaring lion. That's right, it is the golden Leo saint in the zodiac. In fact, when he made the breakthrough, countless sacred and noble talismans flashed through his mind. There were countless constellations on the talismans, which were the star maps of all the saints. And these talismans revolve around 4 more mysterious and noble talismans, followed by 12 shining golden talismans, which are obviously the talismans of the 12 golden saints. After the breakthrough, these talismans began to spin crazily, and finally one of the 12 golden talismans was broken, and the memory of the saint was washed away by Liu Wenhao. Liu Wenhao accepted the memory of this saint in an instant. Like Tianlong, this memory only has Leo's moves, but does not have the original memory of this saint. It is like the inheritance of a saint. Although Liu Wenhao dare not say that he is a genius like the destined pig's knuckle, but as a saint in the middle stage of the sixth sense, his ability to comprehend is still very powerful. After receiving the memory, he started frantically calculating the secrets in his mind. It can be said that the secrets were more or less accomplished, at least much more powerful than the moves of the heavenly dragon saint. Leo Saint actually has only a few moves, namely, Lightning Light Speed Punch, Ion Light Speed Punch, and Lightning Beam. Although he only has a few moves, his growth and shaping are very powerful. It can be said that he constantly integrates the secrets of other saints' moves to strengthen his own secrets. It can be said that Leo is not very powerful among the 12 Goldens, but in fact, none of the 12 Goldens is the weakest, and no one dares to call it the strongest. Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Aries, Pisces, Taurus, Libra. Seemingly, they seem to be stronger than lions. But lions are really powerful. In the original work, Iolia really didn't use the lion's ability. At least that's what Liu Wenhao thinks. Liu Wenhao was pleasantly surprised to be able to accept the inheritance of the lion. Although he did not draw the 4 noble talismans, being able to draw the lion was beyond his expectation. However, he was still quite puzzled about what the 4 mysterious talismans were. Inherited. Without further ado, return to the battlefield. Come on, Hulk, feel the lion's roar. Liu Wenhao took a step and disappeared into the void like lightning, leaving only a cold and desolate voice lingering in the air. Such terrifying speed. Hulk was shocked and helpless to find that his eyes couldn't keep up with Liu Wenhao's speed. He couldn't even see clearly when Liu Wenhao moved. He was puzzled in his simple and crazy mind. He didn't know why the speed of the enemy he was pressing and beating became so terrifying. Chapter 42. Liu Wenhao's figure loomed over, and before Hulk could react, he had already launched a rapid offensive. Liu Wenhao's terrifying speed reached its limit. He raised his right hand, drew an arc in midair, and attacked Hulk fiercely like the beginning of the world. The strong fist moved the surrounding air, causing the air waves rolling in the sky to suddenly shrink sharply and freeze into a mirror-like sparkling wave. There was a loud noise, white light flashed, and Liu Wenhao's fist slammed into Hulk's chest. Suddenly, it was like a sledgehammer weighing several tons striking a single point fiercely. The next moment, Hulk was vomiting blood crazily, like a kite with a broken string, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. However, Liu Wenhao did not hesitate and used lightning speed to bully Hulk again. At the moment when Hulk's huge body did not hit the ground, he struck out again. Liu Wenhao's fist fell hard on Hulk's jaw. Helplessly screaming like a beast, the blood in Hulk's mouth continued to overflow outside like tap water. Then, he felt dizzy, and that uncomfortable feeling made him feel unbearable pain, but also made him even crazier. Lightning speed punch. Liu Wenhao raised his right hand to his waist like a tiger's claw, shouted suddenly, his eyes widened, and a bright blue light burst out between his hands. In the blink of an eye, countless menacing lightnings broke through the air, mixed with the power of destroying the world, and violently bombarded Hulk's body. The explosion irritated the eardrums extremely, and the air waves filled the sky and the ground in an instant. The countless punches turned into terrifying lightning beams, spewing out like a volcanic explosion. Liu Wenhao knew that Hulk would not die so easily, so after a short pause, before the dust and smoke dissipated, he launched another violent bombardment like a storm. Lightning speed punch. He would not give Hulk any chance to fight back. He would suppress and attack crazily. He punched out with lightning and released lightning chains as thick as buckets. Like a bomber, it struck at the dusty area and the wilderness that was already littered with ravages. In an instant, Countless large and small potholes were added. If Hulk becomes familiar with his speed and strength again, he will still be unable to defeat Hulk, so he has to defeat Hulk before he can react. Boom, boom. Liu Wenhao kept pumping his fists, and the result was that Hulk's area was like a thunder field, with lightning beams constantly bombarding him and destroying him. Constantly punching and releasing the lightning speed punch like this consumes a lot of energy, but it has to be done because there is only one result. That would leave Hulk no room to hide, creating a large attack area. Even if he survives, he will definitely be scarred. Hoo-hoo. Hee-hee, it takes a lot of physical strength, but it's worth it. Hulk's breath is starting to get weaker and weaker. He panted for a few breaths. Take advantage of the short time to recover your physical strength as quickly as possible. The small universe and physical strength are quite consumed, but it is different from the original Saint Seiya. His physical recovery ability is really strong. Although Liu Wenhao doesn't know the reason, he also knows that this is one of his great strengths. In less than 10 seconds, the tired expression relaxed, the punches he swung became more powerful, and the lightning he swung not only became more dazzling, but was also released much faster than before. After punching for half an hour, 100 meters away from Hulk's center was like a thunderstorm. He was constantly bombarded by thunder. Hulk could only cover his head with his hands and struggled to support his body. Panting, he stopped attacking and looked at the attack range that looked like the surface of the moon. Although the dust was flying, everything was covered in a haze. But with Liu Wenhao's eyesight, he still saw a figure staggering out of the dust at a glance, with lightning crackling from time to time on his body. Tony, Natasha Romanoff, Fury Phil Coulson, and even the usually calm Hill all showed expressions of horror. Hulk actually survived such a violent attack? How can this be? Even with a strong body, he couldn't withstand the millions of lightning attacks just now. When Hulk completely appeared in everyone's sight, everyone was surprised to find that no matter how injured Hulk was, his green skin was even more bumpy. Even with Hulk's powerful recovery ability, he can't recover from injuries, but he still won't fall down. It's really incredible. Please support me by collecting flowers and giving rewards. In addition, I will give you a reward of 10,000 yuan. As for the holy cloth, it will be done after this battle, so I am worried about it. Chapter 43. Ho! Roar! Roar! Hulk wiped the blood from his mouth with his big hand and growled slowly. Although the sound was not loud, it revealed evil aura. Those crazy eyes flashed with ferocious blood. As if he was mad, his aura began to fluctuate significantly, and his whole person was burning with anger and lost his mind. Hulk's body full of muscles began to creak, his body kept getting bigger, and his breath became stronger and stronger. Liu Wenhao, who was looking at him, suddenly felt his heart sinking. Damn it, do you want billion? Come again. Liu Wenhao immediately knew that Hulk was angry again, and his strength began to increase again. He rushed towards Hulk without thinking, preparing to kill him directly. There was no other way. If he couldn't destroy this monster, he would have to die. Either die or escape. Neither of these two options was what he wanted. But just when he disappeared directly on the spot and rushed towards Hulk with terrifying words, Hulk roared loudly, and invisible sound waves directly shook Liu Wenhao away. The powerful sonic power immediately made Liu Wenhao vomit blood. Mad, this guy's internal organs began to shift as soon as he roared. And Hulk has completed a qualitative change, completely turning into a monster without any human shape. From his big eyes, there is no trace of emotion, only madness and cruelty. F***K, you be *******D. You are so damn invincible. Liu Wenhao suddenly lost his so-called elegant noble title and cursed loudly. Although Hulk is huge, like a moving hill, he is very fast and agile, not as slow as he seems. Roar! Just when Liu Wenhao could only keep flashing his body, trying to recover his powerful strength, Hulk behind him caught up with him with just one step, and he opened his bloody mouth and let out a loud roar. The violent sound waves directly shook Liu Wenhao, causing his figure to freeze for a moment in the flash. It was during this delay that Hulk seized the opportunity to attack, clenched his fists together, and smashed into Liu Wenhao's body like he was swatting a fly. The terrifying force directly caused Liu Wenhao to spit out a large mouthful of blood. After suffering a heavy blow, his body was like a kite, flying away wildly. Hulk opened his bloody mouth cruelly, as if he was mocking Liu Wenhao's weakness, with no intention of letting go. The moment Liu Wenhao landed, fists like comets fell quickly, hitting his strong back. Superior. Liu Wenhao let out a painful scream from between his teeth. The severe pain caused his facial muscles to spasm and twist, and traces of blood came out from between his gums. Liu Wenhao clearly felt that at least several of his ribs had been broken by the blow just now. The heartbreaking, skin-piercing pain was definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Hulk's roar echoed between heaven and earth, seeming to vent a series of unhappiness accumulated in his chest. The angry Hulk would definitely not let Liu Wenhao breathe even a little bit. After only a few seconds, Hulk raised his right foot, aimed at Liu Wenhao, who was stuck in the dirt, and trampled down without any hesitation. Liu Wenhao had just turned his body over and tried to stand up from the mound. Before he could see clearly what was going on, he saw a huge amount of feet stepping down directly. Boom! The ground trembled, the land swayed uncontrollably, and a large amount of dust was swept into the air by the strong vibration. For a moment, it seemed like the end of the world, and all the scenes were shaking and turned into an abstract painting. Hulk's heavy foot just stepped on Liu Wenhao's body. The force of the foot was hundreds of thousands of tons. This was undoubtedly a terrifying force. It was said that with one foot, the ground shook. It's not an exaggeration. If the power of this kick directly touches the body, even someone as strong as Liu Wenhao cannot survive. After all, the human body is not a steel plate, but made of flesh and blood. Even if it is not trampled into meat patties, it will still fall. A tragic death. In a beach villa. Liu, a magnetic and deep voice came, echoing in the huge amounts of hall. When Tony Stark saw this scene, he immediately stood up from the sofa. He didn't know if Liu Wenhao was still alive, but he knew that Hulk's extremely powerful power would crush Liu Wenhao to death or disability. Fury's remaining eye closed, speechless for a moment, and Phil Coulson even slapped his forehead. That's right. Not only Hill and Natasha Romanoff were on tenterhooks on the battlefield, but even Tony Fury and the others who were thousands of miles away were also sweating for this battle. Chapter 44. And Natasha Romanoff even saw with her own eyes that after Hulk's strength suddenly increased, and he beat Liu Wenhao, he stepped on Liu Wenhao, and her heart immediately twitched. Although she likes to tease this handsome and shy boy when she has nothing to do, she doesn't know when she takes him seriously, even more seriously than anyone else. Liu Wenhao is like a sun, lighting up her life. Her previous life was meaningless and goalless, but since she met this shy but determined and cheerful boy, her frozen heart began to emerge. Crack. What kind of person is Liu Wenhao? Perhaps the only person in the world who can see through him is Natasha Romanoff. In the eyes of outsiders, Liu Wenhao may be a young boy, a cheerful and righteous boy. Even his colleagues and bosses think so. But she knew that Liu Wenhao was more than just that. He had a passion, pride, and unparalleled confidence in his heart, as if no one could defeat him. She could make him hurt, but he was so shy when facing her. She could tell that Liu Wenhao really liked her, without even the slightest reason, just because of her beauty and figure. But she is not angry because she knows that if she is an ugly person, no one will like her. But her heart was still moved. She hadn't been so moved in many years, but now he was leaving. Natasha Romanoff, don't worry, this guy won't die so easily. Hill at the moment looked colder, but her tone was gentle. She saw Natasha Romanoff's worry and thought it was because he was afraid that Liu Wenhao would not be able to control Hulk and make Hulk go crazy. Now Natasha Romanoff's pretty face is slightly pale. Seeing that the man who makes her heartbeat is not sure whether he is alive or dead, the anxious and frizzy feeling is like a pool of fire, burning and tormenting. Suddenly, the whole system's projection screen took a turn, and Hulk's huge amounts of feet were gradually moving to the side. Liu Wenhao, who was stepped on the ground by him, pushed away bit by bit, and Hulk's terrifying face had a look of horror, as if he had seen something incredible, and his expression froze on his face. That is, Hulk's ferocious face was full of surprise, as if he couldn't believe the fact before him. This guy who should be crushed by him in his eyes actually pushed away his feet. After fighting for freedom from restraint and crushing, his head filled with anger and irrationality began to pause for a moment. Liu Wenhao took a few breaths, and his face turned red, perhaps due to excessive exertion. Looking at Hulk, who paused for a moment, the small universe suddenly exploded, like lightning, and he escaped in an instant, thousands of meters away. It was too dangerous. He really couldn't hide just now. Hulk's kick directly closed the space around him, creating a gravity field with terrifying physical power. Originally, it was impossible for a saint to perform the same trick a second time. But Hulk's power greatly surpassed Liu Wenhao's, and before that Hulk was very clever and roared, which directly shocked Liu Wenhao's internal organs with sound waves. He was unable to exert his strength immediately, and used that kick to close the space, increase gravity, and interlock. The rhythm of the battle was directly controlled by Hulk. I'm speechless. This Hulk has really good control over the fighting rhythm. He seems to have no brains and can only get angry, but when fighting, he will control the rhythm like crazy. Roar! Roar! Hulk roared, holding his hands on his chest, and the loud roar shook the air, like a god and a demon crying, making people feel a sense of fear in their bones. When he woke up, he was quite dissatisfied with his immediate prey escaping. Rushing quickly to where Liu Wenhao was, the furious Hulk stretched out two strong arms, and the pair of big fists like meteorites roared and smashed down crazily on Liu Wenhao's location. A cloud of dust and smoke arose in front of him. Liu Wenhao used his terrifying speed to dodge to the side and quickly recovered from his injuries. However, just when he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the Hulk roared, and a sharp black shadow mixed with terrifying force shattered the air, drawing a beautiful arc like a meteor, and instantly hit Liu Wenhao's waist. Liu Wenhao's eyesight went dark, and a fishy sweet smell immediately emerged from his throat. Then he couldn't hold back the tightness in his chest, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out, sprinkling in the air, with streaks of vermilion blood. It constitutes a beautiful and touching picture. Seeing Liu Wenhao's body falling straight to the ground, Hulk still felt unfulfilled. With red eyes, he locked onto Liu Wenhao's figure without mercy and raised his fists fiercely. Amid a wild roar, he fell down extremely quickly. Hulk's big fist was very fast, dodging again and again, transforming into countless vague fist shadows, and blasted past them brazenly. The small universe exploded, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, Suddenly, when the huge fist was about to crush Liu Wenhao, a dazzling blue scene suddenly appeared. The colored rays of light exploded all around like fireworks. Chapter 45. Gusts of wind whipped up around Liu Wenhao's body, and overwhelming pressure surged down, stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky, and flying sand and rocks. Liu Wenhao's narrowed eyes suddenly shot out 2 balls of light, like 2 bolts of lightning, piercing Hulk's violent eyes. The light gradually turned into a deep blue light, its luminosity almost comparable to that of the scorching sun in the sky, accompanied by increasing strength. The temperature of the air around Liu Wenhao rose sharply. Lightning kept exploding around him, and lightning chains exploded around him with him as the center. In just a few breaths, the surrounding ground and air began to shape-shift, as if they had been scorched by high temperatures. As Liu Wenhao shouted hoarsely, the dark blue light was like a dazzling mask, instantly covering Liu Wenhao's entire body. In the distance, several people who were worried about Liu Wenhao suddenly felt relieved, and Natasha Romanoff breathed a deep sigh of relief. It's really impossible for this guy to die so easily, Tony exclaimed in the beach villa and took a sip of wine in peace. Looking at Liu Wenhao, he unconsciously felt more admiration and envy. He admired that his good friend had such a powerful power, but envied that he could not possess it. Liu Wenhao, who was forced to burst out at the moment, clearly felt the changes in his body. As the dark blue light became brighter and brighter, the muscles in his body gradually tightened. The nerves were beating continuously, and the blood circulation in the whole body began to increase. There was an obvious jump not only in terms of strength and speed. As if he had just taken a cold shower, the hairs all over his body suddenly stood up, and his pores greedily breathed in the fresh air. At the moment, Liu Wenhao had begun to fight desperately. He had no choice but to forcefully explode the small universe, and even burn the small universe. This could be said to be completely desperate. Although in the original work, the saints burn the small universe when they have nothing to do, it seems to be nothing, but burning the small universe is actually the saints' last means of explosion. Burning the small universe is simply burning life. In the original book, the bronze heroes burned their small universes when they encountered a strong enemy. Nothing happened in the end, but if Athena hadn't healed them, they would have died long ago. Liu Wenhao doesn't have Athena's healing microcosm now, so the burning microcosm doesn't last long, so nothing will happen. He can rest for a while at most. But if it burns for a long time, it can be said that it is burning life. The longer it burns, the more likely it is that he will die. Even if he does not die in the end, his whole body will be riddled with holes. Putting aside Liu Wenhao for the moment, Hulk felt unhappy when he saw that Liu Wenhao was not dead at all, and a wave of explosions directly knocked him away, coupled with the anger he had accumulated previously. With a roar, Hulk's huge figure turned into a stream of light, and in an instant flashed out into huge shadows all over the sky, like a swarm of bees returning to their hive, rushing over amidst the harsh sound of the wind. Hey, it's my time now. Liu Wenhao stood on the ground, dark blue lights swirling around him, and he spoke coldly. After saying that, Liu Wenhao didn't even look at it, and just punched out. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, the wind and clouds changed color, and the dazzling deep blue light universe filled the entire world in an instant, under Liu Wenhao's absolute power. In an instant, all Hulk's shadows were shattered, leaving only one body, which sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and flew out diagonally like a kite with its string cut off. Liu Wenhao chased after him, whipping his leg like a battle axe with countless lightning chains on his leg, directly bombarding Hulk's back. Suddenly the earth shook and exploded, with countless cracks like spider webs, and in the center was Hulk, lying in a deep pit, vomiting blood. "I'm going to end this battle, Hulk. Thank you for letting me find my way," Liu Wenhao shouted softly, speaking without any mercy. As his fingers curled up, the small universe in his body constantly surged into his body. The dark blue arrogance suddenly glowed, and it directly grabbed Hulk's arm. The terrifying force grabbed Hulk and kept screaming. Liu Wenhao lifted up the arm in his hand and lifted Hulk's heavy body up by the roots. Immediately, Hulk was pulled by an extremely strong force, causing this irresistible force to invade his body instantly and spiral uncontrollably. Liu Wenhao grabbed Hulk's arm, swung it fiercely, and dragged Hulk's huge ton-heavy body up in an instant. Liu Wenhao threw Hulk into the air and pulled hard, causing his face to hit the ground. Suddenly, Hulk was knocked dizzy and fell into a dizzy state. Chapter 46. Suddenly, Liu Wenhao pulled Hulk's arm tightly. The muscles on his arm swelled rapidly, and he instantly threw him into the air. Hulk was like a large dark cloud covering the sky above Liu Wenhao's head. A cold smile flashed across Liu Wenhao's face. His whole body was like a rocket rising into the sky. He tiptoed, wrapped in a layer of substantial dark blue light, and rushed towards Hulk. Past. Liu Wenhao's eyes flickered, and his body stagnated in midair, just under Hulk's body. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous collision sounds were heard one after another, and Liu Wenhao's fists and kicks were flying at such a terrifying speed that it was impossible to catch the signs of every move he made. Without exception, these attacks all landed on Hulk, who had nowhere to dodge. Moreover, every time Liu Wenhao punches, his fist and the air constantly rub against each other at high speed, forming streaks of high-temperature lightning. This causes Liu Wenhao's every punch to hit Hulk's body. He would chase a lightning bolt that was as thick as a bucket and terrifying, and hit Hulk's huge body, so it was Liu Wenhao who punched out and added an extremely powerful lightning bolt, which hit Hulk unnecessarily. Liu Wenhao shouted loudly, grabbed Hulk's extremely heavy body with both hands, and pulled him downwards. With the help of the falling force, Hulk fell straight down like a cannonball. As the surface trembled, the soil rolled up like waves, and the surrounding land slopes collapsed one after another, completely destroyed. Liu Wenhao's figure floats in midair, standing quietly above the clouds, with a layer of dark blue glow covering his body, like an unattainable god, calm and powerful. Suddenly, there was movement on the ground, and a loud roar like a thunderbolt from the blue sky spread throughout the fields, and then a figure of huge amounts jumped up from the ground and approached Liu Wenhao directly in the sky. The cold wind blew, and a fist of huge amounts broke through the clouds, penetrated the air, and suddenly hit Liu Wenhao. Liu Wenhao snorted coldly, straightened his shoulders, and a powerful aura suddenly surged out of his whole body. He was as still as a majestic mountain, and the dark blue aura around him began to boil. Seeing that his fist was coming, he punched out fiercely, and an extremely thick blue lightning struck in a curved direction, hitting the front of the fist. A sharp friction sound sounded. Hulk's ferocious expression changed slightly, and then his entire huge body fell to the ground again. Liu Wenhao moved lightly, followed Hulk's figure, and landed quickly. The moment Hulk landed, Liu Wenhao bent his right leg and raised his knee to the sky. Mixed with the sound of biting wind, he pressed hard on Hulk's waist. Liu Wenhao directly exerted the power of his knees on Hulk's body. The next moment, the ground shook violently, dust filled the air, and the land collapsed deeply. Hulk's body was paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Hulk was angry, roaring again and again, his eyes bursting with blood-red light. The muscles all over his body arched, and a strong aura of death instantly filled the air. Hulk jumped out of the pit fiercely, his body as nimble as a python, taking heavy steps, and instantly locked onto Liu Wenhao's figure. The frightening, murderous intent reflected in his aggressive eyes. The violent punch produced a sonic boom similar to a cry, which shows how terrifying power it contains. In the flash of dark blue light, Liu Wenhao frowned slightly when he saw the wind of the fist coming towards his face, with a faint smile on his face, as if nothing mattered. Just when a violent punch came, Liu Wenhao moved, and amid the lightning and sparks, Liu Wenhao shouted, "Ion Light Speed Punch." Suddenly, the dark blue light on the surface of Liu Wenhao's body began to shrink rapidly, and the small universe instantly contracted and then expanded, like an endless chain of lightning, converging towards Liu Wenhao's hands like a tide. Ion Light Speed Punch. This is the most lethal skill that Liu Wenhao has mastered so far. It is different from the lightning beam in that the lightning beam can be said to be a group-wide attack, and it constantly compresses lightning and integrates it with other lightning to form lightning chains. The number of lightning may be less than the other two moves, but it is absolutely powerful. As the cyan blue lightning gradually condensed, the cyan blue light began to compress. Thousands of rays integrated into hundreds, and hundreds of rays integrated into 10. Slowly, the cyan blue lightning began to change color, gradually turning into a mysterious and majestic purple. These lightning bolts were not bombarded by Liu Wenhao's fist speed, but were formed by the friction between the small universe and space, and were constantly integrated, so they were extremely powerful. The air flowed over, the light shone, and big beads of sweat flowed from Liu Wenhao's forehead, down his cheeks, and dripped on his bare chest. It was so exhausting. He can't use much of his small universe, and his spirit has begun to shrink. If he can't deal with Hulk this time, he will be in danger, and he is really in danger. Chapter 47. The hands filled with terrifying power came together, and there seemed to be a resonance between the two hands, just like the chirping of 1,000 birds. The surrounding air was cut into several parts by these airflows, becoming thinner and distorted. As the air fluctuated, Liu Wenhao sped up his movements, and the change in his momentum became more and more obvious. The color became more and more purple, and it was just light purple at first, but now the color is getting darker and the power is getting stronger and stronger. Crackling, electric current crossed. Liu Wenhao's hands were in a parallel state. The distance between the two palms was only 15 centimeters, and a purple ball of light continued to shine brightly. Electricity collided and rubbed in the air, forcing everything around it to feel a sense of oppression for no reason. It seemed like a long time from the beginning of accumulating power to now, but in fact it only lasted 3 or 4 seconds. Suddenly, Liu Wenhao spotted Hulk. He moved his hands slightly, then pushed forward, pushed hard, and purple light burst out of the shell. Like thunder, Thor comes to the world. For a moment, everything was silent, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Just when Liu Wenhao was about to succeed with a sure blow, Hulk suddenly broke away from the pressure of embarrassment and covered his chest with both hands in front of him. Thousands of thunderbolts directly bombarded Hulk, and the terrifying force directly made the area, including Hulk, feel like being bombarded by missiles. Although this move does not seem to be as powerful as an atomic bomb, it is not, but this move the range is not as large as the atomic bomb. In terms of power alone, tens of thousands of purple lightnings can directly destroy atoms, molecules, and ions within this range. It can be said that those are directly destroyed by this move. Hulk at the moment is really powerful. After the mutation, his strength not only increased dramatically, but also reached 1,000,000 tons of power. Even with the defensive power, it is possible to directly block the bombardment of the atomic bomb. It can be said that at the moment Hulk, it is estimated that only Liu Wenhao can hurt him and defeat him. There are really many people who can hurt Hulk, and that will happen in the future. Hulk screamed like crazy. His defensive ability was really powerful. Even a terrifying secret like Liu Wenhao couldn't be destroyed directly. This shows how terrifying Hulk's physical defensive ability is, but he couldn't take it down unscathed. Although Hulk was supported, his body was getting heavier and heavier, and his green skin began to slowly turn red under the terrifying thunder. This was due to the high-temperature attack. But even so, Hulk still did not fall. His aura began to weaken, and his strength did not increase even though he was angry. As his strength increased rapidly, Liu Wenhao was about to curse. Liu Wenhao had a surprised look on his face when he saw Hulk not falling down. But he quickly calmed down, shouted loudly, and suddenly punched out, and millions of brilliant lightning chains were struck out again. Hulk started screaming again, and saw millions of lightnings forming chains of lightning. The air flow was horizontal, and the crackling sound was louder than before. It's like setting off firecrackers, but it's caused by high friction between airflows. The lightning chain rotated, directly binding the huge and extremely embarrassed Hulk, and the chain was formed by lightning. So even if Hulk is restrained, it will also have the effect of high temperature and paralysis, and there are millions of thunders striking Hulk outside, and the lightning will not only have the effect of high temperature and paralysis. There is also penetration, a lightning breakthrough, a powerful penetration impact, conquering any difficulties and obstacles, and instantly shattering Hulk's defense. Boom! The surrounding space trembled crazily, swaying like ripples, twisting and trance-like, and the chaotic and violent impact lightning turned into countless air waves and rolled out. A strong convulsion appeared on Hulk's ferocious face, and his whole body suddenly felt like it was being struck by lightning. He let out a painful roar, and the blood spurted out was mixed with pieces of broken flesh, which flew out together with his heavy body. Hulk's body flew hundreds of meters, and finally fell on a mountain peak a few hundred meters behind a ruin. Suddenly the mountain collapsed, and the dust formed a mushroom cloud in the sky. Hulk's body was broken into hideous wounds one after another. The bloody and shocking wounds told people that the ferocious-looking Hulk had difficulty breathing and suffered life-threatening injuries. Thump! With a sound, the blue flames around Liu Wenhao's body dissipated in the blink of an eye. His face immediately turned pale, his feet became unsteady, and he fell to the ground. The load of the crazy explosion of the small universe has been revealed at this time, causing Liu Wenhao's physical strength to decline, his muscles to ache, and his whole person's spirit to become depleted in an instant after the storm erupted. Ho haha, I won. This is the first real victory in my life. I not only defeated Hulk, but also defeated myself. Huh. One more chapter is updated to thank those readers who hate the author so much. Haha. I still welcome all readers to support me. 3. Chapter 48. Liu Wenhao lay on the ground with his naked upper body full of scars, looking up at the blue sky, his bright eyes flashing every inch. He was panting incessantly, and the muscles on his chest, perhaps because they were too tight during the battle, suddenly relaxed and twitched, undulating like ocean waves. Hulk's body began to shrink, perhaps due to serious injuries, so that under the stimulation of severe pain, he actually returned to Hulk's human form, and Bruce Banner returned. Bruce Banner coughed several times, his Adam's apple twitched, and he vomited a large amount of blood in his mouth. His old face became as white as a piece of white paper, horribly pale. At the moment, Bruce Banner was speechless. All the strength in his body had disappeared. He was extremely weak, and the injuries on his body put him on the verge of death. Fortunately, although Bruce has not yet turned into the Hulk, he still has potential recovery abilities, so there is no life-threatening situation. However, he is still bleeding constantly all over his body. If he does not receive timely treatment, he will still die. The pain of peeling skin and bones spread throughout the body, and strong dizziness hit Bruce Banner's central nervous system. His head turned to the side, and the whole person fell into a coma. A few miles away in SHIELD's simple base, Natasha Romanoff saw the picture displayed on the screen, and her worried expression instantly turned to joy. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, he calmly said to Hill, "Hill, we have to rush over quickly. They are all seriously injured and need timely treatment." In his words, he could not hide his inner happiness, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. "Well, let the medical team go, and we can go too, but we can't let other guys take advantage of it." Hill, such a calm person, couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. The Hulk, a super troublesome thorn in the side, was finally solved, but even though Liu Wenhao won, there could be no negligence. After all, two people with super fighting power fell down and were seriously injured. It would be a shame for them if other organizations with evil intentions took advantage of the situation. Among the SHIELD aircraft carriers, Phil Coulson looked at Liu Wenhao, who fell to the ground on the screen, and said with emotion, "My God, today really refreshed my life's knowledge. I now kind of believe that there may really be a God in this world." "Oh, Phil Coulson, say hello to God next time you see me." Fury's single eye flashed with a strange color. Hearing the sighs from his left and right hands, Fury couldn't help but feel humorous. Phil Coulson pretended to cough a few times and laughed dryly. "Ahem, if I could really see God, I would probably be dead." "Phil Coulson, do your best to monitor the surrounding areas of all battlefields. Don't allow other bastards with ideas to take advantage of it. If they catch these 2 nuclear bombs, we will be in trouble." "Yes, sir." Phil Coulson's smiling face immediately turned serious, with infinite murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The 2 people in the picture are extremely important to SHIELD and the world. If those guys who want to subvert the world get it, then the world will be in danger. He doesn't want the world to have many more Supermans, or become like them. Enemy. In a beach villa, Tony Stark also saw the 2 guys on the battlefield, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. This guy, luckily won, but it's true that he worked so hard. Is the final explosion the burning small universe Lou mentioned? It's really great. Sir, do you want to keep this record? JRVS's calm voice. Well, record it, and save it to an encrypted file. It seems we have something to do. Tony took a sip from the wine glass, his eyes flashing constantly, not knowing what he was thinking. Lou, are you okay? The SHIELD agent was very fast and arrived at the battlefield in a few minutes. Natasha Romanoff took the lead, taking 3 steps at a time and 2 steps at a time, squatting down on Liu Wenhao, who was resting on the ground, and said, "It's okay, I'm just a little weak. Hee, if I had the holy robe, I would beat this fat green guy in a minute." Liu Wenhao was helped up and lying on the medical shelf. He chuckled. "To be honest, if I had the holy robe on me, Hulk is no match for him at all." Chapter 49. Without the holy cloth, Liu Wenhao's strength is greatly reduced. It seems that once the injury is healed, the holy cloth must be made as soon as possible. To be honest, he didn't know where the method of making the holy cloth came from in his mind. When awakening passed down the inheritance of each saint, the method of making the holy cloth existed in his memory. Why didn't he make the heavenly dragon saint cloth in the first place? The first reason was that the materials were not complete, and the second reason was that the heavenly dragon saint cloth was not what he wanted. He felt that the heavenly dragon saint cloth was not the best, awakening Leo, and the golden saint cloth was what he wanted. Holy cloth, I really want to see the holy cloth you keep talking about. Seeing that Liu Wenhao was fine, he smiled sweetly. He was still looking forward to the holy cloth that Liu Wenhao mentioned. After all, in her mind, the holy clothing was probably a kind of combat uniform, but Liu Wenhao kept thinking about it. I have a chance to see you, but I just want to sleep now. Liu Wenhao was a little drowsy at the moment. After all, this shocking battle consumed him too much energy, but he also gained a lot. Go to sleep. We will send you to SHIELD headquarters. A cold voice came. Liu Wenhao looked at him drowsily, but it was Hill. After hearing this, he relaxed and successfully fell asleep. The battlefield, which was originally a small town with many people, turned into an endless wasteland at the moment. Sand, dust, and storms swept over the wasteland, as if it had just been baptized by a devastating disaster, and became extremely desolate. After walking along the pitted ground and arriving at a wasteland of land and wilderness, you will surely be surprised to find that the cruelty here is many times more severe than other places. Not only was the ground torn, but the soil was rolling, and there was still a strong smell of blood in the air, like a slaughterhouse, filled with an atmosphere of terror. The bright sunshine shines directly on this vast land, driving away the haze of the day, but it cannot drive away the historical marks here. At this moment, this nameless land forever records the fierceness and bleakness of this battle. When the SHIELD agents came to a large pit with a depth of about 5 meters, they saw Bruce Banner lying there quietly like a cold corpse. The blood on his chest had condensed into purple viscous blood clots. Liu Wenhao didn't know what happened after that, but when he fell asleep, some changes occurred in his body. At the moment, his body was full of hidden wounds. But this strange energy slowly swept up, and his injuries began to slowly improve, constantly strengthening his body. A group of people in white clothes are busy studying something. In the center is a huge amount of glass container filled with blue liquid. Surprisingly, there was a boy about 16 or 7 years old floating in the container. His body was covered with tubes, and his black hair was neither long nor short, floating freely in the water. There was a peaceful expression on his handsome face, and he was sleeping. Wheat-colored skin and extremely strong muscles are embedded piece by piece on this perfect body. His body trembled from time to time following the high and low lines on the computer next to the glass container. "Dr. White, how are you?" A Western old man in a suit asked in a deep voice, staring at the computer in front of him. "No, this guy's body is very powerful, and his cell tissue is thousands and tens of thousands times larger than that of ordinary people. We can't study it effectively at all," a gray-haired old man said, with confusion in his eyes. "Why is this happening? You should know how powerful this guy is. He has the power of God. If we, Hydra, crack and copy his power, we can let Hydra rule the world." The old man in a majestic suit was excited. Said, in order to snatch the boy in front of them, how much manpower and material resources did Hydra spend? It can be said that Hydra almost lost more than half of its elites just to be able to study the power of this boy. We don't know. After research, we found that there is a very strange power in his body, which is mysterious, ancient, and majestic, but we cannot copy it at all, or even study it at all. Dr. White is also very regretful. He really saw the power of this boy. If he copied his power, Hydra could really rule the world. Many people can even live longer. This boy's metabolism is thousands of times slower than Captain America. It can be said that he can live for hundreds or even thousands of years. No one can refuse this temptation. Chapter 50. Toot toot. Along with the sound of the instrument, A woman in white clothes stared at a precision instrument and shouted in a panic, "Doctor, doctor, the situation is unstable. Our super strength anesthetic will lose its effect immediately." At the same time, the eyes of the black-haired boy in the container slowly opened. As the boy's eyes slowly opened, a blue light gradually appeared around him. The blue liquid also burned slowly. The blue liquid began to boil. An invisible pressure filled the entire container. The old man, named Dr. White, was stunned for a moment. "Quick, hurry up. This guy has fully recovered from his injuries. If he doesn't leave, we will all die here," the doctor shouted crazily. Before the boy fully woke up, this group of people came to the ground, led by a team of heavily armed elite men, and drove off directly in a small transport plane. Without any hesitation at all, they knew that this base could be abandoned. If they didn't leave, they would all die in the base, because no one could stop the boy. Detonate the base directly. Since you can't get this guy's power, then kill him. Inside the plane, the old man in a majestic suit gave an expressionless order. Since he can't have what he wants, then destroy him. Although I don't know if it can be destroyed. Yes, sir. Next to the old man was a strong man with metal arms. A trace of confusion flashed across his tough cheeks, and his eyes seemed to be remembering something. Liu Wenhao had been sleeping for a long time. When he woke up, he had fully recovered. Whether it was mental or physical injuries, it could be said that he had completely reached his prime. Even the body's microcosm has been greatly strengthened, reaching the peak of the sixth sense in the middle stage, and almost directly reaching the late stage of the sixth sense. But what made him very depressed was that when he woke up, his body was covered with tubes. This tube was very powerful, and it could actually pierce such a powerful body. Inside a glass column, it was still full of blue liquid, and it started to I do not know how it is. He thought it was some kind of recovery fluid that SHIELD was researching, but when he fully woke up, he became angry. The man who stepped on the horse was actually being studied. He suddenly exploded, and the violent and ruthless power directly exploded the tempered glass pillar. Looking at himself, he saw that it was Chigua's body. Perception scanned it and disappeared directly. He came to a restroom and found the clothes he wanted. After putting them on, he looked like a beautiful boy. After he scanned the entire base, he smiled. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Hydra people, and Hulk Bruce was not here again when handling the case. I guess they just haven't been caught. Are SHIELD a bunch of 2BS? He actually lost himself, but the people in the base were retreating, so they probably knew he was awake. Sudden, Liu Wenhao's figure flashed and appeared at the door of a base. There were 2 soldiers at the door who were fully armed and ready to go out. With one hand in each hand, he crushed the heads of the 2 soldiers. After a mental scan, all the soldiers in this base have retreated to the ground, and there are still piles of scrap metal. He smiled coldly, and the killing spree was going to start today. Not caring about hesitation, he suddenly raised his hand and punched upwards. The terrifying power directly shattered everything above him, forming a huge amount of hollow. With the sole of his foot, he suddenly jumped into the air and landed directly on the ground. The base existed in a wilderness with only a few lush, deep forests on all sides. A quick inspection revealed that there was a small, automated fortress hidden inside, and there were Hydra's elite soldiers within a few miles. Liu Wenhao's body was filled with waves of crazy, surging small universes, and he punched forward. Countless huge amounts of thunder and lightning flashed suddenly, and then the battlefield was swept by gusts of wind. Lightning broke out, and cries and screams could be heard, as if there was a sandstorm. The sky became dark, and countless thick bolts of lightning struck down. Debris flew across the battlefield. Stones that were not originally sharp were blown by the storm and hit the soldiers' bodies. A deep scar will be drawn. The sky is filled with mutilated limbs and pieces of flesh, and a hell on earth is formed. The old man in the suit and Dr. White, who were already on the plane, looked at the surveillance footage in the plane and were excited. The old man in the suit couldn't help but longed for it. I really hope to have the power that only God can have. Yeah, it's a pity that we can't have this kind of power, and we have lost most of the elites, Dr. White said with a wry smile on his old face.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.